将拨开雾霭迷茫，不觉已一日过半。过眼的葱郁风光，细数泛了黄。
真，时节已到，该启程了。
抱歉，恕难从命。
快别理他，祭典要开始嘞！
这图真妙，好剑法！
确有一皇一凤。
阿珍姐姐好厉害！
别怕，看阿姐射他下来，为你报仇。
阿珍，你要去哪里啊？骑慢点儿。这是找不到。
混沌真气乃救世关键，你绝不该安居一隅。
住口！别说了！住口！不要再胡言乱语！你是谁？放开我！去死！给我去死！杀了你！杀了你！杀了你！
姐姐别怕，坏鸟被我赶跑了，已经没事了，我来保护阿姐。
别怕，阿姐在。只不过是一场噩梦，很快便会醒来的。我人绝不容许任何人再伤我家人分毫。
不是说要留守家中，心意已决。
别多问，上路吧。
姐姐，
欢迎来到 Nbpl， 你现在正在收看的是2026永劫无间职业联赛春季赛第1赛段3排的对决现场。大家好，我是你们的班主任任栋。昨天经过了光速闪击战，恭喜 OUG Spider 夺得了第1赛段的单排冠军。今天所有晋级的8支3排战队也已经准备就绪，现场所有的血宝们拿出你们的欢呼声，欢迎战队登场。首先有请成都狼队 S2。欢迎 TE XKG， 有请 RW 侠北京 DRG， 最后有请成都七级 YCG。再次欢迎第1赛段晋级的8支战队代表。首先问一下成都七级的李新淼选手，赛前有什么对支持积极的粉丝们说？
感谢粉丝们这么大老远来看我们的比赛，然后我们也一定会好好打的，给你们呈现最好的比赛。
第1赛段 YCG 呈现了势不可挡的一个势头，周涛回到了自己的 YCG， 赛前有什么话送给同场竞技的对手们？
不要让我们拿到杀鬼。
那么究竟谁可以在第3赛段获得我们的第1的冠军？让我们共同期待2026 Nbpl 第1赛段的3排的角逐，现在开始。
再一扣，没有接住。
小恶魔现在才顶一个，
我这波没接住，有点伤啊。
这波一直在推，被秒了。
这波小恶魔第1波被抓了就有点伤，对面其实是天勺，然后再抓，第2抓其实失误了，没抓到。
找到对面关键性人物，再给雷痕。
哇，这半月
样子，这一丝血小南直接拿下呀！
陈强生又被震刀，乱军之中还有震刀，狼队现在状态确实火热。
但是岳山那边有战吼啊，赤练无名只是一个解压的手段。
运气也是比较差，进来正好是遇到了对面有岳山这样的一个阵容体系。
而且老虎的虎啸那边效果也比较一般，最终的话小凯基那边状态领先的比较多，卷轮拿他们对方的金带。
也出好了，看能不能回一回咱这一刀。
势大力沉，带走对面徐焕。
这是2打1，但是拼血线拼不过了 T1， 这盘火了。
还有万雷出身，彻底闪过来再给一丝血，让我们恭喜 T1 拿下了这场比赛的对局。
对，
这波锁到了，那风之老龙直接给配合封印解除，看看有没有机会。
再也锁
3个人锁2个，直接把对面陈将士带走了。
这爆炸伤害一个兵器过来，全给你锁住了。
一直被对面限制走位呀，感觉第2就要拿下这一轮回阳了。
这装备方面，XKG 是领先的2个4甲，而这边是3蓝甲打赢了胡杨镜。起成龙了，那就没有任何机会了。
抽了一波双抓，拍下去直接拿下。
而且还有2天资甲，这次最终也是孤掌难鸣，后续被对方的一个集火带走。
前期是拿到分数的，一波双抓啊，洞察到信息过来做劝架了。
怪不得我说切过来怎么活技能都没有了，
因为他们朱雀出来是拿过导弹分数的。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster Sam. I'm joined alongside creatives, and today we've got a big one. This is going to be for all of the marbles, ladies and gentlemen. All of the things that we've been working for in the past couple of weeks with trios is all coming to an end here. This is our stage 1 trios finals. This is going to be quite the day. C8, how are you feeling about this with the new trio system, with all this new rule set? And first of all, how are you doing? It's been so long.
It's been a while, Seb. It's been a long time. But hey, we're back with the 2026 season, wrapping up our first week of this year's Pro League. I mean, it's been a blast to watch, right? I've been able to have the pleasure to cast trios for this first week a couple of times. So overall, the new systems are very, very interesting, and as well as, you know, the Spring Twitch Drops collection here for the 2026 season. As always, that 60-minute drop every single time the Pro League is live. And we also have the stream events there for the Treasure Choice gifts plus the Crimson Choice gifts. But yeah, Seb, I mean, the system that that was implemented for this year for trios, I love the pacing and the aggression that the trios has been having throughout this whole time. I mean, we also added the martial arts for the trio side, which is a big change because that was only implemented for solos for a very long time. But now in the trio side, we get to see, you know, a little calm before the storm inside the martial arts area, where, you know, teams are getting pretty much warm up. I look at that as like a warm up. I don't really see that as like something major. I thought personally in the beginning it was going to be something very drastically to really get good at and be really good at and take the points out. But multiple days that I've seen it, these teams who didn't even win a round in the first rounds, it didn't even matter. They would go game 2, drop 25 points, it wouldn't even matter. And the teams who actually won the martial arts solos just really struggled to get the pacing down in the BR mode.
Yeah, it definitely it seemed a lot earlier like we were just going to be setting the pace for the day with that martial artist, and I think it is a really good intro to the day. Right? Teams get to limit test some comps, they get to really kind of mess around with exactly what they need to do, and they have the opportunity to put some security points on. But it is not make or break. If you lose your martial artist, you still have a lot of games to put up extra points. There are still a lot of opportunities where you are going to be able to continue to put up points. So I think that, like, it is a great addition, and it does you know, change the entire flow of how the day goes. But as far as like standings and stat points, it is not the most important thing in the world.
Oh, for sure. I completely agree. But yeah, I'm very curious how today's gonna go. You know, today is the finals. First day I casted, it was a day 1 of a group, so it was a little bit different, not too different from what I saw in the winners bracket, where, you know, right after first game, we have that super aggression, right? Vermilion's Birds Might teams are fighting against Vermilion Birds Might teams, because, you know, 8-team format now, you have to try to pick as much as possible. Whatever you see goes. It doesn't matter if they have buff. Nothing matters no more. In this type of format, you just have to try to get active and try to get those points on the board, because as well as an 8-team format, we don't have multiplier as well. So, you know, it's just, we've seen these teams trying to get accustomed to that, and we've seen the teams who's actually thrived to really pick up a lot of eliminations all the way towards that end game. And yeah, I don't know. I'm very interested to see how today's gonna go for sure. The comps, I don't know if anything caught your eye from the comps. You know, Ener Hottie, that comp was just #1 pick for a couple days that I saw. Justina comp with the Viper, she still looks pretty strong. That CC lockdown with his ping, still very good there. And you were talking about the Xiaoyou. How do you feel about the Xiaoyou there?
Yeah, I love seeing the Xiaoyou getting added up into these comps. Let's take a quick second before we continue too much on that topic. Look at this prize pool, ladies and gentlemen. 1.25 million RMB for the total prizes. First place getting 120,000, and then going down from there with placings for winning individual games all the way from 11 to 60,000 RMB, 10,000 RMB in the stage final for damage with melee weapons, and the stage total final prize is going to be 615,000. So it's divided up into 2 sections of stage 1 and stage 2. So we're going to get half of that prize pool given out by the end of the day today, actually. And then our next stage 2 is going to have another 615,000. And if we take a look at our bracket really quickly, we can see how these teams did end up performing to get themselves up to that top level. So we actually saw the likes of teams like OUG get out already in the first day of losers bracket. WFG Alliance and Fun Plus Phoenix were first ones eliminated completely out of this, and then we do end up seeing a couple of these other teams do end up starting to lose later on, which is unfortunate to see. But now we've got DRG, SR, Wolves RW, YZG, XKG, TE, and GG. These are going to be our last 8 teams remaining. And this is really their opportunity to bring it in and bring themselves into a respectable spot for some good amount of prize money. They're going to be having a very, very fun shot to get through there.
I'm directly looking at the champs, SR, world champs for the 2025, right? I mean, struggled for the first week here in the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. Had to fight the gauntlet of the losers bracket there, make it into the top 8 for today. But you know, their first day showcasing it was not a good look for them. They look kind of like struggling. I can't speak too much about how they look throughout the remainder of the first week, but from what I saw and them trying to fight back, I mean, they were able to do so. But SR is definitely gonna be a team that I'm gonna be personally looking out for, because you know, that's our J Cup champions, right? SR, they did change up one player, which, you know, that just doesn't sound like a lot, but you know, the chemistry that you had in a 3-man format can just quickly be something completely different if you just take one piece of the puzzle away. So you know, it's just something probably they just want to probably get used to now, but you know, chemistry got to grow, and now they're here to try to fight for it.
Well, that's the one thing that we are taking a look at, that I definitely think that for SR in that first week, it was definitely just the jitters of them playing with a brand new team for the first time. They were in that situation. They're like, hey, we need to get this going. Like, I need to get up a little bit higher in the amount of wins that I have, or in whatever I'm doing. And so then they finally were able to work together through the off season, and then they did end up winning their way through that losers bracket, and they got themselves into that, you know, top spot that they really wanted to be in there. So you know, it was nice to see that they were able to make it all the way through and get themselves into the finals. But will they be ever able to deliver today? We're gonna have to wait to find out about that. But yeah, you were talking about the new format earlier, C8, and we were talking about how like the pacing for the game is incredibly different to what we've seen in the past. Do you think that we're going to be seeing a game go, or are we going all the way to 8, or where do you think that we're going to end up ending with this new scoreline, the way that the points are scored here? Do you think we have any possibility of seeing a Game 4 win?
Maybe. I think it depends of how a team like YZG goes off. I mean, they were having crazy games. I don't know. Also in there, you can talk about DRG. DRG had great games. I don't know. It depends. It depends how it's looking today. I mean, like I said, we saw 20 bombs, like 21 kills, 20 kills, like just things you wouldn't think about in the 18 format that these teams were just grinding, and you know, and that was in winners bracket too. So it's not like it was just like losers bracket or group stages. We got all that throughout the whole qualification all up to today. So I don't know, maybe I think we could possibly see that, but that's rare. I don't think. Oh no, we did. Yeah, we did for EWC, I think, right? We had trios in pretty quickly.
EWC solos and trios all ended under 5 games.
That's, I don't know, what do you think?
So
I think so, maybe.
Okay, I'm doing the math right now just in my head. 40 points, right? So if you win versus and then you get 2 15 bombs, let's say, so that's placement points, 15 kills, top 3 finish, and you get top 2 to 3 or top 1 to 2 finish in the martial artist, there is a chance for them to be able to get all the way there right away. I definitely think it's a little bit of a stretch that we're going to see match point and victory by Game 4, but I think that we'll see at least some of these teams starting to creep up to match point by Game 3 to 5.
I still have to get used to it. Yeah.
I think with 8 people in the lobby, or with only 8 teams in the lobby, it definitely makes it a lot more difficult to spot out the one team or 2 teams on match point. When you had a lot of players in the lobby, you were able to find the player on match point, find the players on match point a lot easier, and you had more help to take them down.
Yeah, I feel like that's, like you mentioned, it's a lot harder now, but I feel like it's still doable, right? You just gotta see what the picks are, what, you know, and what group that team is. I mean, pretty much from what I saw, it was Enor comp being picked phase 1 every single time. Every single time that competition was getting picked up for anybody in that first group from both teams. And then from there, you know, it's a toss-up. You can kind of just narrow it down for what gets picked out. League comp was also strong for group 2. The Justina comp as well with the Viper. So I feel like it's still possible. But yeah, I mean, like I was gonna say, I still have to get used to it that our game 1 is martial arts and it counts as a game. So them ending in 4 games, I don't know now. I really don't know if that's possible, because you kind of knock a whole game out of the way, having that martial arts. And like I said earlier, the teams I've seen win that martial arts, they just completely slow down into game 2, and it doesn't even really matter if you win that martial arts. We just seen teams completely demolish the remainder of the lobby going into game 2 with no wins in the martial arts. So today, yeah, I feel like that 8-point can really, like, you know, give you a little upper hand, but I don't think it's something drastic with how much a team can drop in one game. I think that's the thing, right? Even with an 18 format, they're dropping 15 or 20. It's just so many points on the board, plus the dub. So yeah, I don't know. I think today is going to be a very good showcasing of, you know, how every team stands in a high pressure scenario like today, which, you know, all week for 2 weeks now, this is what they've been working towards. Wait, is it 2 or 3 weeks? I think it's 3 weeks now, because we actually don't have bi-weekly. So
yeah, this is the 3rd week.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, it's gonna be interesting. I don't know.
We're condensing the season instead of doing. Yeah, I think the way that they've condensed the seasons down, right? It's still the same amount of time, right? Instead of doing bi-weekly, they've done 2 3-week long seasons or splits in the season, and then they have a week of extra, like, losers bracket for the grand finals, and then they have the grand final. So it is the same amount of time. We're just extending the or we're cutting the season amounts, or like the individual amount of finals that we have, way down. So instead of getting 4 bi-weekly finals, we get 2 section finals in a split, in a spring split.
I mean, I like it personally. I feel like you got to be in your P's and Q's every single day you play. You know, I feel like you had a little bit of leeway, like before with the bi-weekly, like, okay, you know, like we can make it into this top 12. We can make it into this top 12 once we play the other group. But with this format, you know, now you got to make it into the top 4. You have to be able to stay in that top 4. You have, I think, 1 room for error throughout the whole thing. So, you know, you can have 1 bad day, but after that, like, you're tested non-stop if you get sent in that losers bracket. You got to be in that top 4 to try to keep going forward with the whole week. And then I feel like you just take a big hit if you don't make it in there, and, you know, you're just sitting there waiting day by day to, you know, try to play again, and you're just forced to just scrim it out and just, you know, like the meme, like the Squidward meme, SpongeBob and Patrick running outside. Like, you just gotta let them play, and you can't even enjoy the fun. So I feel like this structure really tests your limits as a team, and, you know, I think it's another learning curve these teams gotta learn throughout the whole year, because it's not just one single change. A lot of things got changed up, and, you know, it is still the first week. So wouldn't be surprised if second week we have, you know, something completely different. You know, I did saw some of the VOD comps being played out. I don't know if I would say I'm a big fan about it. I think it has its strengths, but, you know, I feel like possibly the Aquas comp is a lot more cleaner, a lot more smoother to play with. We've seen the lockdowns with the Aquas into the Viper ults, but, you know, you're kind of throwing that composition out if you don't want to play the Justina at the time with the Viper. But overall, yeah, I'm not sure. I think today I'll have a better picture with how everybody stands. I don't know about you, Seth, but, you know, first martial arts of the day. It's always super exciting to see this screen here saying trios on top.
Oh yeah, we got the martial arts. We had a taste of it last season in the solos, but now that they've added it into the trios as well, I think it is just one of the most magnificent things that NARAKA Esports have decided to really just take the lunge on. It looks amazing. It feels great. And one of the other comps that we completely forgot to mention was Viper Syra with Akos. We've also seen, like, Monk and Akos getting brought out a lot as well. Now we're starting it off with Justina, Shunhuan, Yushan from both sides. It's going to be GG versus the boys of Wolves. Esports coming out here. Parry attempts coming through. XN going to pop into that Yushan ultimate right away as 330 jumps into his just a second later. So we are going to see a little bit of extra ult advantage going in that direction. Just seen ultimates popping out. CJS just going to hold on to his ult for the first section of this fight as well. First Shunhuan ability has been launched through, and now CJS ready to pop that ultimate, ready to go for the assist. The counter freeze is going to be coming through, but 330 getting brought extremely low. Double dash, triple dash coming through from CJS. He manages to recover almost all of those dashes back in that sequence. And now the big parry going to come through. NiHQ, oh my goodness, what a beautiful F ability from the Yushan of Team Wolves to counter that parry punish damage coming out in the gold focus from CJS.
I mean, it's just rough, man. You lose your Yushan there. I mean, that's your main front line there. Try to peel off, and you just lose it so quickly. But now, still even on the 2v2, Lee for Yushan, CJS looking for the capitalization there. Onto XN, catches the prowl, but LM in the back end there, stopping the pressure. We see him. XN now, on the other hand, does manage to break off with that Yushan F. Still 1 HP in the dream. Falls. LXM with the final blow. Massive parry down to NHQ. And now that's going to be the final blow. And GG taking round 1 against Wolves. And yeah, man, Lee, I thought Lee was just a problem in solos and trios, man. The tank slayer, man, he just has so much damage when he uses that ultimate against these transformers. We see multiple times just them being able to fry it out, and now starting out pot with CJS on that inner ultimate. Gonna be completely looking at the Zaping here for Wolves. XN is gonna get clipped off that jump R&B on the pillar, and now you see the opposing ZK's inner trying to beat it for the pill, but it looks like the pressure's still gonna be thrown towards Wolves' way.
CJS trying to see if he can find any sort of extra movement in on an Impale, but we are going to see the Hottie Cube coming out. Big parry for CJS on a NiHQ. Is ZK now going to become the target of the lobby for the members of GG. The 2.0 release off of those Whip Sword is going to come out. Parry attempt's going to come through. Big shotgun burst onto ZK, and then the 1-2-3 focus attack on the side of Wolves XN. He's going to get a big parry on a CJS as well, sending him into the sky. Now we're going to see, it looks like NiHQ has gotten extremely low. We saw GG get themselves out of a situation where they were extremely low before. CJS is going to go down. Now it's a 3v2 situation. NiHQ is on 1 HP though, so this is still winnable. They just need to find the elimination on a NiHQ. XN actually going to get brought down extremely low as well. Heal's going to come out for NiHQ. Big parry going to come in. NiHQ going to be able to grab that. 330 getting brought extremely low. Needs to F out of this situation. Is going to get himself parried. LXM with the parry as well. ZK with the parry to answer that one. And it's Parry City in these lobbies right here, especially in that martial arts C8.
I mean, that's unfortunate. I mean, GG had the upper hand, and then CJS just eats up a focus attack and wasn't able to back on up on time and just gets taken out first. But now it's round 3. Wolves against GG. The monks are out for both squads, LXM and XN. Looks like they're going to be duking it out against each other in the center. Oh, big Gooba Stomp into the grab onto CJS. Beautifully done. Into the Insta Slam. Looking for the overhead. Catches the second Gooba Stomp into the second grab. CJS with beautiful grabs there onto this player. But that's a double grab on the other hand there from LXM. A player masters out. That's NHQ. Couldn't get the damage to save his teammate. That is the beautiful play there from XN. And now we have the Kurumi Ultimate now invested. And we've seen the Kurumis being played out here in these martial arts here for the trios. But overall, it's a mirror once again here for both teams. Upper hand. I think the health pools are even on both sides. XN re-topping off that purple armor. CJS in the center of tension here with the ferns out. Manages to get the shove there in the back and out to ZK. The Kurumi here for the squad, but that ult is still online. GG already invested that support ultimate. Now Wolves now responding there with a sustain, but NHQ applying the pressure onto CJS. Catches Prowl there off the light, but now in the back end, ZK re-aggresses here with the prod to CJS. The overhold into the shotgun burst. That's a 2v1 here on this side. XN 3 down, and that is going to be a dub there for Wolves, taking round 1 here for our martial arts.
What an amazing job of XN. He single-handedly saved him. But 2 Wolves members, we almost saw the GG double grab, double slam. But the defense from that monk to be able to prevent any sort of slam damage to be coming down on their team really just saved them from any sort of falter. And then they managed to get the Kurumi out and space out that ult circle before. They got the Kurumi dead as soon as she placed ult, and they didn't have to wait for the reset to come through to be able to fully engage. And they were just so strong there. As now we're going to see QGG coming through, taking a lot of damage. That Shunhuan just really working his way through the Enor's health bars. Yushan now coming out. It's QGG's job to peel, but now Frozen, the double charge is going to come out. He's taking so much damage. This is why they've given him all this extra mobility. He's not as tanky as that Yushan. So we're going to see another one of his F recasts come through. Ult comes down. He's just going to go for a bit of a heal. AB, though, in a lot of trouble. Very low in HP on this side. Going to try and go for a bit of healing. As that Yushan ultimate is going to come down, he's very low in HP as well. 17S on that hottie. Going to try and come through and do something. QGG with the cube drop down is going to be able to claim some assistance on the kill on the Cuckoo too. There goes Youth, the 17S with a beautiful finisher on that hottie ultimate. And now in the 3v1 situation, AB has nowhere to go.
I mean, yeah, that comp that YZG is running, you essentially have to fight him twice. With just how the sustain works there on the composition with the Zaping and being able to have that get out of jail card with that hottie ultimate as well. It's just too good. That composition is just way too good. With the Eno in the front line, it's so oppressive, so sustainable. I think overall it just has everything there in that composition. But now we have the Monk, Takeda, Kurumi here for RW. In the other hand there for YZG, running the hottie composition this time around. We're looking for a little reset here for 17S. Looks like somebody's getting caught up in the back end. I think it was Cuckoo. 17S though is gonna go ahead and invest the Monk ultimate, looking for the grabs. Doesn't manage to find one yet. Looking for the Gooba Stomp potentially. Going for the grab and the upper hit. Does manage to connect onto Yuan. That's beautifully done. Onto the Zaping. The double grab as well. The proc off the Zaping ultimate. And this is bad there for that squad. They needed that for the sustain. But the Zaping ultimate procs A, B, 1 HP behind the pillar. Cuckoo trying to maintain their ground there on the back end. Looks like QGG is gonna be able to play next to him, but 17S out of Monk form, looking for the overhead, looking for the drop down. Doesn't manage to connect. Youth gets caught up. Yuan though in the back end. There goes the Kurumi ultimate. Youth though just gets completely shredded there by Cuckoo and Co. 17S now trying to close up the distance there against Yuan, but Cuckoo responds with a massive parry into the scare rush. 1-2, and that's all she wrote. One player up there for RW, and YZG now making it a quick 2-0 on the first round here for game one.
Wow, we didn't even get to see RW bust out the Shyol. I knew it was hiding in the back for that round 3. Unfortunate just matchup making, right? Is that they're playing that hottie comp first, and then they have to go against the they're playing against the hottie comp first, and then as soon as they get in the hottie comp, they're playing against one of the most amazing monks in CN. So it's definitely something that they are going to want to talk about and work on as a team as we get into the battle royales. But now we're going to see SR versus my boys, my goats, DRG. Flying Knives going to be coming out, NY7, focusing all of his energy over onto DRG's MY. We're going to see Enor ultimate coming out now. As soon as that F gets burnt, Takeda ultimate has been popped too. So we're just going to see a little bit of mitigation coming through, but they're just going to try. Oh my goodness, big stun going to come out here. Huge Nbpl. Shao going to be taking a lot of damage in the back end as well. As, oh my goodness, these boys from DRG are just putting in so much work. Kurumi ultimate has been forced out incredibly early here. Enor ultimate is going to be going down. The peels are going to be coming through from MY to try and block out all of that damage onto Dongqing. Now we're going to see the zipping ultimate come through here. Kurumi ultimate is down, so these guys have to watch out. We are going to see Cube getting utilized. Temi ultimate has been released as well. Wait, are we seeing... This is just traditional Siphon from SR.
Yeah.
Ooh, big parry from MY. I thought we were seeing the monk Siphon, but this is just traditional Siphon. Huge parry from SR Shao. MY going to be taking quite a bit of damage off of that too. NY7 now getting kicked up in the ground. It's still a 3v3 situation with all of these players relatively in the same spot in health. Big parry from Shao. Kakashi's going to go down, and now it's a 3v1 situation. SR managed to pull it back with the OG Siphon comp. That is a callback for a very long time.
Yeah, I think I also saw it in BR. Oh no, I saw it with the Zaping actually. One of the qualifying days. So you know, it's still there, still being played out to this day, which is rare, right? Because a lot of the OG comps are not really played out anymore. But you know, Monk being an OG, he's gonna be played out at any comp just because of how good he is as a trio character. But now DRG's Kakaxis looking for the grab, hasn't been able to grab one thus far. Enor does have the mark up there onto the Monk. I think anticipating a grab any moment now. Rico does manage to hide behind the pillar, and Y7 now in the back end, I believe, does manage to pop that Enor ultimate. somebody on the hottie. Oh, I think that's SR's hottie. Rico, though, gonna get caught up by 2 players. Good peel there from Hao. Beautifully done there to avoid the pressure there onto their healer. Both players pair here. This is an isolated 1v1. Fist Blades versus Fly. Nice. Just a parry is all that's needed there for Hao. Beautifully done. Concocti fall in. Y7 on the other hand has to back on up, looking for a little bit of retreat, but MY Mod does get shut down there by Rico. Looking for the Faria. It's just a stall character now. Don Q.
Unfortunate. My goats.
All modes too, trios and solos. For the Faria.
Faria is one of my least favorite characters in the game. It just reminds me of like Fortnite Season 9, Season X Max. Back in the day, just like, oh my god, why are we playing this? And now it's been nerfed into the ground, so it's not really the greatest character to be playing anyways. As we are going to see TE now fighting up against the boys of XKG. We've had so many X something Gs, so it's a little hard to differentiate sometimes, but now we're going to see the jump in. And this is that comp that is just such a fun comp to watch. They go for the Akos cage, and then they have the Monk attempting to go for the grabs. The execute wasn't really there, and they have the hottie cube up before they were able to make too much happen. Now they've got that Viper ultimate ready. Big Viper plays, and the stun's going to come in. They have the stun available on the TE's One Fang. Big Impale going to come through, though, because, oh my goodness, TE's TXJ just putting in absolute work peeling for his team. Even though they tried to execute on that Akos composition, 2Tick just going to get absolutely ruined by TXJ, the GOAT of Enor himself. This guy has been labbing and studying. As soon as this character came out, get another Impale. Oh my goodness, imagine. As we're going to see now coming through, big posture boy jumping out. TXJ just on the absolute warpath. Big parry, oh my goodness. The shift parry comes in. Bell to negate any extra damage, but ZXL has gone down. And now Zhu Xian, last remaining player, gets hit with the 1-2, jump LMB, and the double charge from Zem from the outside. And this new TE roster is just like Zem, TXJ, and One Fang all together. Like, these are J-Cup winners who've all come from different teams and are now playing together. Oh my god, it's amazing.
I mean, when your Enor is doing his job like that, I mean, it's just, I feel like it was just beautiful to be in the server with them like that. Just the peel there at the perfect time, being able to stay up there. You eat up the Viper, oh, but he's there with you, covering you is all you needed. Now, TXJ this time around on the Viper. Looking for the potentials of pain, but that's a double grab there. Oh! Being able to get the double slam, and ZXL now gets re-stunned into the double grab, and that's a 2-piece there for One Fang. John Jian now last one alive, and TE all over that. Shotgun burst, everything blew after the throw. And that was disgusting there from TE, being able to loop that back-to-back, gets a slam down before the Viper even hits, and it's just textbook there from that squad. TE, we see him now going up against Wolves, round 2 side starting now for all these squads. TE against Wolves. Different comps though. Now we have the Enor Hottie here for TE, and then we have the Yushan Lee there for Wolves.
And Yushan coming out on the side, they might be able to peel off of TXJ, but he's doing a really good job of making sure that these players are getting absolutely zero value. TXJ, though, starting to take a little bit of HP. That Yushan's coming in a bit dangerous. Beautiful peel from the backside from him. As we are going to see the D ult there just to save him a little bit of armor. Big overhead. Beautiful catch from NiHQ on that Justina. As we're going to see Dragon's Rush into the Nessus Might. That gold focus going to be doing a lot of damage. Hottie Cube going to be coming out to help the members of TE, but now TXJ getting absolutely melted. Hottie coming in for the peel as well. NiHQ tries to go for the parry, gets a second one, but One Fang going to be able to back out of this. As that Shunhuan just dealing so much damage in the back end as well. That control is going to be super crucial for the members of Wolves. But now NiHQ getting incredibly low. Oh, that clank right there. It might not look like much, but it completely saved the members of TE and allowed Zem to get the kill on an IHQ. Now we're going to see the jump LMBs coming through. Double charge going to come out from ZK, and it is going to connect. So we're going to use that F ability. They're going to just keep grinding in to get this damage. Big double parries in, and there it is. And yeah, I just wanted to say about that TE round where they were playing with the Monk comp, as they're going to be jumping on it right now here. They watched XKG do it, and they're like, that's cute. This is how it's actually done. And they really just came out with that. Let's see if they're going to be able to make it happen a second time.
As far as NHQ was running Spear, I mean, we usually do not see Spear at all here in martial arts. I think that might have been the first time I've seen that throughout week 1 or week 1 of Trios Pro League. But overall, One Fang looking for the grabs on the Monk, not being able to grab one thus far. TXJ trying to set up some of the pressure. XN though in the back end, massive jump parry there from TXJ, waiting for the grab, does manage to connect. Now the Eno ultimate trying to stop it, but Viper ultimate is gonna be invested here from TXJ. We want to completely shred NHQ there. There goes the shotgun burst. Everybody looking down, but ZK now showing up for the peel. We see TXJ now overholding, sends it, gets parried. Someone in the back end, that's ZK. Doesn't manage to get the second parry off though. XN though, for Wolves still looking for the pressure onto the Viper with no armor here. You see this player trying to retreat, does manage to create a little bit of that distance, but XEM as well. Gonna back on up to help out, but their player is getting shredded in the back end, losing all that health. Look at One Funk's HP bar on the bottom left, gets completely shut down. The Monk is out here for TE, and now a parry opening here from TXJ. Can be able to get the dodge parry punish there off that glyph board. The Aqua Seth is invested as well in the back end. Doesn't manage to connect off that parry though, but XN responding there with the whip sword, gets the damage onto the Zaping, overholds, gets the damage done. They can probably do this, but ZK does end up taking out XEM, and TXJ in a 1v3. Not going to be able to close this out. Just needed a little bit more time there to potentially get the elimination onto the Zaping, but didn't manage to do so. And now we're going to round 3. TE was back at it again. This time around, we have the Monk competition, the OG Monk competition with the Takeda here in play here for TE.
And we've got no Butata formers coming out here for Wolves, because we're going to try and find some Yuka names for these new compositions, like we do every season. Then we've got the Yushan Shunhuan with the Feria. So this is just like Shunhuan Cannonball. Yes, a spiritual cannonball, wind cannonball. We can call it something like that. As Wolves XN taking a lot of damage here, trying to see if he can get the redeal up damage on to the members of TE. But since the double transformer is always just going to beat out that solo transformers, big impale going to be coming through, but not as much damage as Wolves XN is able to deal to his opponent. Stuck in there, and now we've got the push out coming through from that Shunhuan Lee, just sending in that F ability, dropping down through, trying to see if he can get any sort of uppercut combo onto any of those opposing players. As TXJ going to be ending up sending ZK into the sky, tries to go for the parry, but the overhold is going to connect. XN going to be forced to pop that F ability to avoid any of that extra Shunhuan damage, as XN still playing in that back end, going for those double charges. TXJ 1 HP, double charge going to come through, focus follow-up is going to connect. We are going to see now F ability coming in from One Fang to try and peel. Big parry going to come out as the dodge parry comes through, and it's been really fun to see how these players have been using dodge parry, especially in here. Oh, big double parry from One Fang. He manages to use that dodge parry to come in again, like we were just talking about. Gets that extra damage onto Wolves XN. NiHQ is 1 HP in a dream. TXJ is 1 HP in a dream. NiHQ goes down. Wolves in the 3v2 situation. One Fang goes down, bringing it over to a 2v2. TXJ's 1 HP. ZK's 1 HP. XN's 1 HP. Who's going to be able to claim the victory into this 2v2 situation? Everybody's so low in health. They've got a minute left. Monk ultimate available again. This is not good. This is really not good. TXJ is going to finally go down. Zem fighting against XN. This is Zem's old team, and he's getting smoked. Oh no. Unfortunate for TE, as they are going to go out in the second round.
I mean, the Kurumi heal there, which is, it just completely turns the tides there. I mean, just pretty much full white health off of getting that heal off, and then, you know, you just feel a lot more confident instead of being, you know, 10% HP, and they're able to close that out in style. I mean, getting that ult ×2 in this is just, man, very proud of that fight, and you saw it there in that scrap off. But now SR against YZG, corresponding champs right now, looking for the opener, but looks like NY7 is going to hit by the big parry there in the back end. Now the Tumult ultimate is going to be invested here from Hao, looking for the re-aggression. The Hadi ultimate is out there for SR, or for YZG, sorry. We see him now, looking for the overhead. Takeda ultimate now called in here for NY7. Puku now, Trasa. Read that follow-up, but doesn't manage to get the parry off of that. There goes the Fern Shove once again. You see him getting caught up on the prod. QGG now is going to get sent up, but the peel is there from YZG. Beautifully done to stop that pressure onto the Enor. Still eating up a lot of chunk of this damage. Hao now looking at his player as well. That player eating up so much damage there in the back end. Full or half of that white HP gone. Now another player, Rico, gets shut down there by Cuckoo as well. SR now in a 2v3, not being able to close that out. Now pick up the elimination onto QGG. How very weak here. YZG trying to stay up here in this fight. Cuckoo though with the peel overhead LMB, doesn't matter to do so. 1v2 gets cut off the prow, and this is all she needed with the LMB focus with the dagger. 17S as well overholds, and I mean just one player holds it out for the parry, but it doesn't even matter. You sit and get parry. Hardy's there as well. The double ults in these situations is just way too crucial. The fight's just being able to drag out. You have enough rage there with whatever you're running in the glyph board. Not sure that's a change, right? I don't think I've saw this many double ults there, and I didn't really peep the time. Could have been in around the 40 seconds though, so that could be, you know, just something just being fully dragged out. But now overall, we're going to round 2. YZG once again against SR.
And SR on the back foot of the fight to start things out
no.
here. So, oh my goodness, 17S is just putting so much power into that SR's Rico. And you know, this is funny too, because 17S used to be an SR player. We saw him get traded off onto Team YZG now, as yeah, it looks to be a good fit for him here. But you know, quite funny to see as you know, fighting against your old team. You know the mentality going into it. It's definitely going to be some feelings involved there. 17 is going to pop up with the Monk ultimate now, as we're seeing. No Enor ultimate to stop and peel for him. So if we can see some big grabs coming out here, that's going to be one. They're going to try and see if they can get Xiao Hao out here. Slam's going to come in as they're all going to use that cube as well to try and take off. Oh, almost gets the grab there. Trying to go for the pick onto Rico. Big Goomba stomp into Xiao. No, Xiao is going to be able to avoid it. But he manages to grab NY7 and slam him down. But the members of his team getting extremely low. Cuckoo 2 going to be taking quite a bit of damage here. Able to back out of this fight for just a second. But now we're seeing Xiao in the backside. 1-2. Jump LB. Jump LB. There we go. As NY7 is going to end up going down. We're going to now ready to see the 2v2 situation. Cuckoo 2 is very, very close to dying right now, as we are going to see a beautiful parry coming out. No punish damage coming through, though. Gets the follow-up. Big parry from Cuckoo 2 in the back end. Now Rico, 1 HP. The peel's going to come through from 17S onto Xiao. Oh my goodness, they get the kill onto Rico. Xiao gets the kill onto Sao. Oh my goodness, Cuckoo 2. Now it's a 1v1 situation. Who is going to have the better solo combos? Combo break coming out. Big parry for Xiao. 17S going to get hit with that jump LMB. Fan's going to be coming out. 1.0 connects. Book is available for him. No F ability here. Rico, Xiao Hao able to come through with the 1-2-3 combo from the Flying Knives and secure that round for himself to bring it to round 3. Oh my goodness. They almost had that. They were so dominant from the start, but the 1v1 potential that we saw from Xiao Hao was just a little bit stronger.
I mean, deserved. I mean, you release about 10 1.0s like that, 0.9s, 1.0s, you better get parried. I mean, I think I counted about 8, and then I lost count. So, you know, he was just ripping them through, and he did get a lot of value early game. The opponents did not think that he was just gonna keep sending them, but he just did. He just didn't care. He just banked on it, and you know, unfortunate for him, he wasn't able to continue that momentum through, in that 1v1. But overall, now round 3, NY7 gonna respond with a Viper ultimate, trying to lock down these scenes, but they have the U-Shot here being formed up there for QGG. Beautifully iframe as well to avoid getting Viper stun. NY7 eats up a lot of damage. It looks like the pill is going to stop a little bit of that pressure here from the U-Shot. Doesn't chunk up any of that health though. Double parry happening there from 17S onto Hao and Rico. No damage, I believe, but the Viper is just taking up so much damage. NY7 gets shut down, and now YZG with the upper hand. I believe the health pool is still going towards YZG's way, even though Cuckoo has no armor in this situation. Oh, it's gone. He's gone. I mean, they had the upper hand.
Yeah, for a second there they did, but YZG does manage to come back with that that Enor, or the Yushan, sorry, at the very end there, as they're going through. We're gonna see now they're popping out in our grand finals of the martial artists game number 1. Coming through here is going to be Nai HQ, taking to the sky. Spear on the Justina. Seems to have been his meta so far. He's also got those flying knives. No ranged weapons available for any of them. Otherwise, we'd see a lot more range coming out. So this is forcing all these players to, you know, get down and dirty with the fighting. It allows for a lot easier rotates. Oh, big peel coming out from XN here. Into the freeze, into the slam. Oh my goodness, Cuckoo 2 getting absolutely obliterated. And I believe that was, double dash to come in with the freeze here. Tries to go for that jump parry. We're not going to see it. The peel coming out from his teammates. Will they be able to get that kill there? But it looks like they have burned that ultimate there. Cube gonna come out. They've burned the zipping ultimate on the side of 17S and YZG. So we might not get to see too much healing potential coming through there, as F ability is going to try and stun through. Actually, Wolves are incredibly low at HP right now, as the NiHQ has sort of kind of been autopiloting in. Big parry on the Cuckoo 2, uses that dash parry to get that elimination out. XN goes down to QGG, and now we're in a 2v2 situation. NiHQ losing a lot of HP here. ZK going down, they had the upper hand, but they managed to fold it. Oh my goodness, YZG with the comeback, as NiHQ and ZK, nobody was watching health bars on Team Wolves for that round.
I don't know how I feel about Justina Spear.
You don't like it?
It's not that I don't like it. I just feel like he hasn't been able to find what he's looking for with the freeze and the Dragon Slayer. I think it's just you know, it hasn't really worked out for him. I see the vision though. I just don't think he has gotten that value that he was expecting from that. But overall now, here for this side, second round, I mean, Wolves got to stay in this fight. They do have the comp to do so here in this situation. 17S though, on the other hand, to go ahead and stay inside this healing orb. They already have the sustain ult out there for YZG. Wolves now just have to try to kite it. Monk ult now invested here for 17S. Can't get grabbed. You see Wolves just completely backing on up. The Hottie though, trying to get a little bit aggressive. Nearly gets grabbed there though. Now she's moving around in the backside. The pillar being able to be that safety net there for the Hottie. Now re-aggressing, waiting for the perfect opportunity. You see XN and ZK just staying in the backside. Grab doesn't connect. This is good there for Wolves. 17S not being able to find that value. Parry opener there for Cuckoo, I believe. No, he's in the back there for NHQ. QGG eats up a lot of damage. YZG now might be run back here into the back end of the corner, but you see now the capitalization doesn't even matter. XN does manage to get the parry. Now Cuckoo eats up so much damage. 17S falls as well, and now this is where it goes very tricky there in the 1v3. QGG falls out in the stall there from Wolves to avoid that Monk pressure there, being able to just wait it out, and it's just rough. YZG didn't even, after getting that reset, I think they just banked up just waiting out due to that Monk ultimate timer just being completely gone, not being able to reaggress, and now you're seeing it here in round 3.
Yeah, you know, it's definitely the unfortunate circumstance there for them. They're trying to make something happen, and they just aren't able to come through with their strategy to work out. And you know, you see it in the Monk ult just ending up going down without any sort of value through. As we're going to see ultimates right away for the Monk on Wolves, trying to see if he can claim that value. As QGG is going to go into that Yushan ultimate now, as we do have that Feria Shen mech just getting demeched as well. Now we've got the Kurumi ultimate coming through here. This is going to give Wolves a fighting chance to stay into this fight while having to deal with that onslaught of pressure from the Yushan ultimate, as QGG is just going to back up here. They're all looking to focus him down. You can't parry while you're in that form, so it is definitely dangerous. We are going to see the Nbpl come out here. NiHQ going to get brought incredibly low, as Cuckoo 2 with the Shunhuan ability just going to put so much extra damage down, and now they're focusing on a ZK. Going to try and use that F ability. He has the jump C ability too, that's going to be able to catch ZK out into the double charge from YZG 17S, as they do manage to finally pick up that last one, and he's able to get the ult recast at the very last second. Throws it in. The CC does get dodged, as we do see XN with the parry, so it is not going to cancel onto him, but we are going to see YZG coming through with the victory in game number 1, as they take the win for our very first Trios Finals Martial Artists game number 1. Absolutely insane that we get to witness history here, creatives.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that shreds in the BR mode, so this is something different already starting off the game 1. Going into your first BR game with 8 points, and on a team like YZG, I mean, you gotta be really careful how you proceed now going towards the remainder of the games. I mean, seen 20 bombs from these guys, so you know, game 1 out of the way. Teams now got their points distributed off of game 1. So Wolves will take 4, and then 3 and 4 would take, I believe it's 2 or 2.5, somewhere around there, for their third, fourth place of positioning. But I mean, 8 points to move on into the first BR match. It's just an insane amount of points for a team like YZG, and you see them smiling happy about it. Like I said, I've seen YZG go into the martial arts, but just get shut down round 1, and now this is a completely different thing. You know, a team like this being able to have that upper hand very early can be dangerous for the remainder of the lobby, for sure.
100%. Yeah, it's definitely something that is going to be pretty scary for some of these players to go through. And yeah, with 17S, you know, he manages to beat out his old team SR to get himself into those finals, putting him up into a very, very good position for the next little bit of the games, as we are going to be moving on to our next games in just a second. Game number 2 underway, our first BR game. And like I said, so now YZG has got 8 points on the board, correct?
Yeah.
With their victory. So that was 8 points. Now they just need to get, they have 32 more points that they need to get. So 16 points per game. So if they get over 16 points in this game number 2, that'd be going to be crazy. But ladies and gentlemen, your answer for treasures, as we are always back with these, is going to be which team is the winner of game number 1? Is it A, YZG, B, SR, C, TE, or D, Wolves? We're going to have to see. But ladies and gentlemen, you guys just watched. So you guys know the answer to spam if you want to spam it in there. I'm going to be trying to compete with you guys to win in the chat, most likely. You know, sometimes I like to let everyone have it. But, you know, you guys do know exactly who won. It was YZG. It was A, because we've literally just watched it and we've just been talking about it. Not the hardest question. But yeah, no, it was a good duels coming through. I definitely thought that, you know, RW didn't really get their full chance to shine. But, you know, so neither here nor there. They're going to lock back in. I think RW is my favorite new team that has come in here. Invictus Gaming was really cool to see as well. But RW looked incredibly strong, and I really like to see that energy coming up from them in the first couple of days. Hopefully they can continue to do the same as we continue to progress for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I mean, RW, super aggressive team as well. I feel like this format really caters towards super aggressive teams. If you can keep up with that pace, because if you're not really trying to get in there and even have isolated 3v3s, we see a lot of isolated 3v3s in the early drop. I mean, we have a lot of early fights now due to games 2 and 5. Actually don't know how it goes today, but 2 to 5 are Firefly maps. I'm not sure we have 2 through 7 Firefly maps today, so I didn't really pick up on that when we saw the schedule for today. But yeah, I mean, the original format 2 through 5 is just all Firefly maps. It's just so much pressure early on, all the way towards first Yang. After first Yang, it's just so much aggression. You just see all the teams just piling up in one solo area. We see some teams, you know, playing that spirit well to what you see, what you looking at.
We got pre-pose points too.
Oh, I forgot about that one.
Oh, so this is gonna shake things up. Match point threshold, they already have 15
very
points.
Close. It's very close.
They only need 25. So that's 10, 13, 12 and a half points. They need 12 and a half points per game. And I feel like that is extremely attainable for a team like YCG. Or like even GG could do that. Any of these teams have the capability of getting 12 plus point games. And if they're able to do it twice in a row, we could see 2 teams on match point by game 3. By end of game 3, if I'm more specific.
Yeah, I didn't even. I completely forgot that we actually had points moving towards the finals. Yeah, I mean, so I guess the answer to your question is yeah, yes. We will have 17 match point in game 3. But you know, that's what we're here to watch and see how it goes. The excitement there from YZG, love that. Love the aggression, love the excitement.
17S likes to get rowdy on the stage too.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. A little bit of English coming out too. Shout out the boys.
That's fire.
Oh yeah. Yeah, 17S is a homie. He's a very chill guy. You know, getting to talk to him at Jacob a little bit, and you know, the English is a bit of a challenge, but you know, they did a great job for SR. And then as they jump through, now 17S moving over to YZG, right? They've got such a stacked lineup on that side, and like all all the core teams, like, you know, you're talking YZG, you're talking SR, OUG, DRG and stuff like that. A lot of the managers and stuff like that, and the people that the higher ups are all friends. And so, you know, the trading in between teams, it might seem like a crazy drastic thing, which I mean, I do still think it is, right? But like, it's oftentimes these players have played with each other a lot, right? They play with each other outside of the tournaments. They play trios just for fun or whatever like that. They do lots of stuff on stream together. So, you know, it's not like it's their first time ever playing together on stage right? And they've made it to the finals this far, even though they've only had, you know, X amount of competitive matches. They've had the entire 3 weeks of these competitive matches. So it is their debut professionally as a team, but they've been grinding a lot off screen to get themselves to where they are right now. And I think that they look super dominant. And I know that if we look at the SR team, YZG is looking incredibly strong. And then I can't think of the name of the team right now, but they've got Zem on their team. They're looking incredibly strong as well, because they've got the Zem and TXJ. TE is like the champion team. They took all the MVPs from trios teams in the past and that have won J-Cup, right? NY7 has won J-Cup before. We've seen Zem win J-Cup with Wolves, and we've seen I guess we haven't seen TXJ win J-Cup, but he's one of the GOATs either way.
I mean, I think it's just a super stacked lobby today. You know, obviously it's finals, so yeah, it's just whoever comes in with the end game, even GG, right? I mean, I was looking at GG. I don't really recall watching GG throughout this week, personally, but I see that they're taking over 8 points from their bracket. So, you know, that's more than YZG. YZG had 7, I believe, or 7.5. So they had to do great. Just off of points alone. So overall, though, yeah, it's gonna be exciting. I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna see. I know we barely saw end games. I remember trios was a very end game heavy type of mode for a long time, especially with 12 teams on the field. You kind of play a lot more structured. You play it out and just, you know, you just try to set up for that end game. Now we still have the same thing where, you know, we do get end games sometimes, probably like two out of the 5 BR games, if even, but it's not super stacked how it used to be. And, you know, it's still the same textbook. It's just, you know, teams playing for that spirit well. We have teams, you know, third partying, fourth partying there in that end game spirit well, into that end game overall. But, you know, I feel like the pressure there from that first Yang into that second Yang is what really sets up these teams, depending on how their tempo is going and, you know, how much they've capitalized throughout the whole map up to that point, and seeing, you know, if they're able to keep that gas pedal down all the way towards the end of the game. But yeah, I mean, Firefly maps really just gives the green light for these teams to be super aggressive. That's one thing, once again, that I really notice is, you know, the aggression really thrives in this structure, in this new format that trios has. You have to have very high pressure. You have to win your fights. I mean, obviously, right? But I feel like it's a lot more crucial now because there's no multiplier. You don't want to get eliminated early, not taking anything over from that game. So, you know, it's just more of a bigger risk, especially Yang. I feel like you probably have more leeway to try to cleanse, because after that first Yang, it's just straight chaos from the whole lobby. You can potentially get away with murder and try to cleanse out one or two of your players, and, you know, from there you probably have dark tie coins. I mean, it's just so much. It's just so much that you gotta take accountability for. But yeah, we're waiting up to see how our game 2 starts off. Who do you think is gonna take it? Who are you gonna stick with your boys? Are you gonna go with RW, or what are we?
Okay, my goats DRG are not looking the strongest right now, but they are pretty cool, right? So I in my heart, I hope we see the DRG win. In my head, thinking as purely analytical and without bias, I think that we are gonna see either YZG or TE win. My underdog, my hot take, Seb, is RW or DRG. DRG is like my heart. My hot take is RW, and then my head is saying either YZG or TE are going to take it.
Okay. I actually don't know.
Really?
Yeah, I'm still like, I feel like for me personally, I don't feel like I'm like super knowledgeable here in the trios. Like I've seen the teams play, yeah, but it's not like engraved in my memory. Like if we talk about solos, you know, like in solos, like I've been doing it for so long. I'm a lot more, I would say,
you know exactly what's
knowledgeable about it. Yeah. So for trios, for me, it's always a toss-up. But from what I've seen, YZG look good. TE as well. RW can be one of them teams that just upsets everybody. I mean, I'm just thinking about who was in that top 3, you know, with just the point difference from even that 4th place, because from what I remember, it was like a 20-point difference from 3rd to 4th, and that team that was 4th just didn't manage to have that crazy pop-off game that not even team 1's had probably like 30 to 4 points more. So yeah, I feel like there's a gap right there in the top 4. So yeah, I don't know, bro. It's gonna be interesting for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, like with the absence of a like a really scary team like JL, right? Since they've disbanded and kind of all jumped over to new rosters. With the absence of like Bauda, JL, all of those teams that we saw last year, and we've kind of seen all of these players switch over, there is no like defining super powerhouse team, right? And that's what T is attempting to do with this lineup, right? One Fang, TXJ, and Sam are like 3 of the goats of this game. But like 17S, last year's world champion, Rico and Xiao Hao, also last year world champions. So those are, you know, some of the prime players. Cuckoo 2 has been in the league for so long. QGG and Cuckoo 2 have been playing together forever. 330, CJS, and LXM, those are just the OGs. They're never going to switch up on each other. If I ever see a GG trade and they get another team member, it's going to be sad. Like, as honestly sadder than like losing like a relationship. Like that is the team. They've been together for so long. If they ever break up, I'm gonna be very sad. But we're jumping in game number 2. It's about to start here, and yeah, I'm gonna predict 10 plus points are gonna go to YZG and TE respectively. SR might be up there. But I do think that GG and SR are going to be kind of like that 3rd, 4th place spot. YZG and TE are going to be in like that 1st, 2nd competing spot. And then the rest are going to be kind of following down below.
Not surprised. Not surprised. First round selection being Enor Hadi's a ping. Like I mentioned earlier, I mean, that comp just every single day is just first round selected by every single team. Mirror matched. Yeah, mirror matched. I was thinking about solos with the Lee. So yeah, mirror match every single time. We had a Viper variation there for round 2. But now into round 3. Maybe we get the Tumult, Aqua, Syra, Viper. There you go, the Tumult, Takeda, Monk. This is what you was waiting for in the martial arts ultimate when you were referencing the Temi, but instead they had the Kurumi in there instead of the Tumult. But you know, this is the traditional Sand Siphon right there in play. Nope, no, it's not. No, it's not. Missing the zip. But overall now SR. Now waiting out. See who they're gonna pick. Potentially. I'll probably say XKG. Potentially bring out Avalda, SR. Not sure who they're gonna run with. Lee for ZXL, Justina, Yushan, okay. And then for SR, still looking to see who they're going to pick out for their game 2. I can't quite remember which was even the team that's here that runs Valda. I actually don't believe we even have the team that was trying out that Valda competition in the other days.
Alliance. I believe it was Alliance.
It might have been
last
Alliance.
year. It was Bowdown.
No, I'm talking about this year though. There's no Trios Alliance this year though, right?
Yeah, there is.
There is?
Yes, there is. They just lost. They just lost in losers bracket.
Okay.
Here we go. Everybody's locked in. Everybody's got everything set up to get ready to jump into these games. And it's cool. On the tournament client, as I have gotten to play on, they have, as soon as you do the band pick in the other software, those heroes automatically are the only ones that are available for your team to play. So it is very cool to see that. Like you actually can't accidentally click and play on another hero. So it does minimize the risk of having to restart a match. And I know it's just something, a little fun fact that I thought you guys should know, because that's pretty cool. And now we're taking a look at XKG. They managed to climb up to the losers bracket, if I'm not mistaken. The second one, I don't believe they went through the first losers bracket, but I know they went through the second one. They went through one of the two of them, and I haven't really seen too much come out from them. They haven't been like the most outstanding team that we watched play. So I'm really hoping we get to see a little bit more coming up from them today. As lots of the newer teams like RW and Invictus Gaming, we just saw them pop off first day, crazy. And they came out explosive, ready to play. They obviously had some flaws with their gameplay. XKG has just seemed a little bit, it's not, I wouldn't say unremarkable, but they're very baseline. They've got all of their bases covered, but they play very uniform, and they just don't feel as like hungry for all of those kills that we've seen. Like they're losing a lot of their early and mid game fights, getting caught out, and oftentimes not making it to end game. So I'd really like to see a step up from them here today.
I'm just thinking of what team we lost for trios.
JL and Bauda are two of them.
Oh, that we still have in solos. I can't remember. I've been just beating myself up. I thought it was Alliance, but it's not.
No, every solos team.
Every solo team got a trio.
I'm like 90% sure of that. Twitter, give me the answers, please.
I'll look into it later, because I'm just thinking of right before the season started, I was looking at the player transfers, and I was looking at the teams. But I mean, like you've been mentioning, it's just so many teams got cut off, and then we've had new names as well, so it's kind of hard to just keep up with it all. But now, locking in game number 2, first BR game of the day. It's gonna be exciting. Teams are locked and loaded. What do we got here? Who's stressing out a little bit? YZG's 140, just chilling, not in game is kind of crazy. Not gonna lie. He heard me. He's like, all right, my bad. 135.
Yeah, we got RW over there
69.
So I think I'm looking at kind of tournament bracket wise. So we have Shen Yuan, who's on the new team that took out of, what was Shen Yuan's old team name? ASE. ASE's new rebrand. Yes, they're not a team anymore, but they have a new team. They lost in losers bracket. I can't remember the team name. But it's Shen Yuan's new team. Then we've also got Invictus Gaming, which is where Wang Liang is. They have solos and trios. WBG for Verse. Fun Plus Phoenix for Zhao. SS1 for Frostivus. Alliance has Paste. So we lost a couple teams. We got a few new ones, and then but I don't think that there's a team that's in solos that's not in trios as well. Anyways, kicking things off, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2, our first battle royale of the day. As we're going to see coming in is going to be TE, one of the members of DRG. That's one member of TE already fully eliminated. TXJ going to burn that Viper ultimate, and it's kited out beautifully for the members of DRG as they're going to bring this back in. TXJ going to be taking a lot of damage. Beautiful shift parry to be able to, oh my goodness, MY gonna be able to ult at the last second there just to avoid any of that extra damage. He's gonna be able to get that Soul Bloom off of One Fang, and TE are gonna go down as the boys DRG put up the first 3 kills of the game.
It's good. Some clean fights there off rip. Need that continue scaling now. This whole Zone is there, but no, YZG starting to rotate on in. You see QGG on that front line with that purple greatsword. DRG burned 2 ultimates. You see them trying to retreat. YZG trying to capitalize off of the situation. QGG looking for the opening. A little bit of pressure there with the range. Overholds. Doesn't eat up the damage though. Loses all the armor in the back end on Q now. Trying to set up there for the peel. You see them trying to cut off on the bottom side of this terrain. QGG though spins it back to getting parry. He's gonna get caught off of this. And now this is bad here for YZG's QGG. Eats up the damage, sends it again. The parry connects. It's a 1v2 on the top side, 1v2 on the bottom side. But Kakashi has the ult, being able to live out the pressure there from YZG. And now the grab there onto Cuckoo with the Hadi ultimate being invested as well. The double grab from Kakashi, being able to force out the prism there off the Hadi. They do manage to go on the top side of the terrain, but they lose one member. Not sure they're gonna be able to bounce back from this. My first one in here for the Tumult. Lockdown potentially, if there's no Ozone, gets popped. Does manage to do so. Now the Tumult ultimate invested, looking for the Wisp. Doesn't manage to do so. The drop down there, massive parry there from Mai. And now YZG is gonna be taking the trip to the Soul Ultra pretty quickly here, as we see now them just laying down the pressure by DRG. Kakashi gonna be able to eat up the damage, but it doesn't even matter. 1v2, 1v1, 3v1s, whatever the case may be, doesn't matter. DRG gonna be able to stay.
That's my goats.
Yep.
That's my goats. Oh my goodness. First 6 kills in the game going to DRG, and they took out, who did they take out? YZG and TE, the 2 teams that I was thinking that were probably going to be the ones to come away with victory here. As we're going to be taking a look at XKG. Looks like 2Tick manages to pick up a kill on the Justina. Freeze is going to come in onto AB as well. RW getting cleaned up incredibly quickly on the outside here. It looks like 2Tick has taken his revive. So we did see a kill go to RW in the first bit, but the Salty Res looked like to have paid off in their favor, as they're going to be able to take out so much of this Predoria money spot here that we're going to be seeing. ZXL going to be just getting a little bit of extra value in here. So we're going to flip over. Take a look at the scoreboard. SR's on 2, XKG's on 2, DRG on 6, and RW on 1. Everybody else spawning back up as these floating piles starting to go live. Oh my goodness. Is LXM like unironically running Focus Slide in? Please drop it. Please drop new Focus Slide. It's parryable now. We're playing Focus Slide in Nbpl. Wow.
Left a purple halberds too in the Mercury River, so whoever runs by that is gonna have a nice little treat. But yeah, they were nicely scaled up. I believe it was 2 purple armors, I think, maybe just 1, but purple weapons across the whole board there for that squad. YZG now trying to bounce back there from losing their off spawn fight. Could be running into TE. Looks like TE as well rotated towards the same area of the map. QGG, the Enor here for this team. Gonna go ahead and just scout out. Potentially spotted the Hadi there on the backside. See him now getting chased down here from 1Fong. Syra here for TE. QGG retreats there. Back to his squad mate. Cuckoo still with that common armor. Could be very rough here. You have to stay up. This is both teams' life here on the line with no resurrection in play, and the aggression is going to be happening here. TE being the main aggressors. Oh, beautiful grapple bump there in the air onto TXJ. Loses all that armor. Is going to be forced to pot this ultimate pretty soon. If he doesn't manage to live out the pressure here from the Enor, there goes the ground slam. Big damage there onto TXJ, but it's sustained there from the Syra is there. Now the Viper ultimate is going to be invested. Chained up here in this Aqua's ultimate. Nowhere to go. Having the Prism, though, for the safety net. Do manage to live out the pressure. Cuckoo still gets stunned. Doesn't even matter. 1Fong takes out QGG. Looking at the Viper, they're trying to see if they can even out the health pool here, or the elimination pool. Now the F2 invested it from the Akos, not being able to do so. TXJ still up. 1Fong being able to stay up. Now the pressure going towards TE's way. This is still good for them though. YZG's Cuckoo tries to back on up. They have their eyes on an opponent in the backside. Not sure who that was. 17S. No armor in play. You see the Vipers. You're going to try to live out here for this team. And TE trying to clean this up onto 17S. A little bit of movement error that could be his life. There goes the shutdown off the F into the R&B bonk. And TE now bouncing back, eliminating 2 players here from YZG.
And 2 kills onto one of the top teams, especially the team that's in a point lead right now. They are not going to be completely done, as Cuckoo 2 still managed to get away. And that was their strategy. They said, okay, we're losing this fight. we're in a very tough spot right now. We've already lost QGG. Let's split up. Let's each go one way. They're going to follow one of us. Let's try and get our Zipping as far away as possible. Zipping's going to try and do some quests, get some extra money, try not to run into anybody else in this game for the remainder of this mid to late game, and try and get the rest of his teammates back up so they can rescale, get themselves back in. It looks like DRG have plans to go into that realm of Yang as they're fighting against the members of SR. And this is going to be, it's actually going to be XKG that's going to meet them in there. And this cannonball composition, the ice ball with the Xunhuan Li, it is a difficult one to fight against, especially when you're fighting Monk into it. The Yushan is going to be doing a lot of good work to be able to just completely take out DRG Kakashi's health bar. Look at this Xunhuan just doing so much to stop any extra damage from coming through. The freezes are coming in. Dongsheng's going to be taking a lot of damage. They do manage to take the Justina out here, so we're going to see a slam coming in here. But MY going to get brought incredibly low. Justina Dash just used to back off of this situation. MY's already gone down as ZXL with a range shot from downtown is going to be able to come through with a lot of damage. Oh, big focus, 1-2. They managed to grab 2 players off into this, and we're going to see the meter dump coming up with that F ability comes through. Oh my goodness, Junshan with the slaps. That is diabolical here. Now the 3v1. XKG is going to take him out, and that's just a bad matchup for DRG there as they're going to head back to the Soul Altar on Yang Depletion.
3 slaps back to back. Unfortunate though, GG and RW. I think we still have a 3v3 happening. Big blistering there from LXM. I believe RAB now on the other hand. Trying to stay up here. The Viper here for the squad, but it doesn't even matter. It's going to be a cleanup there for that team. GG. Winning out their Yang. Go Katana. Rough. It's a little rougher when I have in trios, unless you have Jades. Even a Hong Sword, I believe it's just, it's not a very favorable weapon into these trio comps. You're hoping for fist blades, flying knives, spears, staffs, something with that long range pressure, even a pole sword. But overall now, they are going to count their blessings, now continuing their aggression with this safety net of that Vermilion's Birds Might, that being GG Wolves, XKG, TE, snagging up that Spirit Well, going to be having that Draco Storm there for that buff. Teams like DRG, SR, and RW are going to be fighting to try to cleanse out that Yang depletion. See here for TE, did not enter Realm, so they are going to be having that buff in play from the Draco. Pretty stacked up though. We saw 2 purple weapons or 2 purple armors, and possibly 2 out of the 3 players having purple weapons as well. But teams like Wolves are waiting to see who they engage. This is a good weapon too. Fan in hand here for ZK off that Yang. 2 minutes could be the meeting point of this aggression, might be in the center of the map, but we're looking at the mini map. DRG potentially going to be spawning near here. XKG's in the mix as well. Wolves already going on in. 2 tick in the other hand on that Justina. Sees the aggression from ZK. Want to capitalize as fast as possible. The 1-2-3 is good. Now team starts to form on in. Massive pair. ZK eats up a lot of damage. Weaves that first one there on the lead. Does have the ultimate here to try to sustain out the pressure, but now 2 tick is gonna give a little bit of that damage. ZK falls off that engagement. That's XKG snagging up that kill. Teams now potentially backing on up. No, GG now joins the fray, and now it's just gonna be a full lobby of aggression. Look at the minimap. DRG moving on in, and this is what I'm talking about here. Said the aggression out of first Yang is just insane.
Yeah, as soon as we get out here, after this situation of the Yang depletion players trying to fight each other, we've also got all these Vermilion players trying to put extra points up onto the board, as we're going to see. Oh my goodness, beautiful find on a ZXL as he just gets absolutely decimated by the members of GG, as RW is going to try and jump in here and catch a third party onto these GG players. As we're going to see, oh my goodness, Cube is going to be available for them. They are going to be able to get out, and that's just like the only counter to this composition is that Cube, as we do see the drop on come through. Now CJS just looking to get active. They've still got 42 seconds left of buff. They're ready to go, and oh my goodness, the members of RW getting absolutely decimated as AV is going to go down. We're going to see Youth go down as well. Only their Syra remains, as the sustain just was not nearly enough for them to really survive in. And now SR going to try and come in and cleanse their Yang depletion, as all of these other players have managed to get their cleanses down. CJS is going to go down. 330 is going to go down as SR picks up 2, manages to grab blooms, and they are all fully cleansed out. Only person who doesn't have a full team up right now is YZG, and they are missing 1 player. RW, actually, sorry, is also missing 2 players. But YZG still managing to bring them back into this game, even though they're on 0 eliminations. We've got RW with 1 elimination on the board. They've only got 1 player left. DRG has managed to put themselves up to quite a few kills here. As it looks like they have lost a member, though, interestingly enough. As one of their members fully dead here. But they've... Where did we see... MY. MY's dead. They just caught MY out, I guess. I don't know why or where he died, but I thought he wasn't on Yang depletion. So, they're on 10 kills, though. So they're on 15 points, tied with YZG, which means that they only need an average... I guess YZG, they need 12.5 more points. So DRG needs to get 22.5 points more minimum if they want to get the... availability to match point after round 3.
That's a drawback, right? Being one of those teams that has that Vermilion Spirits might, yeah, you have that safety net. You are the one full aggressing. But time and time again, I see just the whole lobby meeting up at a certain point, and you know you're gonna get third, fourth party, and just hoping to snag up as much eliminations as possible in that first round of aggression, because after that, it quickly becomes a 3v9, 3v12, whatever, how many teams starts rotating on in, right? It's just so fast, so much aggression. You get caught up, not next to your team, you can get completely shut down, just like XKG's member did there off of just the Enor ultimate. I mean, it's just, you know, it's a double-edged sword, but you got to hope for the best. And, you know, a lot of the teams that had that Yang depletion just fully cleansed there. Now onto the second round of Yang. Team starting to rotate on in. You see Wolves already in, I believe. YZG trying to take it as well. No, this is for Spiritual. We have GG and XKG already in. Ener, Zapine, Hottie there for GG. Justina, Lee, and Yushan there for XKG. Starting off from the top ropes. Already investing the F here. Potentially going for the F recast. Gets caught out here between both players. Has it to get a little bit of the distance, but loses a lot of this armor. XKG applying that pressure. There goes the match for the Transformer. The Yushan out there for XKG. CJS has a lot of ground to cover here. Has to try to stay up and mobile to peel for his teammates to get caught up. But John in the top side, you see him being able to get the overheads, R&Bs, and now the pressure is in. The damage is unfolding. A lot of players dropping very low. The armors are out there for 2 ticks. CJS, though, trying to stay up. The drag slash connects as well. The aerial R&B. 2 tick just getting shredded there, but 330 as well. Gets hit by the freeze into the R&B. Beautifully done. Massive parry out of the transformation mode onto CJS. Beautifully done. Does get the damage onto Jun. And now, I don't know if the tables are turning. XKG look very weak.
Yeah, XKG not looking too good right now. They're going to lose 1 member. That's 2, and 3 is going to be just a second. As we see the Pole Sword Stoneform Riposte coming out from LXM. He's got that bang done. I need them to make a baseball skin where for that Jade, you throw the baseball up and they just send a baseball through. Would be fire. Anyways, GG's CJS got himself that golden hung sword, putting in a lot of extra work with that as Wolves managed to min-max capture the Spirit Well. No fighting on this Spirit Well. Whichever team becomes first to cap this is usually the team that's going to get it, just because these players don't want to risk taking a super long fight. A team comes out of Yang with buff and is just like, okay, I'm going to clean up all of you guys now. Have a good rest of your night. But now it looks like GG has managed to surpass Team DRG by 1 point in this game. So we're going to take a little bit of a replay from SR versus TE in the realm of Yang. And so we are going to see, this is our other side Yang match. Oh, big grab coming out here. One Fang going to be able to get that. We're going to see the ultimate coming through here, but One Fang gets eliminated before TXJ can even get that Viper ultimate to finish. And they have Takeda ultimate already up. So Temi ultimate is going to be playing a factor there as well. TXJ is going to get him, so almost gets the double grab through here. And see the Temi wall, pushing into the Temi wall, and then bang, 1, 2, 3. And everyone with the pole sword is just going to be rocking that burn damage coming through on the Soul Jade as just so powerful there.
Yeah, I mean, this is pulsar release. It's gotten tuned, but you see it's still deadly. It's gotten tuned a lot. But overall, 2 teams with a Yang depletion, XKG, TE. Yeah, 3 teams very close, right? GG, DRG, and SR. Obviously, SR has the upper hand with 1 elimination over DRG, but GG only with 2 to 3 eliminations apart as well. And then you have XKG still having to cleanse, so they are going to be engaging a fight pretty soon. And I mean, it can go anybody's way. We already have halfway to 20 out the door here from 2 teams, so it's going to be a high point game already as we see it. GG currently in first though with 16, followed up by DRG and YZG with 15, SR 14, Wolves, XKG, TE 9. Super close. I mean, it's super close. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see how this pans out. Teams like RW though very struggling with only the Syra alive, and man, I don't know fully how the trios is now with, you know, who runs money. Are we still running money, or what the case is? You know, with less teams on the field, I do know like the Dark Tide coins distribution got increased with less teams, but you know, I feel like it's still a lot. It's still pretty hard to have enough to buy Rebirth charms, especially in a format like this. You see him, as soon as I say that, he does manage to pick 1 player up, that being Yuan for RW. TE though, with 2 minutes and a half to see if they can find something. They do manage to see the scrolls though, so it looks like they're going to be picking up that Valiant challenge potentially if they want to get the aggression. Now Yuan buys 1 out, so I think that's a full buyback or bring back. Oh no, it was a purchase into another purchase. So Yuan now is going to go resurrect. Did have enough coins, still has 10k left as well. So Dark Tide situation good here for RW. Going to be going inside the zone to go for the resurrection. A little bit of a challenge as well. I think that's a major buff too. Being able to see where every scroll is at, I think gives you a good representation. I didn't see the yellow one there, so I don't know if it just shows reds, but if it shows all, I feel like it's a lot easier. Okay, so it's a lot easier to get coins than, you know,
I think it only shows the bounty and Valiant challenge. I don't think it shows like money quests, like Cash Hunter and the golden one.
Yeah, because I
could be wrong there.
I didn't see it. I could be wrong.
Yeah. Here we go, jumping into another big fight. It's going to be XKG versus ZXL coming through here against the members of TE, as we are going to see Aiko's ult has been dropped down for the members of TE, and 2Tick's just going to get absolutely wiped out. Junshan now taking quite a bit of damage. Viper ultimate is going to be coming through here. That powerful dazzle from the Syra onto that Yushan, just doing so much to tank out that ult timer. Ult is still up. Oh my goodness, that's going to be Zem going down here. That's unfortunate for Team TE. The only player that managed to cleanse has gone down. So if they die out here, this is going to be very rough for them. 20 seconds left to cleanse that Yang depletion. TE are in a very, very rough spot right now. It's actually YZG managed to pick up their first kill as XKG ZXL goes down to him. As the members of YZG finally starting to get their footing back into this game. They managed to pick up another elimination here. Goes back into the zone. Oh my goodness, what a cube at the very last second for the members of YZG to just get that rotate over. And they take out almost all the members of TE completely. I think they have their Syra left, but no other members of TE do remain. DRG at 10, SR at 11. They've been climbing pretty quickly here. YZG at 1 and GG at 9. Their total points still giving them that second place spot, even though they've only got 1 kill in the game.
I mean, it's just rough, especially with the zone closing. You pick the fight about 1:30. Just so many teams can potentially be near each other, as we saw there. Just teams started to rotate on in, and you did have an ISO there for the first round, but it quickly becomes a fourth-party situation there so quickly, and you lose members. Can't even get the cleanse out there onto the Syra. It's just rough. It's just rough there for TE not being able to really capitalize off of that engagement. But overall, still have 3 players with that Yang depletion. 1 for YZG, 1 for TE, 1 for RW. Youth picking up elimination onto 1 Fong though, so this will be 1 on the board. The Viper's gonna cleanse off of that, I believe. Inside the zone. Now we're gonna have to wait and see the pressure from SR. Up with 11 right now still. GG pick up 1 elimination there in that Scrabble that we saw. So there are up to 9 XEM. On the other hand, it's just gonna die to the zone, give it up there, knowing that, you know, it's not possible for us. Let's just not give anybody else another point. So we'll leave the corruption to do its job. And there it is. Now we're going to start unfolding our end game here for RW and crew, or AB and crew.
Unfortunate.
They tried, but oh, and common armor. Yeah, you're gonna be completely looked at there. You see the range shots being flying in from everywhere. It gets hit by a headshot as well. And now the Cyrus forced to pop this ultimate. And this is bad here for this squad. As soon as that ultimate is gone, you're just gonna see these teams fighting to get the last hit there onto that player.
And no ult zone gets popped too, so the ultimate ends even earlier than it should have. And they're managing a decent amount of scale. Find a blue armor, find a blue armor. No blue armors. That's quite unfortunate. Oh no, oh no, oh no, AB's on 1 HP right now. They do the armor swap technique here. No purple, no armor swap onto AV. Oh my goodness, 330 with the shot. Yeah, they hit it. They managed to hit it as GG's coming in on the side. They managed to grab that Soul Bloom as well, because one of the members of YZG still has that Yang depletion on him. SR did manage to claim that Yang Spirit Well, so that's going to give them quite a bit. And there we go. Youth is going to go down. Oh, YZG tried to jump in there to steal it. I don't think they managed to grab Bloom either. That would be funny if they managed to steal Bloom, as Yuan, last remaining member of RW, gonna just get spotted out so quickly. Blue and Gray's armors in that situation, you're just not doing too good. CJS though has got Thunderstorm and Soul Slash on that katana, as I saw 2 gold hexagons on the bottom side of his screen. It's gonna be an interesting one to see how if he's gonna be able to get any damage off with that, or if it's just gonna get parried instantly. But you know, it'd be a cool one to see, as it looks like Kakashi might have gotten hit by the Bane's Breath. Was forced to ult up here, as we're going to see last Spirit Well getting ready to spawn in. YZG just trying to hold here. Looks like they're going to be fighting against SR for this. SR does have that buff from the Yang Spirit Well. Cuckoo 2 is going to be taking a lot of damage. The peel's going to come through. Does QGG get the peel? Yes, he does. He's able to come through, provide great dodges for his teammates. But Cuckoo 2 now just getting absolutely pieced up. He's able to dodge pretty well here. I believe he has the ultimate popped as well. He needs to get that ult value back, as GG deciding to just back off this. They want to play the long game, right? They're going to play from distance as well as DRG, but SR still trying to hold for as long as possible on this Spirit Well. Ooh, Cuckoo 2 goes down.
It's another one for Wolves. That's 5 now. I mean, this is Draco. If you're able to capture this, you see GG now trying to capitalize, or trying to aggress now the Spirit Well. They do manage to bully off that team, but now the aggression happening there from GG as well. YZG 17S is just completely shredded there from NHQ, and now Wolves snag up another one. CJS and crew are going to back on up. Wolves now front and center of the Spirit Well. SR right next to each other, waiting to see if they can start moving on in. You see the pressure there from DRG on the left side, right side there for Wolves. I mean, just so much pressure here onto Wolves. Now it's gonna be forcing out the Yushan ultimate here by XN, looking for the overheads. The Furin shoves are out as well there for Wolves, or for SR, sorry. Wolves, XN is gonna eat up a little bit of this damage. Not too close to capturing now, building up that meter. Big parry there, that's massive. Wolves needed this. Now they're gonna nearly capture it now. They are gonna be able to get that. The Dragon Storm is in play now, and getting those ults right back on up.
Oh my goodness.
SR. Wolves now being able to inflict full punishment there onto SR. Manages to snag up 2. Rico, on the other hand, has that Timmy ult for a little bit of coverage, but not for long. NHQ now front and center. The Monk does manage to pop that ultimate, and now GG waiting in now, as well as DRG, but the damage is done there by Wolves, and SR now with a lone Monk have a lot of ground to cover. Does manage to get the Google Stomp into the grab, but I mean, that's a big target. Look at the range pressure, completely shredding that white HP. Wait, he gets eliminated.
HQ goes down.
Wait.
330 with the sniper shot from downtown. SR is going to get fully eliminated as Wolves DK manages to pick up that kill. But this is Wolves right now. Their playstyle is mimicking their 2023 Thanos Snap playstyle with the White Tiger's prowess. They're just decimating with Draco Storm right now. They're getting really good RNG with those lightning strikes as well, but now they are down to 2 players. So these members of DRG just starting to jump in. We're going to see the Monk ult coming out, as well as that Yushan ultimate, but it is the F2 version, so we're not going to see any sort of impale CC go on. ZK has been grabbed out, but Draco Storm going to not allow him to go for that grab. GG's LXM, big come through here, but oh my goodness, Kakashi didn't manage to get any of the punches, so he's not getting any of that health back on those grabs here. As we are going to see now, oh, big thunderstorm into F. Oh my goodness, CJS is cooking right now. Dongqing now forced to go. Oh no, the impale through. Dongqing getting, oh, the double impale onto Kakashi. CJS is absolutely cooking his competition right now as Kakashi takes to the skies. Ultimate still with a decent amount of time left on it as well. He's going to be able to hold this for a little bit longer. Now GG on 13 eliminations, really showing why. Another impale before the round comes through. Nbpl comes out at the very last second. We're going to see the Soul Slash coming in. Oh, Soul Slash into Thunderstorm. Do it, do it, do it, Cook. As we're going to see, oh, F into the sky just to gain that reposition. 330 goes down. So CJS, oh my goodness, all of these players are still kind of separating from each team, right? It's not one single team that has taken the reins into this fight. Everybody's down a member right now. GG's down a member, Wolves down a member, DRG's down a member. 6 people in a 2v2v2. DRG definitely looking to be in one of the worst spots I think I've seen them this entire game. It looks like they're going to lose one of their players right now. ZK gets Kakashi. CJS gets the parry onto XN. Pushes them out into the zone. Soul Slash into the thunderstorm. Oh, XN manages to dodge it, but just barely. Jump parry comes through. ZK with a huge parry on the backside. CJS on the backside of this everything. Oh my goodness, CJS is gonna go down. XN picks up the elimination. Now it's Wolves versus MY is still alive. MY is still alive. DRG might be able to get the second place win here as GG's LXM still trying to hold for as long as possible. Gets sent out into the zone. 19 seconds left. He's got the hottie cube up in the sky as well here. DRG's MY going to be able to hold it. And there we go. Wolves are going to take the win, but DRG are going to fight valiantly for that second place spot. F ability invested. Will we see him pick up a kill? No, we don't. But Wolves, oh my goodness. Absolutely dominating with that Draco Storm in the final circle.
Nah, Wolves, Wolves are on a whole different time. Wolves are on a whole different time. They went to that end game with 3 limbs. 3 to 4 limbs into that end game. They weren't even fully stacked up. They was in a 2v3v3v3 for about 3 minutes all the way towards the end game, and they managed to start picking up one by one. They lost one of their members shortly after they captured Draco, right? They still managed to stay composed, clean up. I think end with 12 or 13 plus the dub. What was really shutting down GG and DRG right there. I mean, that was insane to watch. I couldn't believe. I was just keeping my eye on the kill feed, and I just kept seeing Wolves eliminated so and so, Wolves eliminated so and so. It was just clean there for Wolves. I don't know. And he got ult back up just in time if he needed that Yushan ultimate. No one pressured it down. The other 2 members played the mid to high ground, and they were able to get that reset in the bottom side of that end circle. I mean, that was clean there from Wolves. We're gonna have to see that replay back to see how those how they got those last set of eliminations there. It was just a complete tear there from Wolves. I thought they were gonna get shut down when they lost that one member, and hey, they did not care. They stayed up. I mean, that was clean. I don't know. That was clean.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they were looking incredibly strong throughout that entire day. Like, it was the early game was really strong. Their mid-game recovery after Yang was really good. Their skirmishes in Imperium were incredibly strong, well thought out, and well fought. And then we see them towards the end game. They start to lose that little bit of strength after they claim that spirit well. They end up going down a member, but that Draco Storm just acts as the third player. Anytime that one of them would get grabbed up by a monk, that Draco Storm was just stunning them out. There were so many different things that happened where they were just getting ruined by the fact that they were getting stunned out.
We got a game. We got a set of games. That was just first BR game. We got our second set of questions, though. The question is going to be, which team used hero Zunhuan Lee in game 2? A, GG, B, DRG, C, YZG, or D, XKG. If you guys are watching our YouTube, swap on over to Twitch in order to get a chance of winning a special gift box. You guys spam and chat. You guys know the deal, how it is here for the answer for treasures. But yeah, we got a set of games here, Seb. I mean, that's what I was saying. From what I would watch, it was like 3 teams being able to full dominate, but now we got about 4 or 5, and it's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be a long day. a full NARAKA trios, but our MVP is going to be going to Wolves. 14 eliminations. I need to see the overall standings now, seeing how it looks.
Yeah, so we got an 18 game score in game number 1. That's higher than 12.5. Any team, so SR, DRG, and GG and Wolves have all gotten over 12 points, right? Which was the criteria for if YZG had gotten over 12.5 points in each game. So they needed to get above 10 points basically to get themselves in contention for like being on track for match points. So all the teams in the top 4 managed to do so. Wolves managing to pick up 18 total points. Absolute insanity, as 9 kills going to ZK on that Shunhwan Lee, the absolute insane threat of the lobby. I still think that this comp is more value than the Hadi Enor. Hadi Enor is great. Hadi Enor is amazing. It is very scary, but Shunhwan Yushan, it just feels cooler in a sense, if that makes sense. So now Wolves, more than half of the way there to getting themselves into that match point threshold already after 2 games at 24 points. GG trailing with 22 in second place, and DRG in third with 18. YZG with 16 and SR with 15 points. So all of these teams, like YZG only put up 1 point that game, but since they had so many pre-post points and they won the original duels, and like you said, you were like, oh, YZG is a team that usually does good in the BR. They don't normally win this. Maybe we'll see them roll. And they ended up only getting 1 point in that first BR, as DRG had a really good start to this game, picking up 6 kills on 2 of the, I believe, the most strong teams in the game. TE also nowhere to be found that game. Just absolutely decimated after that first Yang against SR, and they were not able to recover from it.
And I mean, as well as me saying that the martial arts don't really matter either, right? I mean, GG and DRG not even taking any points from game 1, and they just completely shredded their first BR game too. And then, YZG, I didn't see them win any of the martial arts, and then they shredded in game 2, but today they won the martial arts and just had a slow start for the first BR match. So it's just crazy how all that works. But I mean, just look at Wolves just being in flow state here, man, being able to capitalize off of all these situations. CK and that boy XN being able to be that 2-man strong army there for Wolves, being able to capitalize off of that Draco Spirit Well that really turned the tides like a switch, right? Instantly, as soon as that Draco hit, they managed to get an elimination as quick as possible. I believe they pick up another one as well. They lose a member and they still managed to stay up, and then just, man, it was just clean there. And then the front center being ZK there on lead with 24,000 damage, 9 eliminations, scatter shot, palm lightning, standard damage reduction, slow shot. I mean, we saw that hit there from mid-range. The slow shot being able to have that damage there, just chunking off so much HP, advanced heal and group heal as well. I mean, this character, man, it's a problem. This character is such a problem. Shreds the Transformers. You got to respect that F too. I feel like the F is probably this, if not the scariest thing in this guy's kit. Yeah, it's a 3v3, but still, it's just, man, the hit to the top of the dome is just so good on that character. I don't know. I kind of look at him like a prime Syra, but better, if that makes sense. Because Syra was different too.
He's got like a a very unique kit, right? Like we haven't seen anybody with like a crouch ability, right? When you're jumping in the air and you press C, right, which is similar to like the ACOS jump pounce, right? Like not the recast pounce, but like when you jump and then you LMB and you do like the little tiny leap to get CC, you're able to do that into a combo, right? So you can animation cancel your jump C into a combo, but you know what? We're gonna animation cancel that conversation into a break, and we'll be right back after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2026 NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. First finals here for the year for Trios. My name is Creatives. I'm here with Seb. We just saw game 2 being unfolded. Beautiful games there from Woods, being able to bounce back, pick up big eliminations there in that end game. But also we had teams like DRG, GG, SR picking up a good amount of chunky kills too there throughout that whole game too. So it's a battle, right? It's a battle. We got 2 teams already halfway to that threshold, 40 points being that mark. Seb, talk to me, bro. How do you feel about that game?
It is absolutely crazy that we're getting to see this going on right now.
Yeah.
Wolves with the super explosive performance in game 2 after not playing too well. I mean, they did get second place, I do believe, in the duels in our martial artists.
Yes, they did.
Game mode. So we did get to see a little bit of that coming out here. But the one thing that I did notice coming through is YZG. They only put 1 point up on the board. They managed. They take an off spawn fight against DRG. DRG absolutely cooked them. That's my goat right there. DRG, let's go. And then we see in the second fight, they're taking on TE, and they take that early game fight with no revives because they're just like, we're going to ego this, we can get this kill. But TE are also on no revives, so they know that this is like a do or die fight. They end up losing. They try to get the buyback, and they manage to salvage a game with decent placement, and they managed to get a kill on the board, but they didn't put as many points up on the board as they could have, or typically should have, if they wanted to get that match point threshold. But we've still got 6 games left to go today, potentially. We could finish in 2 more games, but we could also potentially finish in 6. So we've got game 2 coming up, or game 3, I guess it is. I was like, why are we going to break? It's only game 1, but it's game 3 already out of potentially 8, as we're going to be jumping in here. C8, what have you got? Let's get a hot take prediction coming through here for our next game, because I'm saying hot take, we're going to see RW MVP game number 2.
Ooh, you want hot take? I'm going to say YZG is going to MVP game 3.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you put in that situation where you have to savage the game, and it just messes up the flow so much, the game plan is completely shifted to a whole 360, right? Or 180, right? It just shifts you in a very bad situation where you have to try to buy back. You can't sit ground, scale up, post up for that realm. You just got to try to bounce back, which is very hard to do so in trios. And with 8 teams, you kind of off of the drop zones, you look at who's around, where you can rotate, who's going to be around. So it's just so much that you got to take into consideration whenever you put into, you're the last player for your team. Both of your teammates got taken out. We just lost our off spawn fight. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's just they were not able to have that the lane that they needed for the start of game 2. So for the hot take, I'll give it a YZG.
Okay. I feel like YZG is a good team and they're capable of bouncing back. So I feel like it's not the hottest take in the world, but it's the hottest take I've gotten out of you so far. As I'm always like, see, give me a hot take. You're like, I think the team that's really good at the game is gonna win the game. So this guy's a sure thing. This guy's a sure thing better only. He's the guy. He's the guy that takes the 1.3x multiplier instead of going for the 7-leg parlay. We're different in that way, but I respect it. I respect the opinion.
Look,
you're almost always right. Most of the time I'm wrong, but when I'm right, it's crazy.
Listen. I get clowned all the time because in every single game I play meta. I'm gonna play it because it's broken. I'm gonna go with a team that's the best because it's broken. So
if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Oh man.
Sometimes you just gotta try that 0.1% chance to survive. 0.1% chance. You gotta bet your life savings on these players. Better, huh? It feels so much better. Yeah. You know how many times I've gone all in with my channel points and won like hundreds of thousands? In the long run, it definitely is less profitable than picking the sure thing, but it is always a great story when the underdog comes through for the win, and that's what I absolutely love to see, because it is just insane when we get to see an underdog story. Do you remember Wolves Kai Bao coming through the losers bracket repechage in like way back in the day, 2022, 2021 Nbpl seasons, and he just like had that one pop-off game. It's like he needs at least 15 kills to get himself into the finals. He's never going to do it, and he manages to do it, and it goes absolutely insane.
We saw a trios team too to qualify for finals. I think they needed like a 35-point game, something crazy like that. Last year. I don't.
Oh,
I don't
yeah. Oh my goodness.
It was
it Fun? Was it Fun Plus Phoenix or was it OA?
Oh, I forgot about OA.
It was one of the two.
It might have been OA. I think
it was OA. It was OA because they managed to do that like crazy comeback. I think.
Wait,
I'm not
I think it was me and you too. I'm pretty sure it was me and you. Yeah.
It's always us casting whatever crazy stuff goes down. You know, just the boys with the.
Yeah, that's so funny.
No, it's always a pleasure casting with you. See,
Same.
I feel like I get the rotation going around. I don't think I've ever casted NARAKA with Moxie. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's just never lined up, except for at Jacob. But I don't think we've ever actually done an online cast together. And then everybody else, like I've rarely casted online with Duncan. The caster lineups is always great, dude. When it's like, oh, we haven't actually casted in like the entire season, and it's like, wow, we haven't seen each other. How's it been, right? So it's always good to get back in the casting booth with you, C8, from Saudi to everywhere. You know, we've been doing it all, so it's nice to see us still keeping on going as these players are going to be keeping on going into their picks and bans in just a second here. As there we go. Oh my goodness, I called it perfect timing too.
Yeah,
we're going to see Enor. What? We're getting Enor Yushan or Yushan Shunhuan Justina in first round right now because GG are opting to go for that meta instead. That's going to be insane. Now there's no ban. Now we're going to see 3 Enor compositions because there's no way that DRG and YZG don't pick Enor here, right? Oh, what?
Ooh.
No bans into round 3? DRG still have the opportunity to get a ban out. But if we see, it would be hilarious if we see Akos Justina or Akos Viper from DRG right now.
I think they heard you too. You did say you like that comp more.
Oh my goodness. We're getting a Feria. DRG, please don't do it. Please don't do it. You know how much I hate. What? What am I seeing? What are my eyes seeing? We're getting Feria, Enor, Shunhuan. What are we doing, DRG? They're cooking something up. I think this is a secret comp. I don't think we've seen this yet.
I think Don Q just wants to play Diva.
Fair enough.
Right?
Honestly, oh my goodness, the Diva skin looks so far. Like
it's fire.
That's the only reason I'd be okay with you playing Feria is if you have the CN exclusives. SR third round selection with XKG. Do we see them opt for the Yushan composition with Shunhuan and Justina, or do you think they're going more Akos Viper? I think XKG is going to go Akos Viper. Oh, I was going to say, and then SR's not going to run it, but I should have listened to my gut, man.
Yeah.
Akos Viper on the side of SR. And Enor, oh, they're going to use some hero points here. This is going to be a lot of hero points. Okay, only two. I thought they were going to go Enor as well. But we're not going to see the Enor play coming up from them. As RW and TE are last round selections. What are you? Give me a quick predict before they lock anything in.
Maybe another Aquas comp. I feel like that comp is it's like, I wouldn't say hit or miss. I think it's very dangerous though. Like, you know, it's triple lockdown. You have the Aquas Cage, you got the Viper Stun, and you have the Syra ult Dazzle. I mean, it can quickly become a 2v3. Yeah, like it can really make they can make it a 2v3 very, very quick. But it's just, man, you gotta catch the right timing because these transformers are in pretty much every single team's hands, right? Look at this. I mean, it's rough. It's rough.
TE investing 2 hero points to go for the Enor. Because none of the other, like everyone was running Enor with different stuff, so only the Enor got banned out, not the rest of the comp, and they're able to play. Because if a comp gets picked out, you are not able to play it. If it's a mirror comp, on first round, it is banned out for the complete rest of the game, because each hero point increase is 2. So to play all 3 would mean 6, and you only start with 5 hero points in the new format.
And the thing is, I see that as a big commitment. I mean, that's one of our top 3 teams, I believe, on our last pick that invested those points. So what was it, 21? It was either 20 or 21 points. So they're really banking on really trying to make it into that threshold here this game 3. So yeah, I think Wolves was in there too. Yeah, this is getting interesting, and there's a lot of investment for this game 3 here already. And also I was mentioning this throughout the weeks, like, you know how before we would only really look at like bottom who would make it into top 6 for I think it was bi-weekly 3, or not day 3 of bi-weeklies. Like, we're like, okay, who's gonna make it to the finals? So we would just look at the bottom side of the leaderboard to see who's gonna be into our finals. But now with this format, like, I feel like it's every day, right? We're looking at that bottom 4, like, all right, who's gonna be that 4th place? Who's gonna be able to take that 4th place? And then today, as a finals, we're looking at the top 4. We're like, all right, who's gonna be 1st place? Who's gonna take today, right? Obviously, the finals are the same structure, but you know, everything leading up to today just gives us that extra excitement, like who's gonna be taken to the losers bracket, who's out for this day. So I feel like I said, it's just so much more on the line. You got to be on your A game every single day. And
yeah. There's a lot more danger, right, into playing inconsistency. So it's like, if you have a pop-off day, that doesn't mean that you're safe, right? Before, we'd see, oh, GG put up 100 points day 1. They don't even need to play day 2.
Day 2, yeah,
exactly. Like, they don't even care. Like, every single day matters so much that every single time that you're stepping onto that stage, there's a chance you could go home. Unless you're in winner's bracket, right, and you're winning all the time, but that means that you're performing well, so you don't have to worry about that, right? But there is still obviously the chance of you getting double eliminated almost every single time you step on that stage. Taking a look at our forecast where these players are spawning out here, we're going to see a couple of teams running down by that Shipwreck Expanse area in the gold zone surrounding as well. And then we've got a couple of these players up by Celestra, and then on the top side in those upper gold zones. As those high-tier loot zones always going to be the spots where all these players are going to be wanting to drop down. We're going to see a lot of quick early game fights coming through by the members of YZG and RW. And then TE and DRG might be taking a quick scrap off as well. But DRG spawning, I think they're going cave for Fireflies and loot, and spawning graveyard in that direction. So we're going to see the Fireflies coming out here from XCG and Wolves, as they are going to try and get their Enor to an ultimate as fast as possible, as we are going to see 96% ultimate on that Justina, and the Yushan already ready to go if they need it. Hottie ultimate popped out and ready. XCG or XKG's 2-tick on the Justina, going to be able to get a nice freeze on a ZK. So much damage coming through there. Shunhwan ultimate going to be able to help them too. Beautiful grab onto that Hottie flying in the sky, but we are going to see the cube coming through. Gets another bit of value off of his other dash. He's got 1 dash left, and he's got to make it count here. Maybe get a double connect off of one of these players. No, we're just going to see the freeze onto Nai HQ. We do have that Justina ultimate available for him. Oh my goodness, he almost gets hit with the Impale, but we are going to see the ultimate go down before that is even possible. Now the Yushan going to be dealing so much damage here, as they're going to try and just split up the rest of this push. XN's going to go down as 2-tick takes out that elimination with the jump LMB. ZK going to be getting pieced up. Purple dagger in hand. Beautiful parry on the side of XKG, and 2-tick just going to finish that off with the dagger.
Yeah, I mean, just unfortunate not being able to close that out. But now SR and TE's one Fong does manage to go down. NY7 eats up. Now let me focus there from the Nunchuck. Kakaxi, on the other hand, is going to go ahead and regroup with his teammate. Or no, he's going to go for the full int there onto TXJ. You see him now full capitalizing off of this, seeing that this player is ISO'd. Caught up here in the Ballista Tower, looking for the damage. I believe the teammate's not showing up in the back end, but not being able to do so as fast as possible. Donkey now falls, or TXJ falls. Donkey retreats, sees that his teammate got shut down, but DRG trying to see if they can snag up another one. We have XKG and YZG both winning their off spawn dropped. Now I'm gonna go ahead and continue looting up. I believe maybe XKG probably booked it money right after that off drop spawn. I don't think anybody landed there, so I feel like, you know, 18s being able to get money is just gonna be able to scale you up nicely. But now, little replay here for YZG and RW. This is how they won their off drop spawn. Youth eats up a parry. Since this Dragon Slayer 17S gets parried, Youth though doesn't even matter. The bell there from the Monk into the ship parry there onto Yuan. F called in there for the Temi. Doesn't manage to get far though, and YZG, some easy picks there, being able to snag up those kills for themselves. Scaled up with 2 purple armors already. Now continue to loot up Celestra.
Yeah, they're looking really strong right now as they have managed to put themselves up 3 kills on the board, making themselves one of the kill leaders of the lobby, with XKG being their counterparts, also on 3 eliminations. If we're looking at the rest of the scoreboard, we're going to see SR on 2, DRG on 1, the rest of the lobby on 0, as TE really having a fault on the day. I may or may not have caster cursed them down to the bottom of the rankings right now with only 10 points on the board. TE are going to have a lot of ground to make up if they want to cover back into the rest of the game. Wolves right now looking strong, but they did get eliminated right off rip by the members of XKG, I do believe. So we are going to see maybe a second scrap off coming through. That's Wolf ZK getting chased down. Where is the rest? Where are the rest of these players at? As we do know, ults are available for both of these players. No ults on could be close. NiHQ waiting in the wings, ready to make something crazy happen. RW could be coming in on this third party too. Oh my goodness, 2Tick, you got to get out of here, bro. Where's the rest of your team? Oh, Junshan jumping in for the help here. Support could be crazy as well. RW doesn't look that stacked. They do have ults though, so it's really just going to see how this is going to work out between XKG and Wolves. If we do see XKG's playing incredibly aggressive into this fight, we could see a lot of crazy stuff going down. Huge jump parry from ZK to be able to bring out the equalizer into that fight, but he is going to go down incredibly quick, and this is where RW is going to need to start to jump in here, and they're going to try and go over to 2Tick. Ultimate's going to get released, and now RW looking to be in a bit of trouble. XKG is just going to jump out of this as now RW decides to shift their attention over to the members of Wolves.
Yeah, you see XN just going to get shut down there in the back end. Still alive though for now. Believe an ultimate was invested. Still trying to fight out the pressure here from RW. It's just common armors though, so I'm wondering if the third party might potentially come in unless the other team retreated for that round. It looks like now it's caught up here. Yeah, just so much pressure. Can't do much in that situation. They do manage to snag up the elimination onto XN. XKG though with 4. Coxie and Co potentially fighting off against SR. You see Donkey very weak though in the backside of the map. That's Rico applying the pressure. Kakashi applying the pressure onto NY7. Doesn't get the follow-up though off the focus attack though because of the terrain, but it doesn't even matter. Don Q on the other hand tries to back on up here from Rico. LB Prowl ×2 goes for the uppercut. He's gonna be able to get this elimination. No, the terrain not giving him the focus confirmation, and now DRG manages to regroup here onto Rico. Gets hit off the flying knife shotgun burst, and now just 1 HP in the dream. Gets shut down. SR lose 2. Cyrus still up there for this squad overall. Oh no, it's Resurrections out. Kakashi overall, purple longsword in hand. Got purple armor there on Don Q. The DRG. The plushie you got is fire.
Right, bro? The plushie is so
the plushie's fire.
The jersey's fire too. I don't know where it is, but it is fire. If I can find it and wash it and
you gotta hang it too.
Wear it. Yeah, well, I was gonna hang it, but I like to wear it, bro. Like the colors work with so many of my outfits, and it's fun to just like have a jersey to wear out. People are like, oh, what's that jersey? Actually, it's this story.
Actually,
you know what I mean? Actually, hits the glasses move, you know, and then pushes up glasses, straightened shirt. Actually, I got this straight from the source, you know, right out of the... Okay, YZG getting ready to set up for this Yang. I think they've got 4 kills under their belts, or are they still at 3 here? We're going to see Takeda F getting ready. Bell going to get popped out maybe at the last second here, as they're just going to go in for that jump through, and there we see it. They managed to get themselves into the realm of Yang against the boys themselves. DRG, Mr. Kakashi, Mr. Dongqing, and Mr. MY. doing a very, very good job of staying sturdy all throughout this early game. Hopefully they can continue into the Yang. This is where they faltered last time against the members of TE, but now 17S actually taking quite a bit of damage. We are going to see the Faria mech coming out aggressively right at first. They're trying to bait out that Monk ultimate. And so you're going to see 17S is actually going to get heals off here. This is going to be a really bad situation for them. He manages to go for the heal, switches over armors onto QGG. A little bit of movement error coming through from Dongqing. We are going to see now the Monk grabs are coming out in full fashion. Trying to see if they can get a grab off onto any one of these members. Doesn't manage to claim a grab through. The Shunhuan just doing a really good job of dodging out here. They are going to be able to keep it onto that side. Jumps through, avoids the last Goomba Stomp. And now they're just going to be able to play complete retake with no ults available for either side. This is going to be an interesting one to see who's going to be able to come out on top. QGG's getting incredibly low. The 1.0 release coming through from 17 as big parry, triple parry comes through. So many parries coming out onto the side of YZG. They are going to be able to take Kakashi out off of this. And now in the 3v2 situation, MY with the big parry is going to be able to take out QGG. Big parry on the side of Cuckoo 2, who's going to be able to take out MY. Now in the 2v1, who's going to be able to reign victorious? Dongqing full HP against 2 half HP members. 17S going to be getting the heals in on the other side. 1.0 going to come through. Big parry going to come out. And there we go. Dongqing going to get taken extremely low. The 1.0, get the kill on the Cuckoo. Get the kill on the Cuckoo. Come on, please. Do it. F ability available. Sends out the silence. F ability invested into the jump LMB. Oh my goodness. DRG are going to go down, but not before taking out one member and adding another kill onto them. TE, XKG, and YZG, all the winners of your Realms of Yang for our first stop off there. Wow. What a quick, what a very well hard fought fight.
Yeah, super dragged out. Yeah, could have potentially seen the 1v2, but I mean, that's all it really takes. It's just one parry. Unfortunate enough, does not manage to get the focus off. The health was getting there for him to make it a 1v1. Still had a lot to do after, but it was a lot more possible than what he started off with. But unfortunate enough for him, wasn't able to close that out. Now we're gonna start seeing the aggression unfold out of that first Yang. Seems like TE, YZG, XKG, all gonna want to get active. This is the calm before the storm. Just gonna go ahead and wait this out. SR manages to get the Spirit Well. Another Draco here for game 3 for that Spirit Well buff. But with 54 seconds, not gonna be having that online for too long. Still with 2 minutes on that Vermilion Spirit Smite for those teams that have it. And you see now the aggression from TE. Gold fan in hand for TXJ. Spot out XKG. Buff team's gonna be going at it here near the zone. Massive parry open in there from 2Tick, being able to force out the Ener F. TXJ now be forced to recast into the Ener ultimate, looking for the damage. You see the ultimate now called in from 2Tick. Try to spawn here and try to get a little bit of the pressure, but no, the lead ult there being able to sustain a little bit of that damage onto the Enor. Going for the air R&Bs. Stina Dash doesn't connect there. There it is. Overhold into the slam there with that pole sword. Chucking out a lot of HP there from TXJ. The Prism's out now for TE. TXJ just trying to live out the pressure for now. It's going to be forced to potentially take this Prism out of this. There it is. Does manage to do so in time, but drops back on down to the aerial R&B onto 2Tick. But the U-shot ult there from Jun. Gotta be real careful applying the pressure. But TXJ staying in the pocket as well as TE trying to live out the pressure. We see 2Tick now losing a lot of this HP. Justina F invested inside the zone. No third parties yet, but Wolves now starting to move on in. TE snag up the first kill onto 2Tick. Now you got to deal with Wolves. Third party starts to form on in. RW as well starts to move on in. And now it's just a clean up here for TE as well. Still living it out. No ult, so this is bad inside the zone. Lose all that armor onto XEM. There goes the Ener ultimate for the second time for TXJ. Gets it just in time. Well, now invested there from SR, I believe, in the back end. RW, that's RW. RW's Juan gets taken out. The Monk not being able to sustain the pressure from the Enor. And now AB looking for the grabs, but not being able to do so. TE living out the pressure and staying under 10 toes down. Being able to live out the third party. Now snagging up 7, I believe. Looking for the 8th there onto Youth.
And this is the TE that I wanted to see from the start of the game. And just a quick note as well, DRG managing to put themselves onto 7 kills. Dongqing just gotten himself eliminated, but Wolves fully eliminated from this game with 0 eliminations in the game. So, you know, unfortunate to see that coming up from them, as DRG's Mai getting fully eliminated here. Kakashi, I do believe, is the only remaining player on DRG still alive. He's just trying to ult int in to get an elimination down on the backside there. And it looks like he does manage to pick up the kill, and he grabs the bloom too, trying to get out of this situation now. As he, look at him, he's gone. He manages to pick up that kill in that whole scrum with YZG and the SR, and then gets out of there, puts up the 8th elimination. Now he's going to try and get back in to try and regroup for the rest of this game. He needs to get his teammates back up. I do believe he's got enough resources to do so. So now we're going to see. This is a quick game because we've already got Wolves out. We've already got SR out. RW is already fully eliminated as well. TE already. TXJ is already back up in another Enor ultimate, by the way. This is absolutely insane, as you're going to see the Nbpl potential coming through on our backside. Oh my goodness, what a peel from Junxian in the back end to peel out for ZXL. And that is textbook Yushan play coming out here. This isn't an offensive character. This isn't a crazy damage dealer. This is a CC transformer that is here to tank damage for your team and keep the pressure up to block all of these attacks coming through. Jinxian incredibly low, trying to take out TE Zem. Zem on 1 HP is going to end up going down. That ultimate is not going to save him for that much longer. Kakashi able to buy both of those rebirth charms. He's going to be able to use them in just a second here. XKG against TXJ, trying to make something happen is ZXL and Junxian, but they're down a player. YZG might have spot this. They might see blood in the water here and get ready to go, because TE lost Zem. And now XKG and TE both down a player. YZGG, and yeah, they're going to see this instantly. Junxian going to get absolutely targeted out in just a second. He goes into the realm of Yang. Yeah, he's cooked himself. He's cooked himself here. It's die now or die later. And Junxian picked later as, yeah, this is deferring on a loan payment right here.
Oh, interesting.
Oh no! Wait, 1v1? 1v1?
Ooh.
No way! Oh my God! CJS has Draco Storm. What? This is unfair. Dongqing went into realm to hide. Tried to snipe out the free egg. CJS now in the 1v1 situation. Feria v Justina. This is not looking too good. Oh my goodness, Dongqing. Full meter dump coming in. These aren't solos players, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. If they were solos players, they'd be playing solos. As we see CJS can play solos, I guess, because wow, the Justina play is going absolutely insane right now. Dongqing is going to end up going onto that Yang depletion, but you know, worth the shot to go in, right?
Yeah, I think his team is outside.
Yeah, his full team's outside. He went in to try and snipe.
Yeah, they're running. But what was interesting to me, I think they're stalling out that first game we was looking at in that 3v1. So, you know, most of the times we were seeing throughout the days here for our first week of Pro League that, you know, it don't matter, you know, when it was a 1v3, like the teams were full on like trying to get in and out as fast as possible. So, you know, I think with just how many teammates are remaining, they're trying to stall out to get that buff to last as long as possible. Back to the, you know, the OG method that we were used to seeing, where whenever it was a 1v3, they would just let the player just run around, apply pressure to them, and just end it whenever, you know, they felt it was perfect for them to go out with buffs. So, you know, that was a little difference we saw here for today. But XKG now 3 minutes and 48 need to try to cleanse out. Did they only send one as well? How do you know there was only one in there? That was risky.
I think they GG sent one in while they were going for Spirit Well to get Draco Storm, and they saw like, oh, there's so few players left that we don't really need to fight this, and YZG, they were the one who did manage to win their 3v1, and so, you know, GG sent the 1v1 in with the buff as soon as they saw the only other full team in the lobby at that point go back in, right? Because with the number of people in the lobby, it was like statistically impossible for another full team to have entered. So YZG 17S now going to be using that bell to avoid the impale as Kakashi not looking to be in the best spot right now. As TRG, you know, they're up in kills in this early game, but their late game scaling has just not been optimal. They've had to revive their players. They're on gray loot. This is not going to be too good for Dongqing here, as it's going to be pretty rough. As we are going to see a parry come out, and he is able to hold his own for a second here, but the 3v1 situation with only gray armor, there we go. He gets fully taken out there, as DRG are going to lose their Fairy Shen. But their other players were able to make a getaway. So Kakashi just going to bounce out of there. Cuckoo, too, is giving heavy chase. You know, I'd call for Mai to rotate a different way because, you know, grouping up might not be the best idea for them here. If they get rolled on by a team, they might want to keep for survivability. But I think it might only be Cuckoo coming up for this fight. And there we go. Mai rotating the other way. Kakashi is just going to take to the zone as fast as possible to try and get out of there. The poison darts are going to come through from that repeater. And I think he is just going to turn around, as Mai is going to be their last hope to survive for endgame.
I'm just looking at the spread, 1 through 7. Couple points difference. Like, it's super close, all the way top 7. And even this game alone, right? 8 on DRG, 10 on YZG, 9 on TE, 8 on XKG. Like, it's not just one team picking up 15 to 20 thus far. Could potentially end like that with how many more teams we have up, but you know, it's been spread out pretty evenly through a couple of teams. Team like GG though, you see them trying to cut line of sight. Don't want to be the ones getting focused here by the likes of TE. The other hand, XKG though, right, potentially grief out GG. They two-tick there. The Palm Lightning getting damage through the bush, making that team to back on up. But now the rotation inside the zone. With a minute left, XKG needs to try to cleanse out the Yushan here for this team. So aggression now unfolding. Justina front and center here for this team. Not sure how they're gonna try to cleanse out or potentially try to play out the 2v3, right? This is another big decision to make. Wolves were able to do it, and now with less teams in the field, could be a good way to go on it here for XKG. You see them not really full investing anything unless they run into DRG. I believe their player in the back end have half of that white HP. YZG potentially posted up for that spirit. Well, TE edge of the zone, GG as well. Yeah, so I think the Yushan is going to be eliminated here with 15 seconds hiding in this corner. Gonna wait this out just for now. Buff going towards YZG. No team contesting. Very surprising. Yeah,
they're all playing outside on the other angle so they don't get hit by Yang depletion, I'm guessing. There goes Junshan. Unfortunate. Oh, they're going to buy him back right away. So it's not like it's going to be like the worst thing in the world, but watch this. This is going to be potentially an insane play coming out here. Actually, DRG looking to try and capitalize on the fact that XKG are down by a member. Everybody, look at them. Look at them all just holding on this outside circle. They're going to have, yeah, the YZG members are just going to jump in here. They're going to burn ultimates, and then as soon as ults get burnt, they're going to jump through. But if they see this, there is an opportunity for them to go cap. No. Okay, there we go. Ultimates are going to drop in. Takeda ultimate is going to be ready in a second too. And that V1 from the Temi, look at that. Look at that jump through V1 from the Temolch to be able to come in and just drop down CC with the gold focus, bringing so much damage. She's going to force them into the zone. Look at this. They have to be in the zone. Now they're going to push through. And now they're going to wait. And now they capture. Look at that. They get the Yang depletion on all of these players. Look at how beautifully done this has been from the members of YZG to be able to push through with this. They're going to gain their last player back, who is capping the point. And now all of these players are forced to be on that Yang depletion or die to the zone damage. ZXL is going to go out, and that is going to be XKG fully eliminated from this game as TE managed to bring themselves up into 5th place off of that placement point. SR fully eliminated, Wolves fully eliminated, XKG fully eliminated, as well as TE. Going to go for that full cleanse. This is ballsy, but it is going to work for them here. They're going to be able to do this and get themselves the full cleanse in after waiting a few more seconds. There we go. They get back into the zone, and that is actually super optimal for the rest of their gameplay, as they've now TE have got themselves in a very good position against YZG. DRG and GG are still a little bit in shambles right now because they need to cleanse that Yang depletion. It's not looking too good for MY right now. This is unfortunate for them. They will be going out here. Sadly. Oh, ult! Kakashi, ult, brother, stay alive. Oh, GG's just sniping on the other side here. They're just trying not to give the kill credit away at this point, right? They don't want to... They really want to make sure the kill credit isn't given to them. Oh, no. They find it. GG at the very last second, and CJS is going to be able to claim that elimination.
That... really weird, not gonna lie. That is... not sure. But yeah, I mean... YZG, I guess the aura on them is just too massive. I don't know what those teams were doing there. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how you don't know the range of that. You're forced inside the zone. They're obviously stalling the point because no one wanted to contest the Yang depletion there. That Spirit Well. So YZG happy to take it. They end up picking a 1 elimination and then they apply the pressure on the edge of the zone there and then cap and inflict Yang depletion. Still, the one thing that all these teams were doing there still ended up happening, and now you're put into a very bad predicament, which you see now. YZG has full leeway here to, try to contest for this Spirit Well now for the buff, and now it's Mystic Might, TXJ already investing this Inner ultimate, but YZG as well with the Monk looking for the pressure front and center. Don't see the bar up here yet to see how much they have captured of the Spirit Well, but TXJ there trying to be the one fully trying to apply the pressure. But yeah, here it is. Couple seconds left there for the bubble to go down. I believe 2 seconds. QGG on the other hand there for YGG. Halfway through though, from that Spirit Well to capture, QGG eats up a lot of this damage. I'm gonna have to wait and retop off that armor. GG now starts to move on in, waiting patiently there to try to snag up the Spirit Well. Only 3 teams remain: YZG, GG, and TE. And GG is gonna capture this Mystic Might. There goes the ult here, calling from LXM, being able to get this right back right after this. But the Tumult ultimate is invested. He has to try to get in there for the hit confirmation. Doesn't manage to do so. Flies on in. Doesn't unleash the daggers there off the ult though, so not really getting a lot of value after that, but has the ult once again if he needs it for later on. LXM still looking. Put a hit confirmation. You see everybody just playing the high ground. They don't want to play near that Yushan ult or Ino ult. CJS.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Zem. That was so unfortunate. CJS came in. We saw the Moonshard Sword coming out from his teammate 330 in the back end. Big freeze going to come through here. He manages to get the double connect off on that freeze as well. We're going to see another double freeze coming through here. No, only the second double freeze, as we're going to see 330 now. Going to be sending out some attacks in the Yushan, as his Shunhuan teammate going to be helping out at getting a bit of extra CC down there too. 17S now taking quite a bit of damage. They're just going to hold the side, pull sword. We get the armor swap coming in too, as QGG does manage to pick up that gold armor. We could have seen an armor snipe, but no one wants to take the empty armor at this late stage in the game. 330 is actually incredibly low in HP. He's going to be able to get the heal up though on the reset side, as these players aren't going to be directing their attention over to them. And in a three-way fight such as this, it's just so difficult to gain any sort of value without putting yourself in incredibly risky situations. So it's really like you've got to make the play and you've got to execute perfectly, because look at this. 17S is already getting taken so low from the members of GG, who are just absolutely decimating their health bar of 17S. He's going to come out. He's going to need to insta-bell here. Tries to go for the double dodge away. He's going to be able to grab that armor as Cuckoo 2 now I believe is armorless. Oh no, he's got a gold armor. So there's an extra gold armor floating around on the side for these players, as now it has been fully taken out. Wait, no, QGG is without armor. QGG has no armor on him. This is unfortunate for them. They tried to do the armor swap tech, and now QGG just does not have an armor, which GG is just going to be guarding that with their life, right? There's no way they're going to let them get that armor back. And yeah, now that QGG taking to the skies, it was a little, it was an honest play, and they were able to save one of their teammates by doing it. But now 17S has gone out. GG managed to pick up the kill there, putting themselves onto 6. TE's on 9, as 330 manages to take out QGG. There's only one remaining member left on the YZG's team, as they're going to try and just continue. Oh my goodness, so much damage getting outputted here from the members of GG onto TE. And CJS just going to go for a quick heal, though. TXJ going to spot that out, tries to cancel the heal. He is successful in the heal cancel, but he doesn't get too much extra damage off here. Big sliding slash going to come through, knocking CJS into the zone. Sends another knockback through, but the Shunhuan Lee could be coming in with some crazy damage in just a second here. GG's Alex M going to send that shot through. TXJ going to be taking so much damage, getting shot into the zone. But that's going to be a finish from LXM as TXJ is going to go down. One Fong is going to be in the corner side. DRG fully eliminated at this point as well. YZG, GG, and TE are last remaining members of YZG still. Kugu2 is actually still fighting it out pretty well here. Down on the bottom side now in the 3v2 situation for GG though, and they are going to have the upper hand into this fight. Now we're going to see the ultimates coming out yet again. There goes Kugu2, has been eliminated in 3rd place with 12 eliminations. 9-9 for TE and GG as they go into the final fight.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fight for second. See it here though, GG with a cleanup. It's 9 on them. Waiting for the last elimination onto TE's 2 members if they're able to do so, but TE trying to stall this out. XCM gets called up into the charge. So much damage. I mean, not being able to live that out. Now One Fong's gonna get cleaned up as well. No. Oh, there goes the parry.
It's the tie. It's a tie. It's a tie at the end, but they got 2 kills. 2 of GG's members went down there, and I think they might have the exact same amount of kills too. So this might go down to damage.
I think they went up. Oh, because they did. Oh yeah, might be a 10 for 10.
Because GG were at 5 going into that final fight. They take out all 3 members of YZG. They get the kill credit for all 3 of the YZG members, so they go to 8 there. So they wait 6. Okay, wait, 6. Oh my goodness, it's gonna be close, but YZG are actually gonna get MVP because they have more kills. And the tie happens, so there's no first place placement points. And so, just specifically because of that, YZG MVP, and your prediction is 100% correct.
Yeah.
No way. What a guy! Stick with what works and you'll always win, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Hey, but what a game, though.
What a game.
Right? I mean, I think the big difference here was after first Yang, there was 3-way fight near Celestia, and then there was another fight happening in another part of the map. So it wasn't that big ball of teams meeting up like we saw in game 2. TE was able to stay alive there in that situation, right? They were in an isolated 3v3. They invested everything. Then they got third partied, and they were still able to bounce back off of that, rebuilding their rage up, repopping ults there for the sustain, and ended up cleaning up another set of eliminations there for themselves. And then we get into that second Yang, 1v1s in Yang.
Second Yang
trios.
was atrocious. Second Yang was insane. A 3v1, and then we see a 1v1 solos Yang in trios. They have like a little bit of extra room to move around. They're like, wow, it's so big in here. There's only one of us. Right, and then obviously Justina versus Afaria with no ult. There's obviously no way that you're actually going to be able to come through and win that. But it is just Draco Storm. It is totally crazy to see how that actually ends up going down there, right? Because they just finish off the play with so much sauce there. They managed to come through with such a big win in the end there. It's like absolutely insane how quickly they were able to come away with the win in that situation at the end there. They managed to take down all of the other teams and hold strong, even though YZG had the strongest standing point in that final circle, whereas we see the standing point in the final circle for other rounds where we've seen like usually it's like this was the main circle where we see like there was 4 3-man teams left alive, and then we went down to 3 3-man teams, then we went down to 2 2-man teams, and then we saw the 3v3 fight at the end that turned into the 3v2, and it went down a lot quicker than we usually see. How it's like, oh, there's 1 player left from 4 different teams, and there's a couple of duos still hiding out in the corners and stuff like that. It was very condensed fighting and very concise with how they were getting those kills. So definitely a really good job from YZG to be able to put that together and get themselves the MVP in our game number 3. and they're putting themselves on, I believe they're on 30-something points. So they're close to that match point. They could get it by 5, but we're not going to see a victory by game number 4, unfortunately. That's what I love to see, the 4-game victories.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard, though. Because, I mean, it's so stacked. I mean, right before that in game, it was like top 7 was super close, just like 7 to 8 points apart. So, you know, it's still going to be very, very close. Definitely, I think into game 4, we will have our first team into the threshold. But, you know, like you said, the ranking point is going to be going towards TE and GG, but not the first, only two ranking points for them too. And then YZG with 1. But they had that chunky amount of eliminations, so they are going to be our MVPs for this game alone. The damage there on the Temmie, 20k, 16,000 there for the Monk, 10k for the Takeda. Overall, you know, strong, solid team. Yeah, I mean, how do you feel about that? Nobody contesting the Yang depletion. They didn't end up being the last one standing, but
I think it's optimal, right? Because the second there's a second team that goes in there, obviously YZG they got away with some murder there. First of all, let's take a look at the scoreboard here. 34 points for GG, as they don't manage to get the MVP there. They lose out by just a point. TE actually managed to get 13. And YZG manages to get 13 as well, but I guess since YZG had maybe more damage, I think that's our tiebreaker factor. So they are actually going to get the MVP for that game. But GG now on 34 total points, which means that they're going to have an opportunity to come in this next game, get themselves over. They need 6 points, 11 points for YZG, 13 points for DRG, and 16 and 17 points for the respective 4th and 5th place teams. So it is very close, and it is going to be attainable from all of these teams to get themselves into match point threshold after game number 4. As we're going to get a little bit of a replays brought to you by absolutely no one, dude. The parries in this fight were absolutely insane, right? Watch this. You're going to see the Clank come in, jump LMB, and that's where they do end up getting the kill. The F ability comes out. They almost managed to come through there, as YZG manages to get them. I love that we get the English comps coming out too. YZG, let's go! Oh my goodness, legends. We're gonna try and have to speak to them next time we're at an Nbpl event. As just look at their lockdown of this side. They're able to just come through here. They're full pressure on. They're focused completely. He gets parried. They call it out. He's able to go just immediately just Fs and then goes for the scale rush back up. It's so casual. Like in these situations, I know when I'm playing the game, I'm so stressed out. These are pro players, obviously, but oh my goodness, look at the jackets. Look at how amazing the jackets are. I know Hiprain and I have been like harping on the jacket stuff for quite a bit, but they just look so good.
They almost MVP'd. I mean, they almost cleared out lobby too. I feel like it was just super unfortunate there on 17S investing this Monk ult, not being able to find any value off of it, right? He just gets completely shredded from the top side of the rocks, and then they had a little bit of an error there, dropping the gold armor for QGG, I believe. So it just made everything so much more rough to try to bounce back from the No Valley Monk ult, and then from there it just snowballed. They just get shut down, but still they applied the pressure throughout the whole game until that final moment. 16,000 damage, 5 eliminations. Yeah, I mean that's close. I mean,
it was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it's close. GG needs 2 team wipes. That's all they need. 2 team wipes to make it to the point to the threshold there for our first team to make it. But overall, we are going to be taking a quick interview with one of our players here from one of the teams, and then we'll be back here with game number 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with our player, and let him say hello to our audience, please. 先和大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 YZG 的钱滚滚。
欢迎钱滚滚来到我们的赛后采访。Welcome to a post-game interview. First, we know your teammate before the matches today. He just said to you like he wanna get one more championship for you, and I would like to know so how you reply it. 那首先要问一下，今天其实在我们开始比赛之前，自己的队友是17S 还是酷酷啊？说到说要为了钱滚滚要再拿下一个冠军啊，对此在这边有没有什么话要跟自己队友说的呢？
就好兄弟一辈子。
好兄弟一辈子。想知道目前这个赛季的话 ，YZG 的队内的氛围感觉怎么样？
就 就大家都打过很久了，玩起来游戏很轻松，很开心。
3个艺人啊，可以看得出你们在一起真的非常的欢乐。So to be honest, I would like to say my teammate we cope really well and just like my best bro, we wanna like be together whole life. And for me, I think we are really cooperate well because like our teammate we are old esport player and really cooperate really long time and they really great teammate for me. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好，我们来看一下今天的题目是什么呢 ？So now we can see the question on screen, and the question is, which hero did YZG QGG use in Game 3？ 这道题目呢是刚才第3把的时候，那钱滚滚自己用到的是哪个英雄？说回刚才比赛 ，Let's back to the latest game, and we know today is the first stage final. And for you, I would like to know, so for the team YZG, your strategy in the Game 3, you wanna like pass the match point？ 那我这边要问一下关于你们今天整个自己的一个计划，毕竟我们这是第1赛段的一个决赛嘛，想问一下，那对于今天的 YCG 你们的目标是什么？以及第3把的时候，我看你们其实打得非常的拼，是不是有想法是要越过赛点的呢？
是有这个想法的，但是因为后续出了一些问题，决赛圈玩得很难受，就没办法了。
So to be honest, we would like to pass the match point in the Game 3, but really in the final circle, there's some like error in the team. That's why we didn't get the enough score and can pass the match point. Really pity. Okay, I think our players prepare. Let's start counting. 那钱滚滚应该准备就绪了，接下来就让我们进入一个倒计时，英文说 3, 2, 1， 好不好？来。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有請錢滾滾給我們公布一下正確答案是哪一個？
答案是 C.
Yes, the correct answer is C. And congratulations, our lucky guy. Okay, at last, you know, a lot of like our audience are talking about your jacket. It's really, really great. So I would like to know, so any like how we can get it. 那我们这边要说到你们队的这个外套了 ，YCG 的队服真的好帅，能不能给我们转个圈，给我们展示一下？给大家展示一下，哇，背面真的非常非常的帅。想问一下，我们观众朋友特别想知道，我们有怎么样的渠道可以得到你们这个 YCG 同款外套吗？
因为这个外套是我们俱乐部定做的嘛，但是我们后续也准备了多的，可能20-30件吧。到时候关注俱乐部的话，会在俱乐部直播间抽取之类的，送给粉丝。
Okay, so I think our like jacket, we have more like 20 to 30 clothes. For now, I don't think we have it right now, but you can just follow the team YCG, and after that, like maybe not too far away, and we will like just give to our fans as the gift. You don't need to buy it, you just need to follow us, and please follow the Nbpl, follow the team YCG, and maybe you will get this jacket.Excellent jacket as a free gift for you. Okay, thank you for today's interview. 再次感谢钱滚滚来到我们的赛后采访，也谢谢你给我们带来了个非常重要的信息。期待你们接下来的表现，今天加油。Okay, thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster Seb. I'm joined alongside creatives. There we go. Now we're back up here. We are heading into game number 4 of potentially 8 in one of the most grueling series of trios finals that we've seen in a long time. And I know it's been a minute since we've been back in this NARAKA esports space, especially for trios, but we are looking incredibly strong coming into this. I'm excited to see how YZG is going to perform. Will Wolves be able to bounce back after that 0-point game that we just witnessed from them? They had a really good game 2, and the duels didn't go too bad for them. So hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more sauce coming up for them. But C8, my man, how are things doing? What are you thinking we're going to see for game number 4 and beyond?
We could potentially get 2 teams in Threshold. I mean, like we saw in that game 3, it's like 4 or 5 teams with a good chunk of eliminations, like 9 minimum for a lot of teams. Got our in circle there that game. This game was kind of like how I picture our game 2 was going to happen, but our game 2 had an in circle, which I would usually see around like game 4 or 5. But now, you know, into that in game there, I think we had like 4 or 5 teams only alive. Right before that, Yang Depletion, Spiritwell came into play. But yeah, it's super close still. It's super close. Top 6, I believe, are, you know, like 12-point minimum to make into a threshold, 12-13. But overall, it's still close. I don't know how this game 4 is gonna pan out. Now we're going to Holleroth, right? Holleroth, you know, you have Puzzle that you can solve for that gold weapon off rip, where, you know, all the other maps don't have that specific trait in game. Predolia has different sorts of buffs, but yeah, I don't know. I think Wolves just had a same situation like YZG. What YZG happened in game 2, they're not able to bounce back from, you know, just losing off spawn fights. But anybody in that top 7 can just have a pop-off game to just close out the distance. Yeah, I don't know. It's very, very exciting to watch these teams play. Everybody is like just so aggressive. Everybody's so aggressive. They try to capitalize off of like any isolated fights they're able to find now, right? Because, you know, when there were solo teams in the lobby, it was a lot of 3rd, 4th parties always happening. It would always get dragged out to majority of the time to end circle. But you know, now, yeah, I feel like it's a little bit more rare, but we got that for game 2. So I think it just depends on how the teams want to be playing out the early to mid game. But overall, you know, I don't know. I don't know who's going to be having the upper hand, because everybody is still pretty close there in that top 7. Yeah, as you see it here, right? 34 for GG, YZG with 29, 27 for DRG. Your boys up there in top 3. Wolves,
yeah,
don't game 3, but I mean, still 24. It's not that far off. It's not.
No, it's really not looking too bad right now for any of these teams that are near the top of that leaderboard and that ladder, as they are going to be jumping into this with, you know, a very good sense of confidence to be able to come through and win themselves like a decent amount of games, right? Like it is looking incredibly strong for that top 7, right? RW is the only team that is sub 10 points right now, so if RW manages to do something crazy, that would be insane. But I'm thinking we're going to be seeing more of the likes of DRG coming through with a lot of points. We're going to see the likes of TE. They had a really good comeback game there. Wolves, they did manage to fall off. I'm not going to lie. They did lose their game with 0 points on the board when that was their kind of like opportunity to scale. They were the highest point team. They were doing really well, and now they've dropped down considerably in the rankings.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Close it up for game 4. You know, Inner Comp gonna be in that top 2 somewhere. We had the Yushan being selected, that we could have gotten some like funky three of the same comps, but it didn't end up happening. But overall, gonna have to wait and see how the hero points go for now. I believe it was I think it was YZ. Was it YZG? No. Someone invested points for that last game, selecting that inner comp in that last phase.
Yeah, it was XKG, I do believe. No. It was TE. It was TE.
TE, yes.
Yes. There we go. We're finally getting something right over here, C8. As look at that, we've got a XKG getting ready to lock themselves in for game number 4. These are going to be some interesting picks here because we haven't seen anything out of the ordinary really come out here. No Shiol, no limit testing. It is the finals, so you're going to have a pre-made strategy coming into the day, but there might be some times where you just need to shake it up, and I think that's what some of these teams need to do. RW, they need to get some traction. Buzz out the Shiol, guys. You were doing so good with it in group stage. Like, where are we at? We've got 34 points on the board for Team GG. YZG's at 29. And DRG and Wolves just so close behind them. Same thing with TE and SR. Like XKG, they're a little bit further behind all of the pack. RW considerably behind the pack. But top 6 are looking incredibly close to each other. And if this trend continues, we're definitely going to see an 8 game. But if we see a team start to run away with it now, we could see a potential game 5 finish.
That would be interesting. Like I was telling you, I never had an ending very early. So especially in trios, I feel like trios it has always been a more lengthy like game mode kind of. Like I feel like solos you could see maybe like a game 6 finish. But I don't think I've casted a trios final, so this might be my first one. Honestly, this might be my first trio finals. I could be wrong. I mean, it's kind of a blur now. I'm not gonna lie, with so many casts out the way. But overall, first round selections, we're already locked in. No comps have points up. Let's see here. Inner Hottie in play for Wolves. Justina, Syra. Nope. Viper. Justina for Mai. A bit of change up there for DRG, seeing who's gonna run who. Now for our third round selection. Oh, wait. They're like, nah, scratch that. We're gonna play the Monk comp with Temi.
DRG running the Justina variation. No ACOS for them on the Viper Syra composition. They've gone to more of the old J Cup version of that composition.
Yep.
And then we're seeing Takeda and Monk. Takeda Siphon, Monk Siphon, Sandformers, whatever you want to call it, jumping in there. So now we're going to see Takeda Monk is actually banned out there. That's actually hilarious. As we're going to be getting in a zipping Enor and Hottie play coming up from our top team here. That's going to be Sha with the pick on there. Yushan Enor, or Yushan Shunhuan, sorry. Yushan Enor just sounds better. Yushan Shunhuan, it's hard to say. Say Yushan Lee. Yushan Lee, that's what we're going to call the comp there. As Yushan Lee comp getting picked out. And then now we've got the ACOS Cage variation of Viper Syra. There we go. They brought it out. AV on the Shiol. Yes. Yushan Lee Shiol variation. Oh, one of the most beautifully played comps if played right. And I really hope that RW are going to be able to cook on this, because this is something that we don't get to see every day. And they're the only ones who bring it out. But it works really well for them. And I think we should see other teams limit testing this. Like they've played around with it. So nobody's going to just be like, oh, we see them playing it, let's try it in the finals, right? But they should definitely practice with it. They should try and learn how to play that comp because it looks amazing.
I feel like it's like kind of like a something that just teams personally like, because we've also seen some Valdas in play, so could just be something like that. I mean, the Shiol with her changes, being able to give shield to all her teammates. On paper, it sounds amazing, right? I don't think I've seen too much value on the comp, but I mean, it's just because of like the case of trios, like the state the trios is. It's just, man, you really got to try to ice off the pressure from Transformers. If you don't, and if they run out your Xiao old timers, yeah, you'll have it there to sustain. Sometimes you just get picked off, and I mean, what I remember, that Xiao was just getting full picked off, and she can't really do much, even if her Transformer is trying to peel for her, which, you know, in this case, in this comp, is the Yushan. I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully RW, you know, they have to really bounce back. They're in 8th. I think they are in 8th place right now. They had a really bad game 3, and then now they have a lot of ground to cover. I mean, it's not over yet. There's still a lot of games left, but you really got to bank on, like, you know, the top 4 not having a really good game, which in this case is going to be really rough.
Yeah, it is. It's really hard, because if those top 4 do end up having good games, it's going to be wraps for them for the rest, right? They're not going to be able to get that momentum going. But if at this stage in game number 4, if we can see RW mess things up with that F2 Xiao, F2 V1, and they've got the V2 for the Viper counter, there's only 2 Vipers in the lobby, so I mean, it's if they have it for running into the team, they have the stun counters all ready to go. Like, the Xiao is there to tank damage and provide CC. Like, it could work with the Xiao changes that we've seen with the evolution of this character. It really could work. And look at this. Look at the heart rates of some of these players just like being down at the very bottom. They're just keeping things good. They're in the 70s. They're chilling. And then we've got other players just like on the brink of heart failure at that point. They're just they're at like 150, 160. Do you notice? Okay, so it goes red, and then when it goes past 150, it starts to go like brown, and then as soon as it goes like over like a certain number, it goes black.
Oh, that's
just like, all right, he's
like
dead.
that.
Yeah, we saw one day when one got up to like 170. I was like, oh my goodness, that is insane. Like, no, it was pregame. It was pregame. It was during ban pick, and he was at 170. Like, geez, this guy's gonna calm down, lock in, like.
I just searched up what's the normal heart rate. It's supposed to be 6200.
Yeah. We were concerned. Hiprin and I were both like, we need to call a doctor now.
We also got a doctor here for SR's How. I mean, just getting slapped up here from QGG. You get a little bit of damage. No weapon, though. You see NY7 eats up a lot of damage. The team's trying to show up. But they shouldn't go into her Junction. Wait, hell, this is a slap off. Hold on, slap off. This is the Ping's ultimate invested. Now third party starts to move on in. This is DRG. They landed Puzzle, and now with a perfect rotation of the commotion, get the cleanup out the QGG. Looking to get all these eliminations right now, but TE though is gonna respond there onto 2 members of DRG. Kakaxi's still alive, but XEM and Co looking for the cleanup onto Kakaxi. Nearly had the perfect timing, but TE being able to stay up, and they are gonna be able to get this puzzle down as well. That is just unfortunate there from DRG. They try to quickly rotate on out. They catch 2 though. They still have the Viper alive. They're gonna have to find a better place to loot up now that 2 members did get eliminated. But now, you know, it's gonna be kind of rough to try to live out that weapon there from T, getting that puzzle done for themselves.
Yeah, we saw the loot coming in from DRG, and they had really good intentions to come into that fight and just clean up the third party. But TE had the exact same idea. And they were just, they had the upper hand in that fight. They managed to get themselves 2 eliminations, sending 2 players from DRG back to the Soul Altar. So we still have a revive on their Viper, but we are going to have to see what they're going to do for the rest of this mid game. They're not really a Yang team. That's like they haven't been winning their Realm of Yang fights. So I doubt we're going to see them go for Yang. I think it's more of a Spirit Well angle for them for the rest of this game. Wolves really desperately trying to get back into this game. They see ZXL. And, I mean, XKG is definitely not a difficult target to fight right now. It's RW finally putting up a point this game. They've managed to actually get 2 points, putting them up to 11 total. 2 kills on the board for them as AB with the Xiao ultimate available for him. Nobody really attacking him. He's trying to get active into the situation, but shield has not been procced yet as the ultimate is about to go down. Now they're going to get the chase up onto Rico. F ability invested from Rico. Just needing a little bit of extra HP back. The 1-2 going to come in. 1-2-3 hits into the parry. Both of these players both attempting to go for the parry. Gets the 1 catch. Tries to go for that tech chase into the soul break. And that's going to finish off SR's Rico. Xiaohao now going to be able to get himself a nice parry. And he actually uses that dash to get himself a kill into the soul bloom. But RW going to be able to clean that up. Youth SR Xiao getting eliminated, and Yuan able to get the kill onto Xiao Hao.
GG. An active in Plume Castle against TE. TXJ gets marked up. Here R&B doesn't get the ground slammed up, but still applying pressure down to TXJ. There goes the Yushan ultimate. QGG's ult's about to run out any second now. They're gonna have to try to retreat out that pressure, but Cuckoo in the back end eating up so much damage there for YZG. TE with the cleanup there onto Cuckoo. Now looking at the hottie 17S. Jump LBs are good there. Off of that slam from the Yushan. That's another one. And YZG's member was forced to back on up. The Enor there for that comp. TE happy with those 2 picks. Now with 27 overall points. GG though. Playing top side of the map. Snow zone. Looking for the scaling into that first round. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Off drop fights are really good, but you've seen what Wolves did for game 2, being able to get a lot of those eliminations and picks there in that end game to be able to take that MVP. So still good here for GG. 34 overall points, 0 on kills on the board. DRG as well, buying out resources. Everybody trying to scale up as much as possible for the first round in a couple of minutes, possibly 2. XKG as well. Everybody just blue armored out. So the map is very big for 8 teams once the off drop fights happen.
Look at that. We've got purple focus run being used in Pro League too.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. I've seen it in solos too.
People are actually utilizing the jades that NARAKA put, or the skill trees that NARAKA put out finally. It's like when we first got all of these cool new skill trees, everyone was like, oh, okay, grapple distance, initial rage.
Yeah.
Ha, right? And now everyone's like, okay, the shift parry is pretty cool. The dodge into parry, where you're able to move there. Zem going to be able to get the double jump LMB kill onto QGG there. That's going to put TE up to 5, getting them onto 28 total points. Very close behind is going to be YZG, but this is the issue, right? GG are 0 kills, but if you look at a team like YZG, they're also 0 kills, and they just lost a player completely. They're down to 1 single player left in their fight, so this is going to give them a difficult time, just like their first game that we saw, game number 2, our first battle royale game, I should say. Yep. As we're going to flip over, but now GG, they're on 0 kills, but they're fully alive. They have ults and they have purple armors and weapons, right? So they're not the same, if that makes sense. It's we're different. No, YZG went for the aggressive route. It really didn't work out for them, as they are going to see Zem just fully investing this just in ultimate. Gets the last freeze there. Taking out YZG is huge here, right? For them, especially like before first Yang is finished, and they're going to be able to fully wipe out YZG with 0 kills. Like, this is insane. There's been a top-ranked team that has gone completely eliminated in the first instances of these games so quickly. Like, we saw YZG was the first one to go out in... I guess they did manage to hold off until the last bit and get 1 kill, but we saw Wolves completely eliminated so early last game. And now same thing's happening to YZG, and it just seems like some of these teams are playing super inconsistently.
Yeah, and it's just rough. I mean, just that scaling game. Once you lose a couple of members, you gotta play Dark Tide coins. It just completely shifts your momentum. Like, for example, what happened to YZG for game 2 as well, right? I mean, they're kind of in the same boat now. I think 1 player's still alive, or are they completely out?
No, they're fully out this time.
Even more rough. But now, GG against SR. GG. They played for this first Yang, not showing face there in the beginning of this match. Now trying to capitalize off of this. LXM looking for the Gooba Stomp. Doesn't manage to get the grab yet. Still looking. 330 on their hand, trying to keep CJS up there. LXM not taking any damage. NY7. Looking at the Karumi. Oh, Karumi. Interesting. I would only see this in martial arts, and we actually have it here in the BR. But NY7 and Co, they are going to be just cutting out the pressure, the line of sight there from the Monk. And now we're back into neutral. Tomok ultimate invested there from the opposing squad. LXM looking for the R&B, focuses off the fan. Looking for the shutdown. Gets the damage down to Rico. Rico's ult is gone, and now this could be bad here for SR.
Yeah, 330 going to be dealing a lot of damage. And with that Moonshard Storm, I do believe he has available on those flying knives. So he's just going to be putting extra pressure on that front side. Now they've got the Takeda ult fully in, ready to go. Rico going to get eliminated as we do see LXM get himself parried out, but it's going to be no matter as he still manages to claim the first elimination. And now in the 2v1 situation against LXM, Xiao is going to go down. And then we have Rico as our final, NY7 as our final, actually, as they manage to claim the victory in the Realm of Yang. As we are going to see now, DRG fighting against RW. It looks like Youth, or MY and Dongqing fully eliminated out of that game as well. Unfortunate. DRG really just not the Yang team that they've been wanting to be. They've been trying their best to get themselves into that Realm of Yang and get some extra points off on the board. Oh my goodness, the ult comes in as soon as the silence knockdown comes through. And that's really good awareness from LXM they see the big meow coming out, that ACOS F, and then they completely understand, okay, they're gonna try and hit us with that Viper ultimate. Does he know that Junchuan's in there? Okay, he definitely sees him now. This could be very unfortunate for Junchuan. He has ult available. Get the catch, get the ult catch, get the ult catch. Unfortunate. We are gonna see a stun coming through onto the members of GG. No. That's gonna be 330 getting caught out here. He does go down. There's Vermilion, so we are going to see the Syra ultimate just powering through and fully healing back up onto Junchuan. He does manage to get a bloom as well, I do believe, so that's going to be quite a bit of extra HP. Now that Monk ult is down, we've got no Takeda ultimate left. The silence is going to come through. Big meow on the backside. No stun through, but a big parry going to come out on the other side from CJS. Junchuan just trying to back out here, sending in some pistol shots for some extra support. LXM getting brought incredibly low. The 1.0 from the fans going to come out. CJS going to get himself parried. And that is GG wiped off the board for their first eliminations. They know they only need 6, so they're taking their sweet time with this. As Yang Depletion setting in on some of these players. TE going to jump through, get the eliminations off onto the members of XKG.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the minimap. I mean, I know GG was kind of trying to run it back, but I mean, one of XKG's member gets eliminated so fast. It's not gonna happen. TE gonna be showing up there for the cleanup now with 9 on the board for game 4. Massive SR in the scrap off against RW. RW had a great early game, 9 eliminations already, but SR now trying to bounce back. Only currently will 1, have to cleanse out 2 members. There goes another one there. Yuan falls, and Y7 there with the inner ult. Still applying pressure to Youth. Looking for the overhead slams, gets the hit. The mark is good as well. The ground slam connects down to Youth. Elimination connects there for SR. Third party moves on in. That's Wolves now showing up. 2 members having to cleanse for that team as well. They're looking for the cleanse. Are going to be snagging up some of these resources from those dead bodies. SR, on the other hand, gonna retreat as far as possible. They did their job. They cleansed out their members. Wolves, though, need to try to track this down as fast as possible. RW potentially run this back. You see him there in the minimap in soul form. Looking for where this aggression is going to happen between Wolves and SR. Oh, no, NY7 gets caught up there in the air. Now the Tumult ultimate is going to be invested here from NHQ. Looking for the shutdown. ZK with a massive grab there onto NY7. Beautifully done. The shotgun burst there from NHQ onto this player. And that player is going to be shut down. NY7 gets taken out there from SR. Wolves now get a cleanse onto one of their members. Still having to cleanse out another. That's clean there from Wolves. RW on the other hand. You see them running, rezzing close to the scene. Bar going to decide to back on up. Looks like the pressure is not going to be going towards them. But in Plume Castle, TE still getting aggressive onto DRG.
Yeah, DRG is going to be fully eliminated from this game with only 3 kills on the board. YZG out as well with 0. Now there's only 6 teams left in our lobby. We've got 10 eliminations for the side of TE who have really picked things up after the duels and after game 1. See him. See him. Oh, Youth. You're getting absolutely juked out by Rico right now. The kill onto Rico here would actually be huge as well. Like, oh, please tell me you know he's going to be there. Wolves XN has gone out. Oh my god, we see him, we see him, we see him! Why are we running away? Get the parry. F ability is going to come through into the uppercut, into the 2-1-1, into the aerial RMB, and that is going to seal the deal on SR's Rico for game number 4. as they do lose. That's their second member lost. SR now down to 1 member. It's really not looking good for SR this season. You know, we've seen some pretty cool stuff going on, but it has not been the most that we've seen to date. GG now look to go for the Realm of Yang play. RW might join in. I don't know if they're Shy Ultimate isn't ready, so we could just see them go for a Spirit Well play. I think that might be what we're doing. Second Yang's a little bit riskier. We don't see these teams jumping in right away, but GG need their 3 kills. They said, okay, we're going to take 3 kills in first Yang, we're going to take 3 kills in second Yang, and we're going to get ourselves on a match point for game number 5.
Yeah, and you know, Wolf's going to be playing that Spirit Well. Going to go ahead and wait this out. GG. Currently free Yang. Have to wait and see which other team takes Yang. RW potentially. Oh, gets hit by the Thorny Roller. Oh, this could be bad. Double hits, triple hits. Not sure if TE spots this, but RW quickly swapping their attention back. That could have been bad there from Youth. And man, it's a big roller coming by, man. How we get a triple hit right there? There ain't no aggression on you.
3 hit by the roller, and these players still don't manage to find out the kill. I mean, it's, you know, I think they're giving them the respect of, okay, he accidentally got hit by the roller. We're just going to let him go. But, I mean, this is the finals of a tournament. If you mess up that bad, you should be getting ultra aggressed on. I think they're going to pay for it by, you know, fighting GG in the Realm of Yang. Is, oh my goodness, Shunhuan ultimate comes out right away, and we're already seeing the grab come through here. They hold them for a special effect. The regrab's going to come out. An absolute denial of anything Shunhuan based for the rest of the game. Double grab! Oh my goodness, what a snipe from the very end as he's able to finally get that last grab onto RAB, dealing extra bit of damage to the Shayol into the uppercut combo. Oh my goodness, absolutely destroyed. And there we go. GG are on match point.
Wow. Smart, man. So smart. They knew they were, you know, just 2 team fights were good. Be in the threshold. They didn't show face all early game. They just played the scale game, spawned completely far away from any other team, played the top side of the map, rotated there, being able to scale on up, and you see it here. The first Yang W, the second Yang W, being able to make it into that threshold now with 40 points. Now, you know, you're kind of just playing, you know, how much more points we can get now. We are in MVP threshold now for our next game, but TE, what a marvelous game for 13 eliminations, also super close to make it. I did predict 2 teams making it into the threshold this game, so we'll see if that's still going to be able to happen here. But TE, this is their Realm of Yang against XKG. Viper ultimate invested. Syra ultimate as well. It's rough. I mean, everybody just scatters on out. There goes the lockdown. I feel like you're kind of forced to lock them down into the Viper ult. Not sure the Viper is just super forced to pop that ultimate. I couldn't really tell off the beginning of this fight, but you know, one player falls here for XKG. XEM looking for those freezes. Ult runs out, but it doesn't even matter. Damage is done, and ZXL very weak. Parried it from TXJ onto the Yushan. Repeating crossbow shots here from XEM, and now to clean up onto the Syra as quickly as possible to just get the elimination. There it is, get the buff, and now out of Yang. Gold 5th place here for XEM. 3 gold J's on each of all of TE's member. Purple J's full kitted out. I mean, this team is sacked as well as GG. So it's going to be, I don't think it's going to be a quick one into our final moments. I think we are going to be having it dragged out all the way into in-game potentially. But now XKG, they have to try to cleanse this out. So that's another team, but they have a little bit of time, 3 minutes. Go halberds in hand for XKG. Possible first round win that they got into this game. But GG already lurking in, and they could potentially already get invested into this fight.
Yeah, they're looking super strong right now. Draco Storm available for them, and that's just going to give them so much extra value as SR Shao really trying to just escape out of this space here. He's got Cube up if he needs to schmoove out of the way here. We're going to see the scale rushes coming through, and he's just going to have to save that till last second. IHQ might actually try and go up to it, as you know, they did position him a little bit closer to that cube side, and it's kind of end of story here for Xiao Hao, as You know, he's missing 17S. I feel like SR is just missing that their homey vibe with 17S, and I feel like that's kind of what's holding them back into these scenarios, is they're doing so well in these team fights, but 17S was just such a crucial member for their team, and they're really not getting as much value as they did with him. And you know, obviously team synergies take some extra time to form, right? SR had all of last season to really kind of work together, and that was all who they played with. So now, you know, this is just first stage, so they've got a bit of extra time if they really need to come back and put themselves into a better situation to win. But yeah, they're really not looking too awful right now. I just think that, like, 7th place on the leaderboard is not where they deserve to be. They are a world champion team. They won J-Cup last year. They are great players. We need some more faith in SR. GG, though, it's really nice to see that they're on match point. GG is a team that's just been always the bridesmaid, never the bride, for such a long time, right? And they've been the same lineup for the whole time, so it adds even more insult to injuries. Now we're gonna see XKG on that Yang depletion facing off against RW. Shia ultimate invested, as we're gonna see AB taking so much damage here. He's gonna get sunned out, and that's him dead. XKG Junshan going to pick up that kill. He manages to claim Bloom as well. We're gonna see Youth now in the 3v2 situation is gonna be getting aggressed onto, as they're gonna try and get out of this fight. Justino, or why did we not see earlier Viper ultimate when they were stuck in the 8 ghost gauge? Okay, as Youth now just going to be trying to kite this out as much as possible. It's going to be difficult now with Wolves on the third party as well. RW Yuan is going to be toast.
Freebie. Wolves takes that gladly inside the zone. Couple little love taps there for the elimination onto Yuan, but teams like TE and GG are playing for that Spirit well. We see GG front and center for now. I don't think any ults were invested. I see all golding ult bars currently. Oh no, the bow tie pasta. That's gold frame. Everything. LXM now is gonna be forced to pop this Monk ultimate. Let's see, 2 players already eliminated there from XKG with that Yang depletion, but LXM and crew looking to try to capture this Spirit well. Nearly 65% already captured there for the Spirit well. But TXJ just being a big nuisance here on the Yushan, trying to stall this out as much as possible. Wolves now starts to move on in. TE retreat there, knowing that Monk ult is about to run on out. Now Wolves front and center here for the Spirit well. Not sure if GG is going to full commit a full ult off here. Potentially going to be looking at TE. Yep, you see it here in the minimap. TXJ could be caught up here in the bad spot. The Yushan here for the squad with no ult online. GG looking for hit confirmations there. There goes the Yang depletion. Does manage to catch up everybody there inside the zone. GG don't manage to get the full capitalization onto TE. Still trying to rotate on out. It looks like the health was replenished there for TE. And now Wolves can control a little bit of this playing field until our last Spirit well comes in for the buff. But overall, Wolves now feeling full confident. We see him now moving on in this time around against SKG. XKG still 7 eliminations currently here for this game. Cactus is in play, and this could be a big upset for some of these teams if they get caught up, but it looks like it's going to be pulling north. These teams are going to be rotating for that Spirit well. You see GG being the first ones up there in the center. XKG now as well, kind of trying to run Wolves here onto the Spirit well team, and now it's going to be a full standoff between all these teams. 3, 4, all these teams going to be coming in. There's going to be Wolves investing that Tomoko ultimate off rip.
Yeah, that's kind of the way that they need to go here to just try and get all these kills out. And XKG's Junshan is going to go down. That's super unfortunate to see that happening there, as Yang depletion going to be knocking away, as NiHQ avoiding the Shunhuan ability from one of the opposing players. I don't know where the Shunhuan ultimate was. We're going to see a Takeda ultimate coming down from NiHQ on the bottom side. Then we were also getting TE Zem coming in from top side, pops the Justina ultimate, doesn't get the double dash, but CJS is going to be taking quite a bit of damage there. Moonbane going to be coming out. Zem going to just use his Justina dashes as well as possible to try and get out of this situation. He's managed to hold off for a pretty good amount of time too. Goes for the heal. TE though, getting absolutely melted by their opposition. Oh my goodness, the Bane coming in. One Fang goes down to that, but we're going to see NiHQ getting brought very low and then hanging on by dear life. TE's only got 1 member left, still on that Yang depletion. What was once their game is starting to look to come up more and more Wolves and GG. As 37 points for TE. They need 3 more to qualify for that match point threshold. Wolves needing about 7 more. So it really could go either way. GG currently are the only team qualified.
Yeah, I mean, played it perfectly, right? That the way they started this game, just making sure they have opportunities in Yangs, and they won both Yangs beautifully. And then here, they're just trying to pick up as much as they can. XCM, though, gets called out. You see him now. Got it back on up, but it's going to be SKG and Crew catching the attention here of Justina. But Wolves now, besting Monk. Oh, but they have Spirit Well buff. Draco Storm in play here for the Spirit Well. XCM invests all the dodges there to avoid the Monk, and now he's right in the face of that Monk ult. Temi ultimate invested in the back end there by Wolves as well. Looks like XKG could be able to have one ult.
Oh, double
hand, but someone get double grab. Oh no, ZK there with a double grab. No eliminations yet though. LXM forced to pop the F out, but this could be bad here for GG. Now front and center, gonna go ahead and invest a Monk ultimate. Everything is gonna be raining down here in the Spirit Well. We have XN go with no Tomok ultimate. Has to see if he can try to get a quick reset in the back end. There goes a grab onto LXM. Tutik is going to get slammed down there. Beautifully done. Into the rethrow there from the Furin. Into the re-grab as well. Tutik now is going to get eliminated. Sends him inside the zone. Not even needed. Flamebringer there from CJS. Beautifully done there from GG. XCM still alive though. You see him playing the outskirts of the map. GG still front and center against Wolves. ZK inside the zone. Massive parry there from ZKL. LXM forced to pop this head. This could be bad for him. The takedown there from the Cicada. Wolves now even out the playing field. One up alive here for XCM. Once again, gets inside his own soul. Still very healthy here. Oh no, the Greatsword in the back of CJS gets the damage to the gold. Greatsword 330 on the other hand. Oh, still alive, but XCM now gets inside the zone. Players now are going to back on up. Draco Storm does not get captured thus far. GXL falls and the commotion is done. And LXM trying to take a quick reset now.
As CJS making Dunkin' Donuts proud. Gold Greatsword in hand, just putting in some absolute numbers. Aerial Run going to be coming out as well on the Takeda, dealing so much damage. Zem though, he's alive. The solo player of the year in these trios games has managed just to keep himself alive this entire game, which is just absolutely crazy. As Wolf ZK is going to go down to GGCJS, and TE still managing to hold their 13 points. And this is actually huge for them because this is the one player that they don't want to stay alive. As now 5 players remain, it's going to go down to 4 after they manage to get out Wolves' XN. There we go. TE Zem just taking himself into the zone. They're just going to let him die in the zone, and as soon as that happens, they're going to take out... Oh my god, they get both kills! Zem doubles back in! And they get 2! Oh my goodness, GG are going to come away with the MVP, and they're going to win the game! Oh my goodness! Final 2 eliminations go their way. It was really not looking that great for GG, and like you said, it's a marathon, not a sprint. No off-spawn fights, not a single off-spawn fight. They fought in Yang. They lost their Vermilions after Yang. They lost that fight, so that's 3 kills. Then they're nowhere to be seen until second Yang. They get another 3 kills. Then after second Yang, that is when they start to get a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more inching on with their fights. They start to take out the solos, they start to take out the duos, and oh my goodness, so we saw 330, or I believe, no, it was CJS with the golden greatsword. He went for the triple charge release. He did end up getting clanked, but I thought it was hilarious that we see that people trying to go for that triple charge into the back in Pro League. Oh my goodness. Duncan, shout out to you if you're watching. I know you love the greatsword, so.
I mean, that right there, you can just tell like how much all these teams are thinking about, right? They obviously didn't get that elimination inside the zone, knowing that second place team was the one trying to play out that zone. They're just tracking, right? They're just tracking team comp selection, seeing who's who. I mean, it's crazy. He just stood in front of him. Like it was just crazy knowing that, you know, hey, that team is the one right under us. Let's just make sure that he gets taken out by zone. And, you know, the mistake was made there from TE, and shots the back, doesn't manage to stay alive in time, and GG capitalized off of that, snagging up the last 2 kills there. I did not expect that. I thought it was just going to be a cleanup off rip. They're like, okay, this guy is just going to get cleaned up, and then whoever ran inside the zone, XEM, I thought he was going to be able to get second place, but no, I mean, they're tracking everything. They are literally tracking everything. They know exactly what is happening in the server. But yeah, I mean, what a game 4 that was. Now we have our first team into that 40-point threshold. GG, right? I mean, GG, like you mentioned, you're saying that's a veteran team in the scene. So I feel like whenever you have a team that has stuck with so long, like I feel like chemistry is just, man, it's just 49. Look at them. 49. Match point 49.
So 3 for TE, 5 for Wolves, and 10 for DRG. YZG with no kills have dropped to 11 away. I mean, they were at 11 away before the game started as well. But RW still 21 points away, SR at 18, XKG at 14. I feel like I want GG to take it this round because I feel like they deserve it. But if they don't take it round 5, I don't think they're going to get it. I'm not going to lie. I think that YZG or Wolves are going to have like a crazy comeback if it doesn't end here in this next game. And we're going to be running back-to-back, no break, no interview. We're going to get some highlights in a second. We're going to see the scoreboards. You know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. But wow, C8, what a crazy finish. Did you think at all GG was going to be winning that game? I was certain they're going to see like a Wolves pop off or the YZG win right at the start. But then, you know, YZG went and did what they always, yeah. They ended up losing a little bit. It was unfortunate to see them go. They were fully eliminated before First Yang even spawned in. Like there wasn't even the Realm of Yang spawns in 90 seconds. It was literally just they died, and then they died again, and it was really unfortunate to see.
I mean, no, I'm not surprised just because of what Wolves did in that Morris match. I mean, oh, it was Predoria. Sorry, in that Predoria match, they had 3 eliminations going into the end game. They lose a member, and then they ended up MVP, kind of like what GG just did, right? But GG didn't end up losing a member. They just had 6. They had more eliminations, and then they cleaned up. So, I mean, right now, I mean, the competition, anybody in the top 5, I would say, can really just have that. Yeah, like it's insane. It's crazy. I mean, GG though, playing it very smart. I would love them to play the same way here for game 5. Not gonna lie, no face into First Yang. Like their Yang is looking clean. It looks like they're just completely shredding these teams in Yang so quickly too, from what we just saw there in game 4. So, you know, that might be the game plan. But like you mentioned, if they're not able to close it out here in game 5, you know, game 6, you're gonna have at least 2 more other teams joining you in that threshold, and that's where the pressure really starts coming to you, right? Right now, you have that, you know, a little bit of a shoulder rub, like, okay, we're sitting on top, but look at that, 37 for TE, 35 for Wolves, even DRG, 30. I mean, we've seen 10 points there, even for the game 2, 13 points there for DRG. I mean, it's anybody's game. YZG, I mean, it's just so close. I would say it starts dropping off there in 6th place with XKG, but even so, I mean, it's super close. Yeah, it's gonna be a fight still. I mean, 15 points for one game, almost the highest. We had 18 there for Wolves there for game 2. I don't know. I mean, the pressure's on now, Seb. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on at this point right here. Right? It's I'd say top 4 right now have the best chance, and I think the top 4 are going to be like the only ones that are going to be able to come close. I think that unless like YZG has the opportunity, so we could say top 5, but I don't think we're going to see too much else coming out from SR, too much else coming out from RW. Like 7 and 8 are just not really having the greatest. Yeah, that last grab there, you could tell like he got excited from that one because it was one of the most insane. He's like right at the last second, he's like, all right, double grab, the cheer comes through, and they're just look at this, the GG boys, their comms are so funny. Listen, like they're getting grabbed up here, we see them navigate through this so well. Ult gets called. Oh my goodness. No, they're just loving the stage. And this is the thing, this is with veterans, right? It's like they're just sitting there having the best time ever, right? They're like, yeah, we capped, yeah, let's go, woo, right? And that positive energy has just been able to keep them going for so long, right? Oftentimes when it gets incredibly competitive in these games, right, you don't really see them go as you see that there's a lot of negativity and bad mentality around, you know, when you get to the highest level of competition. But when you have fun with it like this is who I want to be. It, like, you know, at the end of my life, I want to be on the vibes that GG's on, because they have the most immaculate vibes on their team right now.
No, I mean, mental is massive in esports. I didn't even know that's how their comms were. They're actually just vibing. They're actually having so much fun in the server. And I mean, you see it with how they're playing as well, being able to really step up and just win their fights, playing very beautiful NARAKA now. LXM being our MVP with 9.8k damage, 5 eliminations here on the Monk. I mean, massive grabs there in that Yang. It's just, I don't know, man. It's just, it might be too hard to try to beat those vibes. The vibes might be what's really gonna make them take this chip home. But we also have another answer for Tresh. If you guys are watching on YouTube, make sure you guys swap on over to twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT in order to win a special gift. Question will be, how many teams scored above the match point? Is it A1, B2, C3, or D4? You know, we've been talking about them. Or yeah, I kind of just gave it up. I kind of just gave it up. Unfortunate.
He leaked.
I leaked the VOD.
It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. You guys are all going to be clamoring to get your answers in anyways, so if we help you guys out, I've given you guys the answer on multiple occasions, so just spam it in there. Honestly, try to time it. When NARAKA does the 3, 2, 1, it's usually the first or second message after the 1 goes. So you guys want to start spamming as soon as it gets to the 1 point. Right? And that's how you guys want to get yourselves in. That's the hidden Seb tech for winning. Because I win at least like twice a season, right? Like I cast once every single week, so I win pretty often. But I mean, we do see, shout out Jack Frosty, who wins like almost every single one of them, or Sora no Shinigami, or Samsara. Like all the chat veterans, all the mods, and all the OGs. Shout out to everyone there. I'm missing a few of them. Dooney, you know, forgive me if I'm forgetting in the spotlight at the moment. We are gonna have to move on. But yes, love to all of you guys in the NARAKA chat, because without you guys, we wouldn't be here. So it's really great to see that you guys keep coming back again and again every year for NARAKA Esports. And we've got our next game coming up in just a second. And I, C8, am so excited for this. I want to see GG go all the way. And I just have a sneaking sensation that they might be able to do it here.
Yeah, I mean, just the way that they were able to track that last player, knowing not to kill the Temi there in that end circle. I feel like every other team does that too. I feel like the team's gonna know who they are right now here into game 5. So it's gonna be a lot more pressure for GG. But you know, I think the strat they went with that game 4, just completely staying in the shadows into that first Yang. I think, you know, they take their chances. It's a 50-50 coin flipping Yang. So, you know, they're able to, you know, play how they did in game 4. Not sure if they can play a Monk for this game, so we're gonna have to wait and see how their composition looks. But overall, I mean, yeah, they're looking clean, they're looking crispy. Trying to see if they can try to close it out here in game 5. It's a hard task, but after this game, you're definitely gonna have at least 2 more teams joining you into that threshold, I would say. So once again, it's a lot of pressure here coming up for game 5. Yeah, I would love to see just same game strat, but the thing is, we only had about like 4 teams alive in that end circle. You know, it gets a lot more tricky when you have like we have for game 2, like six teams still alive. A lot more contesting there for that spirit well, for that end game spirit well where it provides you the buff. So I don't know. I mean, it's gonna be very close. We're gonna have to wait and see how GG goes up for their game 5. Coach talking 330 CJS LXM. What do you think they're gonna play? What round selection do they have right now?
I think they're either last or first. They're either gonna be last or first, because it goes by points in finals. So it's gonna be either full. They're either gonna be at the very front or they're gonna be at the very end. So they're either gonna get best pick or worst pick. So I think it's gonna be last. I think they're gonna be last picked. Which is going to give them very few options to play. And if they min-max this decision-making right, the rest of these players, they could be on front to do something really crazy for this round. So we're going to have to see what happens. I'm not too sure just yet. about what's going to be going down, but I definitely know that they're going to be keeping on high alert to try and get themselves the best comp possible. They might burn some points here. They might invest the points to try and get in here. I think that's very possible because they have all their points available. So that's what I would do if I was them.
Hey, does that Wolves jersey look like a baseball jersey to you?
I think it's what they were going for, like the
Really?
pinstripe, pinstripe kind of vibes. I like it. I like it.
It's fire.
Yeah. It's like the EWC one I got.
Oh, yeah. We're rocking that. I forgot. Feels like it's been so long. It's been a couple months. But even
Dude, it's been so long since EWC. It's been more than a couple months. It's almost been a year.
No. What?
August, dude, right? July. It was like late July, early August, which is, it is April right now. May, June, July, August. It's 3 months away to it happening like again. We're having EWC again in 3 months. Like it's almost been a year since it's been like 8-9 months since EWC.
What?
Yeah, bro. Time flies. Jacob was the most recent like LAN, and that was already. It's April, dude.
It's been 4 months.
It's been 4 months
Time
since
flies,
Jacob.
man. It's scary.
For real, man.
It's scary. It's too scary, but this game's scary too. Game 5. Gonna have to try to shut down GG. Can't have you can't have these teams getting early eliminated like YGG. You know, they had a bad game 4. Who else got eliminated early? Another top 5 team got eliminated early. TE. Thank you. There we go.
Sorry, just fixing my microphone. My mic fell for a second there.
I'm not. My mind is not minding because XEM survived to that top 3.
Yeah, he survived to the top 3.
Another who was the other team that got early eliminated? Apart from YZG.
We saw who was second team out? Who was second team out? It wasn't Wolves, was it? No,
not good.
No, it was
DRG.
DRG, yeah. No, it was SR. It was SR.
Was it?
It was one of them. We can go back in the VOD later and actually double check. But so we are going to be seeing coming out here. It's going to be an interesting. So yeah, GG our last pick confirmed.
That was DRG. You see, I was right.
Oh, you were right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, good stuff.
And they are last pick. Look.
Yeah, they are last pick. That's what I was trying to say. Sorry, my microphone was like falling off of its thing. I was about to unplug, so I had to try and like reach under my desk to fix everything. We're chilling now. We're back into this, but game number 5 getting ready to drop underway for us here. We're gonna be doing some pretty crazy stuff here. I think after this draft, it all depends on who GG's playing. If they're playing a crazy busted comp, I think that they're gonna win. But if they're playing something super noticeably off meta, they're gonna get in a lot of trouble, right? And considerably right now we have like 3 or 4 different meta comps, but we're not seeing one with the utmost success. So we might see some points invested depending on who plays what to try and get themselves into a more favorable composition line. And since they are last pick, 3rd place pick is going to have like the best idea of what they're playing, but nobody's really going to know exactly what they're playing because they know, okay, Wolves and TE are picking first. So we know that if X is banned, that means that they're playing X, right? There we go. We're going to see 2 separate comps coming out, so no bans, right? This is going to give them a little bit more leeway and opportunity in that second round to play both of these same compositions. And no bans is really good for GG coming out right out of the gates. So we're going to see Monk coming out on one side. That's already the second zipping use, depending on which way they go with that. YZG might want to act a little bit quicker and go for a more meta composition. Justina, Viper, Syra for YZG. It didn't work for DRG, so it's going to be unfortunate to see them if they do work things out with the comp, I'll be happy for them. But it was unfortunate what happened to DRG last round. So I'm not too sure if we're going to see anything crazy happen with them again. Dongqing, Kakashi, and Mai on the Enor Hadi. Enor Hadi is such a fun comp to watch too. Like the lockdowns that these players are able to get with the Enor ultimate into the Nbpl from like absolute downtown. They just dunk on them. Absolutely love that. Sandformers coming out for Xiao Hao and Y7 and Rico. No Kurumi variation in Battle Royale because the sustain is just not needed. The control is so much more valued over the sustain in that specific composition that they've opted to just bring the control over to different comps. Sandformer is going to be given to those two as well in the third round. They don't want GG on the Sandformers here. They don't want to let any of them cook on Monk. So basically the only option that they have to play is Akos, Justina, Syra. Or actually they could play Shunhuan. But the thing is Shunhuan uses Justina, so they're going to burn a point there. They're going to burn a point there, and RW are going to bring out... Oh my goodness. If CJS would switch to the Xiao, and they would MVP off of this, that would be the most cinematic thing in history, right? But we're going to see them go with the Justina variation for the Yushan Lee composition. And then we've got the Xiao variation. Shield and sword comp? Do we call that? Like we've got... Wind Warriors? No. We need a good composition name for Shunhuan, Justina, Yushan. Because I feel like Yushan Lee doesn't really work too well. Like it's kind of funny, but it's not like that funny.
Maybe someone in chat got you.
Chat, come up with some names for the new comp, and then let me coin them. Exactly. Way to go here,
I respect it. I respect it. I respect the Xiao. I mean, they did have a 10-point game or a 10 elimination game last game. Just unfortunate enough, they just weren't able to live out the pressure there in the end game. But it had value. Definitely the most value they had throughout the whole day. So I respect the double run back there on the Xiao.
Well, they got more points in that game 4 than they did in their game 1, 2, 3 combined.
Of course,
right?
Yeah.
They got more points. They got 10 points in that game, and they had 9 points total before that, right? So I think that comp is really good for them. I think they should have stuck to their guns and done that in the first couple of games and then ease their way into it, because then they're warmed up on their fancy comp that only they play, that they're never going to get extra hero points for. So when they could get themselves a lead ahead, play the off meta comps or play the meta comps up top, and then if they do battle the meta comps, they have that comp to fall back on afterwards, which is what they're trying to do. But I think it just feels a little too late, too little too late kind of vibe, because they're really not in the best situation right now down at the bottom of the leaderboard. They have 19 total points on the board, and 10 of those they got in one singular game, and that was the Xiao game. So we're gonna have to see if they're gonna be able to do anything else. But yeah, look at average points for XKG on this composition. I don't know why it's so high. We've never seen YZG play this comp this season yet, so we don't have an average point with them. GG has an average points of 13. So, I mean, that's not too bad. This is a 31% pick rate for them too as well. But 6% pick rate with an average point of 21 is actually insane, which means that they've picked this comp very few times, but when they pick it, they pop off. So XKG could have a really huge game here, and that could upset everything.
All right, here we go. Yeah, number 5. Locked in, players loaded up to the server. How gonna have to wait? I mean, you see the heart rate there from GG. That was not low. I saw 2 yellows and a red. Minimum 120. So I mean, pressure's on, but let me see where they're at right now. They got some. Yeah.
That's 2 legendaries in an extreme, bro. Come on, what you talking about? Hey, we don't want no common loot over here. We only want that red longsword. And those 2 gold nunnies. Right? They got themselves some star pattern outfits, some star pattern blood pressures.
Ah, man, I was looking at the drop zone though. It's different this time around.
What is this?
Like with the banners?
Yeah, that's cool. Hey, get me a couple more banners for my wall, man. I need the DRG one. I need them to make that in real life. and let me go steal it from one of their.
What? In game.
No, with permission. With permission.
He said it.
Stealing with permission. It's like, yes, you can take it, but you have to go up and grab it off the lamppost yourself, is what they told me when I grabbed my when I grabbed the banner behind me. They're like, we're not gonna get it down for you, but if you want it, you can have it. Here we go. Jumping in to game number 5. We're gonna see an initial fight coming through. It's always TE and DRG. Slap's coming out. F ability invested from TXJ. He's got the ultimate ready too. This could be dangerous. Oh my goodness. We could see the kill come out. Zem is gonna go down. Double impale possibility coming out here. Into the 1.0 release. MY is gonna get brought extremely low. He grabs Bloom. He's able to get back up though. Pops into the Enor ultimate. And now DRG with the upper hand into this fight. Kakashi has gone down now in the 2v1 situation. 2v2 situation. Dongqing getting hit again and again. That's another impale, but the block coming through from MY. Dongqing now trying to follow up onto MY. TXJ coming through. Is there a salty res available? Yes, we might see. Oh, impale. No, the tap dodge came through. F ability to just gain a bit of extra distance. TXJ doing a really good job of kiting out all of this pressure. We see the hottie coming back into this fight. TXJ getting brought down to 1 HP. Zem trying to do his best to peel, but he's getting incredibly low. Runs away. Oh my goodness, the heal coming out from that zipping. Gonna be so much. The 1.0 nunchuck release gonna just smack right in the face. We heard that smack from a mile away there. Big 1.0 drop down from TXJ is gonna connect. Gets the Bloom back up to almost full HP. DRG having an absolute howler right now because One Fang's just gonna come back onto this. I think they're still down to 2 players as TE Zem, TXJ gonna follow up with the longsword, Jumpel, and Bees. Now we've got that zipping ultimate now brought in for these 2 members. One Fang has dropped back in. Mai back in the fight as well. TXJ has his ultimate again, and oh my goodness, this is going to be such a problem for DRG.
I mean, this comp, man. It's just such a lengthy fight. It's just straight isolation too between both of these teams. So it's going to distance as you see it here. You literally got to fight each other twice, and on top of that, I mean, it's just salty runbacks. And now GG starts to move on in. This is what I was waiting for. They do spot Cuckoo there. They're trying to capitalize off that lone wolf. 17S though, a little ahead, playing in the center of the map potentially to get the run in. But now it goes to counter grapple. CJS though grapples off to Justina. Looks like they're going to be looking for player on top. Doesn't manage to get the freeze off, but now 330 and Cole catching 17S. The freeze into the confirmation focus. No elimination though. Cuckoo being able to be there for the peel. Cyber ultimate now called in. CJS now forced to use a dash to retreat. 17S as well with no ult online. CJS ready to go back on in. The dazzle times it perfectly to avoid getting dazzled. That's for a second dash. Doesn't connect the freeze though. A little bit of a stagger. And now you see YZG retreating on back. On the backside, you see him now trying to stay up. Got a little bit of damage done to CJS. Both players now. Jump parry beautifully done there from CJS. Now Cuckoo responds with a parry as well. 1 for 1. No damage onto CJS this time around. Now the lead ultimate is being called in here from GG. Viper ultimate there from QGG. I heard a Yushan ult. That's 330. Investing that. QGG now counter grapple. This is good for GG. Being able to get the jump LB times 2. There it goes to shut down onto Don Q. And GG snag up 1. Potential catapult. Ooh, beautiful play there from CJS. Spotting 17S. Fast fall. No. Waiting out. Don't think got line of sight there. Beautifully done. Now the LB jump LBs. Now the pressure going towards the Justina here for YZG. Nice tap dodge to avoid that focus there from the whip sword. But now the call is in. Now we've seen the full shutdown onto the Justina as well. And that's 2 going to be down there for YZG. GG there with a beautiful play there from CJS. The Justina for this team. And you see QGG and Cuckoo both going to be trying to back on up. And GG going to count their blessings, continue scaling up here in the center of the map for that first round, coming in this time around with 2 eliminations apart from the 0 from game 4.
Yeah, it's nice to see they're able to pick up those 2 kills, right? And then they let YZG get one of their members back up. This is just going to give them more opportunity for kills in the future of this game. They don't need to fully just eliminate them. As you can see, they're going to let the runaway happen, which does give them the opportunity to get YZG abide back, right? And this is why they're not trying to fully eliminate any team right away. It is going to give them more potential to put up extra points in the rest of these games. So this is going to be some of that min-maxing stuff that we're going to see come through. Hottie Cube has been up. Oh my goodness. NiHQ with a beautiful dash coming in. They almost take TXJ completely out of this game. One fan getting brought incredibly low as well. He manages to pop that ultimate just in time. Justina still heavily chasing. We're going to get the elimination there from NiHQ. We might see the no ult zone getting popped here just to take out TXJ out of that ult form. They lose their Yushan ultimate too, but in the 3v1, it's not going to matter as TXJ is going to get brought back to the Soul Altar. I believe though that that is their lives. Like the Hottie got out because that is their lives. They salty res early in the fights against DRG, and DRG's managed to get one player back, but they're gonna let that last member of TE run right now because there is the opportunity for buybacks and there's the opportunity for more kill points. As Wolves moves up to 2, tied with GG and DRG, as well as SR and RW. YZG and XKG, the only 2 teams with no eliminations on the board, and TE, the only team with 5 eliminations on the board.
That's what the N stand for NHQ name? 9? NiHQ,
yeah.
Ah. A lot of true players like the 3 digits, 3 characters. There's not a number or letters.
Lots of the names. If you see like when we see the MVP boards, it's got their Chinese names and the 3 character name, because I believe the minimum amount of characters in a name is, I guess no, because there's my is 2, but like I think that there used to be like the minimum number of characters, and a lot of these players have their Chinese names just the first English character sound from their Chinese name. So 330 is Sansanling, which is 330 in Chinese, right? But like NY7, it's something NY and then the word 7, which is chi, right? And then like 17, like Shao, SR Shao is Shao Hao, right? Like there's like their different Chinese names and their names. There's like it's simpler for them to abbreviate to like a 3-letter thing instead of putting the 3 Chinese characters on there, right? So CJS is like the English pronunciation that we have, right? As QGG, oh my goodness, getting absolutely pieced up by this Justina. The Light Hypernova coming out into that freeze into the untrue uppercut that we're gonna see coming through here, and oh my goodness, so much damage coming out. The healing output from that Syra ultimate just so strong here, as we do see one last Justina dash available. Are we going to invest it? Nope. Tries to.
Oh, no.
But ends up burning F, and that's going to be a tough situation for him here, too, because now 17S sees the F gets burnt out of turn, tries to go for the combo, as we're going to see the 2.0 release comes out from CJS, tries to go for the jump parry there, just get any extra tech chase on. Nbpl coming out onto Cuckoo 2. So you're going to see Cuckoo actually taking quite a bit of damage here. The 1-2 going to come out. Justina F almost available for CJS again. Oh my goodness, Myriad Wintersweet going to be putting in a lot of extra work. Why are we not helping over on the other side? They're trying to get Cuckoo 2 out, but Cuckoo doing a really good job of just distracting for such a long time as QGG 17S are able to take that out. Cuckoo 2 does end up going down. Now the Justina or Viper ultimate and the Justina ultimate in tandem just going to be dealing so much damage. Myriad Wintersweet into follow-up 1.0. There we go. GG getting brought back to the Soul Altar as YZG managed to win themselves the Yang, and that's unfortunate because GG were having a really good run to end us out at Game 5.
I feel like right there, just not being able to invest that dash and you burn your F there really just chunks off a lot of your health, and it's just unfortunate there not being able to have that combo breaker, because shortly after he gets caught and has no escapage there from that, and you know they were trying to equalize it and make it a 2v2. They kind of just gave up his life, but they didn't even end up trading there, so it's just unfortunate. And the ult stalls were good there for them too, so I mean, now you're going to be having to fight that Yang depletion timer. You see it, but GG does have potential to do that here. You see TE, though, front and center against RW this time around. Xiaoyu F now called into the Xiaoyu ultimate. Going to go ahead and invest the Eater ultimate here, TXJ. Looking for the hits there onto the Xiaoyu. Breaks, though, throws the shield onto one Fong. Eats up a lot of damage. There goes the Hottie F ult invested as well. Therefore, it's teaming to get out of that. But TXJ back in the mix. No ult zone popped in. So now the pressure is going to be the one-band neutral state here for both teams. See him trying to kite out on the outside of it. Raw uppercut is good onto you. Whisk comes down. That's a third party. That's XKG starting to move on in. RW gets caught up in this. Yuan, though, does manage to pop the Yusha ultimate in time, but can't aggress there. Goes in. The ult's gone. Decides to try to fight this out here. Stay near his team, which is a smart move. XKG, though, do manage to bait out those ultimates. I believe they still have 2 ults to the names. I know they have the Monk. Not sure if they have the second one still online. TE still back in the mix. RW as well. Trying to get the lunge up. Get it. Big parry from AB in the back end down to XEM. The Whisk connects there in the back end. TXJ eats up so much damage. Spurring out there for opposing squad as well. And now XKG going for the cleanup. And they just have to cleanse out 2 members, I believe. And it looks like they are going to be able to do so.
Yeah, they're trying to keep that pressure up onto these players, and Youth is going to end up going down. That's for millions for him, though. TE, they managed to claim that Spirit Well, so them going down is a huge detriment to the rest of their gameplay here, as we are going to see one of these members getting eliminated, and now the other 2 members of TE hanging in the balance. TXJ incredibly low here, so it looks like they're going for the full health member of XEM instead of going for that play onto the lower health member. Interesting play coming out here. They're making Zem burn ult, and they are going to keep chase onto here as they see 2Tick has been going actually for TXJ. Now we're going to see on the other side, it looks like DRG fighting up against Team GG as CJS holding on to those Justina dashes, just trying to see if he can get a line of sight. Will the freeze come through? 1, 2, 3 into another freeze. Big parry going to come out. No. MY almost able to recover that, but the parry mitigation, like if you throw a blue and you get parried, if you have competent teammates, they're gonna make sure that punish damage is never gonna connect with you. They're gonna make sure you never get that weapon. And now the cleanses come through for one of these players. They still need the cleanse on a lot of these other players, but look at that. TE in a very tough situation right now. Last remaining player alive. They had 6 kills on the board, and now they're fully dead and eliminated out of this game. First team to go a little bit later than YZG's game 4. And they did put up 6 points, but they're still not match point. They're at 37.
GG's booking it right now.
Wait, no, never mind. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, GG, they just got a bounty. They're trying to book it as fast as possible right now to try to cleanse out the Yushan and Lee. I mean, but you see YZG gonna go ahead and run this back as well. Wolves, front and center. Replay though. Second, the other half of the Yang. This is Wolves against XKG. That's how XKG got eliminated. Have to wait to see how this goes for them. Double parries, looking for the opener. GXL gets caught up there. XKG is parried as well. Now the FL was invested. Doesn't even matter there. The damage is done. Wolves now with a cleanup off the 2-tick. It's just a little stall game. Tries to go for the reset, but you know, 1 catch is all that's needed. Light attacks. Gonna go ahead and stall it out though. See it here. Waiting for the full cleanup. Try to stall out to be able to get that buff as long as possible. You see 2-tick though, try to fight for his life. Not gonna be able to do so. Wind Gust is out. Procs Volpine as well, which is unfortunate. And we're able to keep that into the remainder of the game. Gets shut down. That was a cleanup. GG though. Looks like it was a buyback. There. It looks like they were able to get their players back into the play. Picked up all their loot, I believe. Yep, blue armors.
They've got most of it.
Yeah. So this is good for them. They're not gonna be able to enter second Yang, but they're gonna try to play out the end game out.
Yeah, I think they've got good Spirit Well potential here, right? They're obviously playing on a comp that is going to be able to compete, right? They burned a few extra points for that, and you know they're gonna be able to do a good job of getting themselves into that position. But as of right now, there's gonna be a lot of damage coming out. 2-tick already getting fully eliminated, and this is what's happening. We're seeing this Monk ult come just so late into the fight that it's just not helpful for them, right? We're seeing the Temi ultimate coming through here from XKG's Junshan, and he's trying to use that F ability or that jump to get in there, but it's just not really working too well for him. So we're going to see the punch coming out. NIHQ is going to go down. Junshan with the follow-up, turning this into a 2v2 situation, actually. But just the fact that 2-tick got eliminated so early is really unfortunate for them, because that's exactly what happened to them in their last Realm of Yang. They might actually be able to make the comeback here if they don't. Oh my goodness, big parry coming out. Oh my goodness, they got the comeback. XKG down a man.
No.
No way. Wolves are trolling. Wolves just trolled that so hard. Like they had the exact mirror fight of what had happened in the first Realm of Yang, right? We watched that happen. I'm literally looking over at my other monitor and I'm seeing the delayed stream, watching the 3v1 happen. 2Tick was the last player alive, and they had a ZXL eliminated right off the rip. And if they would have just held out just a little bit, they would have backed off from the monk. They went for a bit of a reset, and that's what Wolves are. I think Wolves are really bad at healing. I don't know if you've noticed this in these games, but whenever they're in Realm of Yang situation, there's nobody healing. They're just full aggro in, and if they get low, they get low. And they've lost a round in the martial artists because of it, and they just lost that Realm of Yang, and that is the crucial Realm of Yang that they needed as well. It's going to be unfortunate for them. So we're going to take a look at the replay between SR and RW.
Let's see it. RW. A little bit of Gooba stomp there from Rico. Doesn't manage to grab off of this, but Chow on the other hand, he's a lot of damage on the Tumult, trying to stay alive here for his squad. Does get a armor swap. I believe they swapped it out for NY7. It goes to Furrin out here for NY7. Looking for the shoves. Managed to connect there in the back end. Used very low though there for SR. Or for we see him there getting caught up there by SR. RW's youth goes down. Yuan on the other hand now tries to go for the focus, but there goes the pill from the Takeda. Beautifully done there from NY7. And now it's a clean up here. Potential stall out. Yep. Go ahead and wait this out. No, actually full aggression as fast as possible. Going for the shutdown. And there it is. This is how they win. But yeah, I mean, in that Wolves fight, man, they got double uppercutted. Two of them got lifted, and then they ate the focus from that. And on top of that, they ate up a blister edge for the back end as well. So they just got completely shredded so quickly there. And that's unfortunate though. In the 3v2 though, it's still very, very, very heartbreaking there for Wolves. You know they're potentially just beating themselves up right now, and they're trying to fight to stay inside this game, but it's not looking too good right now to RW. With that Shayo caught, man, it's doing work though. It's good for them. They play it very, very well. Seeing them still trying to cleanse this out though. AB on the Shayo. Oh, it's gone though. Last shield throw, throws it. Doesn't matter to connect the goal frame there from Lee. ZK being able to I-frame the shield throw. Yushan O still up there for Yuan. NHQ double freezes, beautifully done to Yuan. Just in time to catch him off outside of that transformation or de-transformation. Now with a quarter white HP, Palm Lightning doesn't manage to connect. SR now starts to move on in. RW in the middle. That's going to be one elimination for Yuan. SR does manage to get the cleanup there. And you know, GG's nowhere to be found. GG is playing out the long game. They were hiding in the bush last thing we saw from them, but I mean the aggression is unfolding everywhere. SR picking up another one. RW lose 2 members. NHQ gets caught up in the corner, and looks like SR are gonna be able to clean up now, coming online here in game 5. Not sure if it's a little bit too late. We're gonna have to wait and see how their points look thus far, but now just waiting and stalling out Wolves. And yeah, man, that Yang really just bit Wolves there, not being able to secure that 3v2 with that advantage. Just, yeah, it's just rough.
It's quite unfortunate, as Wolves are going to go out. They have gotten themselves enough points to become... Oh my goodness, he might actually make it back into zone here. So they might not go out, but all of the teams that are at the top that have gotten eliminated so far have already made themselves into that match point threshold for game number 6 if we do end up going here, because I mean it isn't really looking likely that GG are going to win. We've got blueberries on some of their armors. We're going to see them getting to pick up a few of these gold jades though, so they're going to be able to run through, and there is a chance that we'll see the GG come back into this game, but it's looking less and less probable. XKG have kind of like the best stack of loot so far right now. SR doing really well with loot wise as well. YZG not looking too bad. DRG have managed to find out where Wolves XN has been. It looks like they might have lost him. Broken ankles for half a second there. As oh my goodness, no, they don't even get the kill credit. Yeah. The boys, come on, DRG, what are we doing? Oh my goodness. Okay, let's look at the scores here. Oh my goodness, 14 for SR on the board. So that means that they've climbed up themselves up. First of all, they've climbed up from 7th to 4th place. So they're having a miracle game right now. This gives them, let's see, 36 points. They're still not match point. They need 4 more points. They need 4 more points to get themselves into match point, which would be absolutely insane. They've managed to surpass YZG, DRG, and XKG in the standings to bring themselves all the way up to 4th. And the 2 teams above them are both dead. So they have nowhere to go but up right now. They're at 36 points. They're 1 point behind TE score before this game, and they're 1 point above Wolves' score before this game. So, Wolves and TE have both gotten themselves over the threshold. 43 for TE, and it's gonna be 43 for actually both of them. So 43, the score to beat to climb up right now for SR, and they have opportunity to do so right here. As XKG gonna be able to grab themselves that buff here. Jabbing gonna come out from the staff. 330 going to try and peel. Blistering Edge going to come out to try and connect onto that Yushan that they're chasing here. As CJS just going to use that last dash to get out of dodge as well. XKG looking incredibly strong right now.
It was rough there for GG. I mean, don't manage to scale up off that Yang. End up losing. Now 330 falls. We're all going to go to game 6. I mean, SR just have so many eliminations into this game. It's going to be... You gotta be perfect to try to overthrow them, and not like this. I mean, SR Snag got up another one. That's 2 down for GG. Game 6 confirmed. CJS, ISO 130, GG. Massive one. Next on to Rico. They'll be looking at him too. There goes elimination. Beautifully done, yeah. That's good going for the Monk there as fast as possible. The Temmie's still alive in the back, and now the Cyro ultimate being invested there from Cuckoo. But YZG now trying to pick up more. XKG as well, applying the pressure. QGG. Movement there on the dagger. Jun on the gold pole sword. Got to be careful not to get caught up. And I believe all of XKG's members have gold armor as well. Top 4 all out of game 5. So, what do we have? We do have 3 teams in threshold. So, for now.
Yeah, but SR is 1 point away. They're at Yang depletion currently. So it's a little bit unfortunate if SR don't manage to pick up another elimination. Dongchang is going to go down from DRG. That's XKG picking up another kill. And they're on 37 points right now. So they're 3 points away. SR is 1 point away. It is incredibly close with the amount of eliminations that these teams have. We might have a game 6 with the top 5 teams on match point, depending on how this game goes out.
They need a blessing.
Yeah, they need at least 4th place with 13 points, 12th place with or 2nd place with 12 kills, or 1st place with 10 kills. So if they place 1st right now, they're fine. If they get 2 more kills and place 2nd, or if they go out right now, they need at least 4 more kills. So I think they're gonna do it.
This is what SR needs. Yep. See them repositioning. They just need 1. They got a minute 30. So I'm gonna try to see if they can find something, but it's not gonna be a lot of aggression out to XAG. They're gonna be getting this pretty much for free, I believe. YZG backs on up. SR pick up 1. There it is. They are our 4th team in the threshold, and that's exactly what they needed. Now moving on to XKG, YZG. The grab connects. Double grab from CXL. 17S being able to get caught up there, but no, the Syra there with the peel, not being able to get the slam down. Now ZXL getting completely shredded there. The free 17S there, being able to get that off, but the health comes back to with the armor. The pressure still happening. The Viper ultimate coming down. YZG still fighting to stay up. We see the damage now unfolding. ZXL stays up for just a little bit longer. Does fall now. Parry there onto 2-tick. Doesn't get the damage due to the trope in the back end. Hal starts to move on in. SR try to secure more. XKG try to stay up, trying to qualify, needs a little bit more. Not sure they're gonna be able to do it. SR though, they do manage to do so. Get the cleanse off of a freebie in the back end, I believe from DRG. Now the bow tie pasta onto QGG. Big damage. Elimination comes into play, and Y7 gets elimination, and now they're dropped out. And SR 2-man group. I feel like the 2-mans, man, they've been going crazy all day.
Yeah, man, you and I have been going crazy all day on the 2-man as well. Here we go as SR NY7 popping out. Bro, you broke me when you said the bow tie pasta. I forgot about that.
The bow tie pasta, man.
Oh my goodness. XKG is still alive. So
yeah.
We could see he needs a second place. They need to get first with 10 kills. So I don't know if we're gonna have to qualify. But top 4 are qualified 100% as of now. As SR have gotten themselves into second place, climbing over Wolves and TE with the impeccable 40 points that they've got. And now, oh my god, 2-tick. Oh no! NY7 with the wind wisp on the 2-tick. No, 4 players left. And I believe that they're all from different teams. We've got, or maybe 2 YZG, 2 SR, 1 XTG, 1 YZG. And who is going to come away with the victory here? Will it be 2-tick? Well, the MVP is going to SR for the 21 kills in the game. But will 2-tick be able to get himself those 2 eliminations that he needs and get himself into second place? Who knows? He needs 2 kills and the second place finish. It's possible. It is very possible. He needs the kill on the 17S. He needs the kill on the 17S. Will it happen? The double dash is coming through. 17S, very, very low in HP. 2-tick just going for the heals right now. 17S is going to take to the sky. Palm Lightning getting sent his way. Big Parry going to come out. Punish damage is going to come through. Freeze is going to come out. 17S is going to be trying to bring it back around on the third party. Will he be able to do it? Temi ultimate release. Shotgun burst coming in. Oh my goodness, the overhold. No, the pasta coming out. F1 available. Oh no. Unfortunate. Oh my goodness. We almost saw them coming through with that, but 17S manages to stay alive just a little bit longer as they knock them in. That is 23 kills with a first place finish. Oh my goodness. Imagine if there was still a multiplier. SR would be soaring in points right now.
I mean, it's been our first game that we've had an insane amount of elims for a dub. I mean, you know, I was expecting to see this a lot more earlier because that's how it's been, even in winner's bracket. I mean, we had 20 bombs in there, but you know, now we see it here in game 5 where it mattered most. SR was like in 7th place, which is insane. But I was saying it, top 7 was super, super close. And then you have a game like this for SR where you just get an insane amount of elimination. It just bumps you up to 2nd, possibly even 1st. We're going to have to wait and see how the overall standings look. But wow, right there, 17S grief. XKG, remember though, he's about to get that second parry there to potentially get the elimination out, but the Justina Freeze came into play there from 17S. He gets shut down, and then XKG managed to secure 2nd. But SR, man, I mean, I want to see how they got that kill. Right where they were, it was only 2 members up. They were able to get an elimination pretty fast onto a DRG member, and they cleanse off 1, and then they completely just get momentum off of that alone and just continue steamrolling the remainder of the lobby as a duo. So, I mean, we saw that for Wolves in one of these games as well, and they're able to do it now for SR. And I mean, that's the champs. That's the champs right there. J-Cup champs being able to, you know, bounce back, new member in play. Now looking to take the first week of the trios here for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I mean, it's close. It's close, Seb. And yeah, this is more what I was expecting. And you know, for GG, I don't know, man. The slow play style, like, I get it. You were playing for that first Yang. You weren't able to do great on it, but I feel like they kind of had to capitalize in that mid game where all that commotion was happening to try to cleanse out. They had that Yang depletion and they couldn't really find an opening for them. They did find an isolated fight, but it just wasn't enough. But, you know, answer for treasure. Once again, another question for everybody watching in the Twitch chat. If you guys are watching on YouTube, make sure you guys swap on over to twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT in order to have a chance to get a special gift. The question would be, how many teams scored above the match point? Is it A4, B5, C6, or D7? I don't even know myself.
We do know. We just talked about it, and it's heartbreaking that it's not one over the other because XKG almost managed to be the 5th team to qualify, but it is going to be A, so make sure you spam that in the chat, and they reveal the answer right away to you guys. 3 points off are both YZG and XKG.
Got it.
DRG and RW a little bit further behind. It's -7 for DRG, -15 for RW. They're going to need a crazy Shayel game to get back into this. But match point for GG, SRTE, and Wolf. So if any of those 4 teams MVP in game number 6, that is going to be it. That is going to be done. And we aren't going to have any more games played after the day if one of those 3 teams MVPs. But if we have the MVP coming out from XKG, YZG, DRG, or RW, we're going to go to a game 7 and potentially a game 8. So lock in, get your popcorn ready. There could be 3 more games in NARAKA coming back at you guys. We don't know until game 6 is going to be played. It is going to be an intense one, and we're going to be getting there pretty quickly here. These guys are getting ready to go for like an absolutely wild run for this last game here, because with the inconsistencies that we've seen in teams like YZG and teams like Wolves, who've gotten 0-point games, who've been doing pretty bad when it comes to consistency. You know, they've been putting up a lot of points. Wolves is still on match point this game. Will they be able to come through in the clutch situation when time needs them the most? Or are they going to end up going and faltering like they did in their early games, not putting up too many points? And is that going to affect them in the long run? Will that allow another team like GG to claim that MVP spot? GG have been doing very well all day. And then there's the other option of, okay, we've got SR on how many eliminations that last game? 24 eliminations. Are we going to see something like that happen this game? Or are we going to be seeing another absolutely insane feat come out from one of these lower teams on the scoreboard?
I think it comes down to pick, right? Like if it's that team's comfort pick. But now, you know, top 4 is going to be dropped down. The last 2 groups picking heroes. So yeah, it comes down to what the comp is going to be for them and how confident they are in that composition, and you know which teams are going to be playing aggro with full confidence, just like how SR did, and what teams are going to be playing passive like GG just did, right? I mean, now we have 4 teams into the threshold. It's a different ball game now. You know, we might have a little bit less aggression. We might have more aggression. I mean, you know, bottom 4 is going to be pushing W. Bottom 4, it's a mix up. I don't know. Are we going to, you know, we have the 50-50. We're going to try to get in there as well or not. But yeah, I mean, we're in game 6 still. You know, I think it ends here though. I actually do think it might end in game 6. I mean, SR, we didn't even take a quick peep at SR. They were kind of lacking throughout the whole day, and then look at this one pop-off game like that just sends them flying into the scoreboard with a 2nd place into this match point now for game 6. Man, it's anybody's game, and that's the crazy thing about this right now, just how high skill ceiling the league is in trios in this new format, right? You just
exactly. Yeah. It's the thing with SR was the first couple of games they played, they were winning their Yangs, they were doing their stuff off spawn, but when it comes to that mid to end game, they were ending up losing, right? So they were getting a couple kills, they were picking things up in this early game, but then as soon as we got down to the later games, it was just like, okay, come on guys, like when are we gonna lock it in? When are we gonna be doing a little bit more with our sauce here? They just never really continued that aggression and that energy that was coming through there. So hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more coming up from them. Like, look at this, they had 12 points game 2, right? That's not bad, right? Then the 4 and the 3, it's not great. They only had the 1 pre-post point and the 2 game 1 points. So they were coming in on the lower end of things, even though they were playing better than certain teams, right? Like they played better, they did better in every single game than RW. Right, they've been doing better than DRG, they've been doing better than YZG, they've been doing better than XKG, right? So that 27 points in one game really shot them up to the top of that leaderboard, right? Even though GG are still climbing up a little bit higher with 53, they have a 4-point lead over SR. They managed to just put up the 27, they've put more points up than RW has in the entire day, and RW came in with 6 pre-post points.
I mean, this is what I want to see from SR though for game 6. I mean, it was a Lambo. It was rolling on all 10 cylinders. I'm not gonna lie. Just confidence. Look at them. Excited. Knowing they just full confident in their fight. Not scared to go in. Even if it's a 4-party, you see them being composed here in these situations. Get caught up. They got the frame for the shove back, so it don't even matter now. It's a cleanup onto the lead. Beautifully done. Catch two. 3 in the backside of the zone. I mean, it's just, man, it's just too good for them. And, you know, I feel like they got to keep the same momentum to game 6. Pretty much played the same way. I mean, 27 points. I think that's the most points I've seen throughout this whole first start of the 2026 season for trios from what I've casted before. So, you know, it's just gotta see what type of aggression we're gonna have into game 6. What do you think? Do you think they're gonna continue this W key fest, or they're gonna try to play a little bit more composed?
I don't know. I think because it's half the lobby on match point and half the lobby off of match point. Oh my goodness, Xiao getting caught up with the wisp there. But I think because it's half and half, we're gonna see like super aggressiveness from XKG, YZG, DRG, and RW.
Of course.
Right? And YZG is still a top tier team, right? So they're not usually the teams that are in the bottom 4. They're usually competing in the top 4. So I think they're gonna do a really good job of preventing these top 4 teams at getting what they need. And YZG, DRG, and RW, or XKG, DRG, and RW, they're really gonna have to work with YZG to take out these top teams, right? And the minute that one goes down and one of these bottom teams starts to get like they've got 10 kills on the board or something like that, that's when you're going to start to see like, okay, wow, these teams are really like starting to choose their targets really precisely. And let's take a look really quickly at Xiaohao's MVP board. Second time as the MVP, 12 kills on the board, 25,000 damage. Most of it coming from the flying knives. Saw Thunderstorm, Palm Lightning, Varus Grip, Slow Shot, Sunwing Shot on the side, and then some Blue Jades just to finish it off. He's looking absolutely phenomenal in game number 5 there. And now we're going to be bringing it all the way to game number 6. So we're going to be locking in just a moment because, oh my goodness, what a crazy finish to that game that we saw there. And I was really hoping we were going to see 5 teams because majority lobby is really cool to see. But ladies and gentlemen, before we get you into that next game, we're going to head to a break and we'll be right back after this.
something. Welcome back, everybody, to the 2026 NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. My name is Creatives. We just saw 5 games unfold. I'm here with Seb. We're locked in with game 6 now. We got 4 teams in the threshold, and this is where the pressure's on here, Seb. 5th through 7th. Very close to making it into that threshold apart here from game 6. So if you're in that top 4 right now, you got to try to shut it down here because your chances decrease of taking the chip home if you go into that game 7. But we just had a very, very interesting game here from SR. Had a massive pop-off game, 27 points for that game alone. I mean, it was just an insane game there for SR. Jumping from 7 to 2nd into that threshold, being one of those top 4 teams to make it into the threshold already into the game 6. Now the pressure's on, right? Once again, I think we're going to see it in here. But like you mentioned right before the break, those bottom 4 teams are going to be putting a lot of aggression on the whole map, and from what we just saw, any of these teams gonna have a pop-off game. So now the question is gonna be, is the top 4 gonna play a little bit more conservative like GG just did, or are we just gonna get, go with that full aggression as well, like we're in game 2 to try to set up? That's what we're gonna be looking out here for game 6.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see full aggression from these top teams right away. I think GG's going to play their slow roll strat like they did in the game to put them over the edge to match point in game number 4 that we saw. But I think that we're going to see like super aggressive early game from YZG. YZG is going to be playing super aggressive. DRG is going to play super aggressive. TE and Wolves are going to be the wild cards, right? They're either going to play like they have been the entire game, just off spawn, fight, get as many kills as possible, and then win all the yanks, try their best to get as much damage in, get themselves Spirit Wells, contest everything, and play as aggressive as possible, or they're going to completely switch their playstyle up to try and become undetected. Because everyone knows that TE is an aggressive team. Everyone knows that Wolves has been playing like this all day. So they're going to try and target out those aggressive teams. So we might see teams starting to fall back into different playstyles just so that they can make it look like they are a different team. But then there's, always the mind games. Oh, what if they know, oh, that must be Wolves because they're playing off of their playstyle, right? So there's a lot of mind gaming stuff going on. The mentals are gotta be sharp for this game, ladies and gentlemen, because this could be make or break. If you die in the wrong spot here, if you get eliminated in the wrong section of the map, it is going to hurt. It is going to be awful, and you could potentially lose out on that extra placement of prize money that you have been grinding so hard this season to get to. So, as we kick things off, Team GG in first place with 53, 49, 43, and 43 for SR, Wolves, and TE, and 37 for XKG and YZG, DRG with 33, and then 25 for RW. As this is the interesting one here, is because like they are, it's just interesting to see how this is going to be coming through, because RW, DRG, I don't think that they're going to be able to climb threshold. DRG has the opportunity. They need 8 points, but RW needs 15, and it's just so difficult to get to.
Yeah, and they're like the only team running that Xiao comp. They had a decent game 4. 6 for game 5, but I don't know. I'm not too convinced with that composition. I feel like, substituting the Xiao in there, I think it's good in the early game, having that protection. But once it comes down to those third, fourth party situation, it's just so rough to try to sustain it. But I don't know. Maybe if more teams play it, they'll have a lot better leeway to roam free with that comp. But for now, I just think the other comps are just way too strong right now, man. I don't. It's hard to tell. Yeah, I'm not too sure. But overall, like just Transformers just with the lead. Enor, I mean, it's just overall just so good. Yushan's back in with just so much pressure, but I don't know. Let's see. Overall, though, SR winners of game 5. Now, trying to see if they can close it out here for game 6. Another massive pop-out game would be it. Whoa. Night. Just chilling. 330 just chilling. You don't even care. Zowie mouse pads, okay, not sponsored. But overall.
Oh my goodness! It's like everyone's got like the pretty much the same gear. It's like, oh, he's got this one. Oh no.
I think it like differentiates in like the keyboards, right?
Oh yeah. We see like there's that one, the one that we see
holes?
ZK have right there with the holes in it, and then 60 HEs. It's like it's kind of just like you either have one or you have the other. And I mean, the gamers love the 60% keyboards. As a streamer and a caster, I like having my F keys, so I like the 80%. But what's your opinion? 60 or 80%? Are you a full size keyboard kind of guy, or?
I'm a 65. A 65 kind of guy. If you know, you know. If you don't know, I just put you on ball.
Damn.
No F keys though. It's just it has arrow and function keys. But it removes the
Yeah, F keys is the function keys.
No, but it has page up, page down. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. I forgot that specific name for it, but just only because I'm weird. I'm a low sense risk gamer, so I need the space.
Very low sense.
Yeah, I mean, low sense, very light mouse, like 30 grams. But overall, you know, it's not about me, it's about these teams.
Exactly.
XKG, YZG, DRG, RW. Okay. And then our bottom four, I mean, YZG definitely, I feel like they can be the big upsetters here, as well as DRG can really just continue, or can just set the tempo for this match 6. Those two teams are what are in my radar right now that can really just flat out steamroll the lobby just like SR did, right? But we'll see how it goes in the picks.
Yeah, I mean it's not gonna look it's not gonna be too bad for picks wise. Like, I think lots of these players have, like, you know, used up a lot of their hero points and stuff. Like, you can play the same comp twice basically, and then you're gonna have to switch things up just a little bit. So we're gonna see YZG utilizing Monk, Siphon, XKG going for the Enor and Hottie composition. I'm excited for this though. This is gonna be a good one here, as we're gonna see coming through.
You know what really threw me off when I first started casting NARAKA?
What?
You know Wolves is a soccer team?
Yeah. It's a football club that also does esports.
Yeah. That really threw me off because, I mean, now it's a lot more known, right? Like, you know, you have like other squads. I don't even know how to name them, but you have a lot more other squads and, you know, owners or ex-pro soccer players like that own esports leagues now too, or esports teams, sorry.
Yes.
But when I first saw it, like, I was like, what? We have we have a EU soccer team in here.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah. I mean, they definitely did some pretty interesting things with that there. But no, it was cool to see that we got to see like everything coming out there. But yeah, so we're gonna be looking through last round selection. Going to be going to Wolves and TE, and they're going to be playing the Shunhuan Lee composition with Yushan and Justina. It's gonna be interesting. What are we gonna get to see coming out here from that? Like, wow. I think, okay, prediction right now, Wolves take it. I think Wolves are gonna just do something, and they're just gonna take it. I just have an idea.
You feel it?
What do you think? What do you think?
And I don't know. I feel like YZG and DRG are gonna have a massive pop-out game, but they're gonna shut it down. I feel like they're gonna shut it down. I mean, like I said, YZG, has the potential to really just have a pop-off game. Wouldn't be surprised DRG does as well. I mean, I don't know. I gotta see how they're playing too, because if they take the GG route, it could be good, it could be bad, but you have to win that first Yang, right? That first Yang is everything if you're gonna play it slow. If you get put up with the Yang depletion and you're not able to cleanse that out, it just makes it so hard to try to bounce back from it. But yeah, I mean, we'll see in a couple of minutes here with Game 6 locked and loaded. Teams are loaded into the game. But now, yeah, I'm looking at the comps. What would you say is the strongest comp right now in the game?
Strongest comp, Shunhuan, Yushan. Enor Hadi is close second. I think Enor Hadi's more versatile. Enor Hadi's more versatile, but Shunhuan, Yushan, Justina is the most amazing comp in the game right now. And it's like people tried Akos Viper, and it worked a little bit for sustain, and it's a good surprise comp, especially in the 1v1s in our verses at the start of the game. But seeing it in Battle Royale, it's just not getting any value, and that's why we're not seeing it at all here, right?
But I've also feel like we haven't really seen it being played perfectly though. Like even you said it, like, why aren't we investing the Viper with the Akos Cage, you know? And I kind of saw that like 3 times already.
Yeah, so, it doesn't seem to be working fully.
True. But now it drops on. You said what?
I think that it does have value, especially in the 1v1 modes.
Oh, 100%. Confined space, right? Not a lot of place to like kite out the Viper ult. Yeah, definitely. Syra ult as well. Yeah, definitely probably like a martial arts ultimate kind of comp.
Yeah, it's definitely min-maxed for martial artists, right? Especially when you add Monk in there and you take out the Syra and you go Monk, Viper, Akos. That's a great comp. I love that composition. Seeing that get played, amazing.
Oh, amazing. What do you think about the new stage? You haven't, I
love it.
Like it?
I absolutely love it. It is so cool to see. So I'm loving the new stage. Everything related there is it's really cool to see there.
That's what I'm talking about, SR. Not letting go of the gas pedal, off rip, clean up onto Wolves. Massive eliminations. TE against YZG. XCM Justina. Or XCM TE Justina. Capitalizes off the prowl there onto 17S. YZG getting shut down there. I believe that's 1-for-1. So it's a 2v2 situation here. XCM getting caught up. Now you see Cuckoo. Go for the lockdown here on the Tomoko ultimate. Does manage to connect, and there goes the V1. Gets cut off of that. The peel doesn't come on time, and now TXJ tries to stay up here for his squad, but it's a 1v2. QGG gets hit with the Yushan hit, but no, this is Resurrection coming from onto 17S. Cuckoo with the big brain plays. Does manage to get the res back up as well, and now it's going to be another pick here for YZG. Beautifully done there. Going for the insta-reser onto their teammate. No one around in the minimap as well. There goes the D-form on the Yushan ultimate. Looking for the cleanup. The 1, 2, 3. Click comes in off the LMB, but it doesn't even matter here for TXJ. It's going to end up getting cleaned up pretty soon. And YZG going with the first 3 picks of this game for themselves. And SR and GG, though, on the other hand, we saw the fight there from SR, but GG as well has collected 2.
All right. Here we go. All of the teams that are going to be putting up points are starting to do so now. SR on 3, GG on 2, TE on 1, and yeah, YZG already climbed up to that 40-point threshold after putting 3 points up on the board. So if we do not crown a victor this game, we are going to see YZG now on match point. DRG's Kakashi getting hit with some solos combos coming out here. Oh my goodness, Katana movement with the 1.0 follow-up from LXM on those fist blades. It's going to give them a nice extra elimination, putting them up tied with the first place front runners. That's going to be YZG, SR, and GG. All on 3 kills. Wolves got sent back to the Soul Altar early, which is really unfortunate to see from them. No revives in place for any of them. So they're going to have to play the long game here. TE, though, in quite a bit of trouble, too, with only one elimination on the board so far. And yeah, this is going to be the long-paced game. This is going to take quite a bit of time because nobody is going to want to be fighting.
I like this aggression there from GG and SR. Liking it. Liking it. I hope they maintain it after first Yang as well. TE do manage to get sent to the Soul Ultra, so no resurrection, so they're gonna be forced to play a lot slower now. They don't have the pass to, you know, bounce back into the game, so they're just gonna have to continue scaling up. That's one purple armor there for Fong. I believe GG already has 2 purple armors in play, that being 330 CJ. So all 3 players have purple armor, so GG posted up, purple Honk Sword in hand here for 330 on the Monk. You see them still trying to try to scale on up. In the bottom side, getting gold trobe, trying to get ready for that first Yang. Potential swap there with those dual blades, but you know, YZEG. The other hand, 3-piece for them as well. Winning that off chop fight, that water area. Overall, gonna be clearing out Celestra to continue scaling up, and now GG Wolves. This is good. This is good for GG. They have the advantage there on the shields. That's blue armor there for Wolves. GG not scared of it. So I'd love to see here. They are going to get aggressive off of this. Now let's see how it unfolds here for GG against Wolves. And it does not look like it's going to be a third party as well. So it's going to be isolated 3v3.
And as we're pushing in, we're going to see so much coming through in the amount of damage that's getting brought out as GG's 330. Going to be taking quite a bit. Needs ult here. Oh, the armor swap comes in. CJS does end up going down because of it. Should have seen the ult come out a little bit earlier, but the grab on a ZK is going to be there. No second grab. We're going to see the sled into the zone, or into the Temi wall, as the slam's going to come out. Cat Monk, one of the funny ones are there. As he gets XN, tries to go for the down grab. XN not going to die. He's going to end up just grabbing Soul Bloom there. 330 now in pretty much the toughest spot imaginable. Tries to bring it back around. F ability going to come through. Wolves getting aggressive with it. They managed to pick up the kill. This is such a risky play for them to take on GG like this, but it is going to pay off extremely well for them, as they do manage to get 3 eliminations on the board. GG still have the revives, but dying right here, this is right before revives go away, so it's just, you have so much less time to scale up. Wow. And it's not like it's 8 minutes into the game, you're already like gray armor as soon as you get out of here. If you get hunted down by a team, as soon as you respawn, you're going to be cooked. All of the good trove spots are already completely looted. You're going to be in pretty much one of the toughest spots ever, being GG right now. But they're still tied for first right now. So everybody with 3 eliminations on the board is tied for first. TE's in second. Everybody else has 0 in third. So it is definitely... There's definitely an interesting one coming through here.
I like that, man. I don't like that. I like the aggression. I really did like the aggression. We had the upper hand there for GG. They had the armor advantage for themselves. And now look, they got to meet up with DRG on common armor, and this is bad for them. This could be their game 6. Now they're going to fight to try to stay up here in the situation. Fair mech down here for DRG. Looking for the opening. Don Q being the pilot there, I believe, of that ultimate mine. Looking for the shutdown here with the lead. Tries to bounce back 330. Now is going to get hit off this. Doesn't manage to stay up. The bounce, the Google Stomp. Now the 1.0s is good. Clips him off of this. Staying alive, but the jump LMBs is enough. Mine with elimination onto 330. GG now is going to be shut down out of game 6 now. Looking for the second player cleanup onto GG. That being Alex M. Believe one other member gets out for free, pretty sure, but it doesn't even matter. The damage is done. The bounce back is going to be rough if that player is still alive.
Dongqing took out CJS. Yeah, this is Alex Sammy's last player alive. It doesn't even matter for kill points either too much for DRG, but that is GG fully eliminated from the game, which is the top-ranked team completely out already. This is what I was saying. They know how to get these players out. They take them out right before Storm goes down and before revives go. And now we're going to see ZXL getting taken out in the corner here. A TE doing a really good job of keeping up the amount of pressure. XKG need these eliminations here, and it doesn't look like they're doing too well. They've already lost a player here. fighting this out. Who is going to be able to take it in the 3v2 situation? Heart rates are super high. Look at this. 155 for TXJ, 146. Like, we need to send these guys to a hospital. It starts to go black after it goes up to 160, I think. And that's just when we need to actually call somebody, because that's definitely concerning. As Junxian, going to be the last in the 3v1, is going to go out. And it looks like, oh my goodness. See? Look at this. What happens to SR? SR pops off one game, and then they're losing Yang to RW immediately after. Wolves are heating up, though, as we're going to see them get a kill on a Cuckoo 2 from YZG. That's going to be it's going to be an interesting one there. I don't know. Did Wolves go Yang? Did we see them take Yang? Are they one of our winning teams? So it's RW who won. Wolves have won Yang. They beat out YZG. And then XKG lost to TE. So we have two teams in the top that have won, one team that has lost. YZG is going to be qualified for next, and the team actually tied for the most amount of kills is in last place. Classic NARAKA BLADEPOINT, ladies and gentlemen.
Quick replay. This was SR against RW. Rico started off with a Monko, looking for the grabs. Gooba Stomp not good. Now the kite game there for SR. No grabs. They're trying to fake out the grab into the Gooba Stomp. Doesn't matter to connect off of this. Doesn't connect off the second grab. Nice weaves there from Youth in that Hottie ultimate. Looking for the shutdown. AB gets caught up off of this. What's gonna be the mix-up off of this? Ooh, they do manage to get one hit off there, off the slam, but AB manages to stay up off the pressure. SR drops one member. There it is. So this is what you're talking about. SR, amazing game 5, going to game 6, get taken up by RW. This was the cleanup after this. Rico going for the uppercut. And the 2v3. I mean, that's already questionable as it is. But overall, gets cleaned up here by RW and crew. There it is. Clink for the last hit. Massive scrap off unfolding here from SKG, TE, SR. SR still having to cleanse. TE has the Vermilion Birds Mites, so they are getting aggressive off of this. Wolves, though, on the other hand, eat up a lot of damage. That's XN. No peel coming to play there. There goes the first puck off the Vermilion Birds Mite. ZK now gets caught up. Another big stagger down the top side. That player is going to fall as well. TE with the cleanup. Now being able to shut this down. You see them in the mix here, try to fight out to get this MVP for this game. XEM though gets caught up here by XKG. Now the shutdown here from XKG. There goes another cleanse there for that squad. SR though fighting to try to stay up. They cleanse one member. There goes another bloom for them. Two players are going to be cleansed out. That's going to be the Monk. Now need one for the Tumult, but the damage is done here for this lobby. 4-7-7-4, 1-4-7. RW, one of those bottom 4 teams with 7 on the board. But they shut it down, and I mean that's the beauty of it, right? You can't really predict what's gonna happen because all these teams have the potential to have a pop-off game,
right? And it's really close in all of these skill levels, which is why like this is the best NARAKA that we've seen in years, because there's no one team just dominating the competition. It really can go any way, and that's what we love about the Battle Royale. Is Kakashi though in a very tough position. YZG looking to put up a few extra points. Oh my goodness. The parry comes in as QGG manages to claim the elimination onto one of the last remaining DRG members, Kakashi. It does go down. Now there's only one player left. It's their Shunhuan Li. And with 35 seconds left, it looks like Xiao Hao. Oh, do you see TE's following them? Wolves and TE are following SR currently. They might be able to catch them out with only 30 seconds left. They're going to see the body go down. They're going to think they're completely unguarded. Then all of a sudden, they're going to get 6 people spawning on top of them trying to claim kills. But it could go horribly, because if the third parties come through, that could be all top 3 teams in second, third, and fourth place dead. We're going to have to see how that's going to pan out here, because it looks like it does look like they aren't going for the spawn there. Yeah, Xiaohao's dead. How quick is the buyback going to go? Are they going to be able to snag the armor? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. They're coming in. Where is he? Oh, were they Celestra? ZXL goes down too. Where's SR? Where's Xiao Hao? He's back up. He's back up and alive. But where were they? I thought they were playing Celestra.
Not sure. I was looking at the back, but I was looking at Cuckoo. Look, he has like no health.
I think that might just be a visual glitch, bro.
Yeah, I was about to say, right? There's no way.
He's just a ghost.
Yeah. Oh, man. Let's see it here. Replay from the first game. Wolves against YZG. XN. That's a Yushan ultimate. Forcing out. Oh, no, that was a Justina freeze on Syndicator. Beautifully done there. The Furrin doesn't even get invested, I believe. There it is.
Oh, but my goodness.
Doesn't matter. The shred is there. Wolves. Beautiful cleanup there. Cuckoo, on the other hand, now trying to stay up here for his squad. But XN try to micromanage. He slams. Doesn't manage to connect off of those, but 1v3, I believe. Yeah, there goes the cleanup. Yep.
It's unfortunate to see. They have the Shunhuan ultimate, gonna send in some F. Oh, beautiful iframe to get out of that though. As you're gonna see now, he does end up just getting caught out, and it's the pull sword follow up to end that through. TE and Wolves. Oh,
No.
No, they're baiting. They're waiting. Okay, we're min-maxing this. This is actually smart because they don't want to fight TE. Actually, you know what? Honestly,
they should fight him.
Should fight TE.
Yeah.
They should fight TE. I was gonna say they don't want to because that means that one of them is gonna be on Yang depletion. But that's really good. There we go.
Good.
We're gonna get it. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, this is probably the most important fight. So if you're just kind of not watching right now, turn the volume up and listen. This is the make or break. The winner of this Realm of Yang is going to win the game. I'm just saying that right now. It's going to be Wolves versus TE coming through. Zem going to be taking to the skies early into this game as we're going to see the 1.0 come out. Zem just still trying to hold on that outside. He's playing the Justina beautifully, just backing off, holding off on that ultimate. Control's going to be coming down from the Wolves members who are just trying to get that extra bit of damage through. Wanfang coming out with the Shunhuan abilities just to try and get that extra bit of damage off. Double charge going to come through, drop down. Oh my goodness, ZK gets hit with the 1.0. So much initial damage comes out. ZK goes down, XN goes down. TE has put this situation into a 3v1 against the Justina. Flamebringer's getting released. Will he be able to come through with a crazy 3v1 play? I don't think it's going to be possible. Wolves are going to be... They hesitated to go in. They said they're going to try and min-max it. And then they ended up losing going in the fight against a TE. They hesitated, and that hesitation made them lose the game. There we go. Wolves are on Yang depletion. RW, who've had a phenomenal game, too little too late, have managed to take out YZG. So they're doing a good job of putting up points, but that means that YZG are going to be getting super aggressive, and the YZG Wolves fight is going to be incredibly tight. Right, they're really close in standings anyways, but now TE are on 10 points, SR only on 10, NY7 going to be taking quite a bit of damage right now. As oh my goodness, is SR going to go out here? Is that SR done? SR's done? Oh my goodness, guys. Okay, RW on 10, tied with TE. Wolves on 7, but they're on Yang depletion. XKG only has 4 points, as well as DRG, who only have 1 member left. Wolves and YZG need to cleanse Yang depletion, so they're gonna try and find each other in soul form, and then they're gonna try and go and get a fight here. DRG's getting rebirth charms, so they might be able to come back into this game. This is so perplexing because right now RW is in place for the MVP. Right, RW and TE are kill leaders of this game. They're both the teams with double gold armor, double gold weapon. And they've... Oh, it's going to be interesting. Okay, here we go. YZG versus Wolves. This is going to be a make or break fight as well.
I feel like TE got to go. They gotta try to find this, because I mean RW is like really staying up there with them, but looks like it's gonna be isolated. YZG investing this muckle, no grabs yet. ZK able to weave that. 17S trying to look for a better angle, doesn't manage to do so. Looks like Cuckoo's gonna get shut down here for YZG. Wolves now with the upper hand, do manage to snag a 1 elimination. 17S on the other hand trying to see if he can try to back on up. Not sure somebody else is in the zone. That's TE. Oh yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. TE had to capitalize off of this, and they're doing it. Wolves with a double dash on through. YZG's QGG gets caught up into the freeze. Not gonna be enough damage yet. Still alive there off that focus attack, but now TE in the mix. That's big damage, and XCM there with elimination out to 17S. That's a second. That's a third. That's a fourth. And TE now bouncing up here in the overall leaderboard with 13 eliminations and 14. potentially 15. I think it's slow. 14.
Game.
That's exactly what I was saying. They had to do that because RW, yes, they were trolling all day, but hey, game 6, there was with 10 eliminations, and now look at them. Looking for a needle in a haystack. No pressure from no teams where they rotated onto, and TE capitalizing off of that, and now it's only 2 more teams alive. RW can still MVP if they catch XKG lacking, but TE got that mystic mic for another 15 seconds, so it's up for grabs.
Okay. Yang Spiritwell. This is gonna be defining. Wolves on 1 player left, only 8 eliminations. There's no way that they win. Right? ZK, you can see him over there in the distance. He's pretty cooked right now. DRG are losing players to XKG. XKG don't have enough kills to compete with 14. The only team that has enough kills to compete with 14 points is RW at 10, and they still need 4 more kills. There's only 11 players left in the lobby. This is going to be incredibly difficult, especially since ZK has just been found out, and he's going to try and go for the 1v3 with the bowtie pasta. Oh my goodness. So one of them has Unseen Current, and then the other one has Moonshard Storm. There is no way that these guys are losing this game. I would put my entire house on this right now if I owned a house. 15 eliminations. RW's already getting into a scrap off for Yang Spiritwell against Team XCG. This is going to be interesting because if he's going to come in on this third party, and RW is going to be in a bad spot. Youth is already taking so much damage. Look at this. This is going to be an interesting one here. If Youth and RW can claim Spiritwell, they might have the opportunity to snowball into the contest. But since there are only 10 players left, that is a potential of 7 eliminations. They would need to get 5 out of those 7 eliminations, as they are going to pick up almost getting 1. Tutik is going to be able to stay up, though. The zipping ultimate going to save him for a second. Youth getting hit with the F from his zipping, and just holding onto that ult for as long as possible, because TE is just waiting in the wings. TE is just ready. Look at them. They're ready to pounce as soon as one of these teams starts to burn too many ultimates.
Yeah. I mean, the time's about to be pretty soon. These Enor's ult's about to run out. Already 50% through, so we're going to have to wait and see how it pans out. But yeah, I think TE got this in the bag. I mean, that was just a perfect rotation there in that zone fight. Being able to snag up those elims was just perfect for them. And now they're front and center. Moonshard fully kitted out. All gold armor there for TE. Looking to close this out for themselves and take the first chip of the 2026 season. Moonshard.
They have double Moonshard.
Yeah. Oh, big parry there onto ZXL. Forces out the Hottie F. Now in the back end, Youth though, eating up so much damage. Trying to stay up. Moonshard clinks on the back end. You see Junjian being able to stop that for stopping through, and TE not caring. They still have that U-shot and Justina ultimate if they need it here to try to pick this up, and they're definitely going to invest this once the bar fills up a little bit more. Zem, on the other hand, staying front and center, looking for a parry punish. Oh my god, Bowtie possibly being able to get this ping ultimate out there for TE. Are forced to back on up for now. Not sure what's going to be the next mix-up. Looks like these teams are going to back on up. Everybody's going to hit by Yang Depletion. Didn't be able to capture. And TE still have the upper hand. 2 ults still online for them. Not sure they're going to get aggressive off of this. Going to potentially play.
They have to.
The 5th party. Oh, they catch the player lacking. That's DRG's member. That's another one. Make it 15 here for TE. 16, sorry, for TE. Now closing out that gap there against them and RW. RW still trying to capture the Spirit Wheel. TE back in the mix. Better back up. This is ours. You see TE making sure they don't have this for free. Now you
they
see
got
them.
the flag though.
They did. Wait. Yeah, they're out.
Oh, this is gonna be a crazy one, because now the fact that they're fully cleansed, this could give them the advantage they need over TE. Big parry gonna come out here. Beautiful peel coming through. No, they have it. They have it. There we go. That's GG's. TE have managed to pick up the elimination onto Youth, as One Fang has actually gone down in this situation, but 17 kills is just going to be enough to put them over the edge. Big parry! Oh my goodness! Zem with the reaction parry onto RW's AB. As, you know, this is an interesting one, because we have seen One Fang just fully eliminated out of this here, but they have 18 kills. There's literally no physical way that they're going to be able to come back. So they've already basically fully won the game. And oh my goodness, Bane Breath gonna come in, juggling these players around. Ultimate is back up though. Zem ults. Gets out of here. Oh my goodness. Get out. Go. 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 Oh my goodness, the group advance heal from his teammate, TXJ, keeping them alive. Palm Lightning coming in on the side of AB.
Back up.
The light hypernova coming out. Oh my goodness. The double gold flying knives with Moonshard is actually so busted. Big parry gonna come out. AB gonna be able to snag the parry up. He's got gold nunnies he's switching to. He's like, yeah, whatever, it's fine. And look at this, TXJ is still getting heals out. Yeah, they've won. They've won. It's game over. There's no way that anything else is changing. Zem is gonna go down. TXJ, last remaining player alive. RW and XGG. Yeah, it's GG's. It's over. They've already know that they've won the game. Like, there is absolutely no way possible for the members of XCG or XKG or RW to get enough points that they need to qualify. And TE have won. And I called it. I said the winners of that Realm of Yang are gonna be able to win the game. And now Junxian gonna just try his best and why you solid, bro? It's already over, dog. It's already over. 4 minutes and 23 seconds left in our last game at number 6. And ladies and gentlemen, come on, I want to time it perfectly. Your 2025 Nbpl champions for the, what is it called? The split? It's not a bi-weekly anymore. It's called Stage 1. Stage 1 champions are gonna be TE as Junxian takes to the zone. RW are gonna
让我们恭喜2026 NBPL 永绝无间职业联赛第1赛段3排冠军属于 TE
Game Championship, which is Team TE. Congratulations!
是鏖战到了最后的精彩的角逐，最终三兄弟凭借着超高的
And finally, we fight to the game 6 and you guys get the championship. Now welcome our 3 teammates. Welcome to the center of stage. And now I have to do the post-game interview. First, I would like to interview our Wanfeng. So, anything now you want to say to everyone, like fans or your teammate? I would like to say thank you to everyone who support me.
组成了一个强劲的3排的3排之旅。那今天打完之后，最想对身边的2位兄弟说点什么？
牛逼，兄弟们！因为确实。
So TXJ, anything you want to say to everyone?
但是都是奔着一个目标去的，奔着关去的，一直在都很努力的去解决问题，一起去努力训练，然后一起去进行认真复盘，对吧？也很感谢俱乐部对我们的认可吧。
I would like to say thank you to our boss and everyone fight really aggressive, and finally we can get this championship. Also, I want to thank you to all my opponents because you guys really great. Like this year, the Troll's game is so heavy to get it. Yes, and we know TE always a strong team, and everyone just be together, and finally you guys can get this championship. So let's talk about like in the latest game, in the last circle. So how you guys just communication at that time? Yeah, I would like to like kill more person, kill more opponent, but really just fight to the end, and we don't have energy. And at that time, we just counting the score. I think maybe that we are our score is enough to get the championship, and finally we just go to the dangerous zone, and finally we think we can get the championship. Yes, now it's time for you to prove yourself again. Now you can get the championship, and also we can see that Coach Zhang Xiaohe now will also be here. I would like to know, so as your teammate get the first championship in the first stage of the 2026 Trolls game, anything you want to say to everyone?
新阵容一开始磨合确实很多，要改变的东西也很多，包括我们今天。
a little bit nervous today because we know that XEM is the new here for the team TE, and I'm really nervous if they can do it. And I would like to say again, welcome XEM, you join in the team TE, and finally you get this championship for us. And every teammate, you guys are really great. You did a great job.
Yeah,
and also I want to say thank you to all the fans coming here to support Team TE. We know not only the Trolls game, you are really a good coach, also in the solo game, and I think maybe it's time we also need to improve a lot. And XEM, anything your like ambition in this new season? I would like to get more championships to prove myself.
这第一赛段的决赛，在你看来有怎么样的一种不同的感受？
I would like to know, so for TXJ, you get a lot of championship in the Trolls game. So for the 2026, our first stage of Trolls game, you get the championship. So anything different feeling? Yeah, I think it's like really different from the like past, because now we changed the rule and we have not too many team and opponent now. Like everyone just fight together. We have a lot of like team fighting. It's really like up on the team building and a lot team fighting. Not only the like personal ability.
So
I want to know for one for you think you guys can get this championship? Who is the best teammate? I think everyone is good. Okay, let's congratulations again and shouting out loud for the team TE. Let's congratulations again our 2026 first day Trolls game championship, which belongs to team TE.
所有玩家朋友们一起守候在我们的2026 NBPL 第一赛段的全部的赛事当中，让我们恭喜OUG 的 Spider，
I wanted to say thank you to every fans that you came here to support Team TE, and also I would like to say thank you to all opponents that be here that bring us so excellent matches together. And I would like to say again, congratulations, Team TE.
Ladies and gentlemen, one final time, we are back with the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League, and your Stage 1 trios of winners have been crowned. It is going to be going to Team TE. That's nice to see, because TE's Wufong won J-Cup. So, you know, TE as an org keeping their winnings going into the 2026 NBPL season, doing such a good job of getting themselves the win there. The climb from the bottom of the leaderboard was real. They were struggling in the first couple of games. They were struggling in their duels, in their 3v3s, in the martial artist. So having them being able to come back, and in that last game, you know, we said it. We were like, as soon as that Realm of Yang happens, Wolves versus TE, the hesitating to go in, the Wolves lost the game. Wolves lost the whole tournament because of that Realm of Yang. Right, and they were on Yang depletion. They tried to fight YZG isolated. TE saw it. They came in. They managed a third party, and that was just such a huge turning point in the game. And then, you know, they managed to hold off. Nobody was able to get the buff for Yang Spirit Well, so they were even more suppressed for all these other teams trying to fight in, and everyone was on an even playing field. But then they just gave themselves the upper hand by forcing all of these fights out, catching all of the ones, and then they got to the point where even if they did go out, there was no way that these teams were catching up to them in points, because they managed to put up 20 eliminations in that last final sequence. So a shout out to the CN casters. You know, we get to see little snippets of them coming in through. CN casters are all amazing people. So yeah, finally finished it up. 6 games, so we didn't go all the way to 8, which is, it's nice to see, but you know, almost 8 games in NARAKA played. We got 5 battle royale matches in. We didn't have to go to the mirror match to end things out, and they managed to win it in 6, and TE just did such a phenomenal job. It's textbook gameplay, really good off spawns, really good mid game. They were keeping up pace, and then at the last second, they just really pulled ahead so far.
Most definitely. Like you said, I mean, hands down, out of Yang into that third party that was the perfect call. I even called it. I saw them resurrecting Wolves. And yeah, I mean, they just came in at the perfect time. They clean up, and from there it's just straight steamroll. I mean, we just saw it unfold. It was insane for GG against Wolves. I can't believe they got eliminated there against Wolves. GG had the upper hand. They had the armor and weapon advantage there against Wolves in that isolated 3v3. Off rip, your Takeda gets shredded. His armor gets completely shredded off. We're still holding Monk ult for some reason on GG. We're holding on Monk ult. We get shut down into this Temi ult where we can't do much, and we're still not popping out Monk ultimate to try to peel for our Takeda, which is our peeler. So, you know, I don't understand. I don't understand the troll there, but you know, you saw it there. They were our #1 team going into game 6, and they just get completely shut down there with 3 eliminations. Had a really good off drop fight. Didn't manage to stay up though through the remainder of game 6, but you know, RW was really applying the pressure there. TE really had to make a split-second decision, which they did, and you saw it how well it played out perfectly for them, taking stage 1 for the 2026 season. Yeah, and I mean, I think this is it just showcases more how any of these teams can really just have a pop-off game. RW had a really bad day, but their game 6 was really good, and you know, it was a lot on the line there for the top 4 teams. And yeah, I mean, the finals for the Shield teams is just it's looking good. It's looking
so
really
exciting.
Good, Seb. Yeah.
I love the finals, like the match point format with this pick ban and this 8-team setting. It feels a lot more well-rounded, right? The match point format before it definitely felt a little bit different. Right, so
for sure,
as we're getting into the new rule set, you know, everyone's still getting used to it, obviously, but it is looking really fun. I'm actually really enjoying the 8-player lobbies. I'm enjoying the fast-paced energy. I think solos needs a little bit of tweaking, but trios is perfect right now. The atmosphere, there's no one comp that dominates everything. All of the fights are decently matched. It really comes down to decision making and skill levels, and there's a lot of luck involved, right? Like good drops, good loot pulls, good everything, terrain. There's so many different minimal tactics that take place in this new format, and I just think it is one of the best ways that we have seen NARAKA be played all the way from 2022 Season 1 of Pro League. Look at that, the fat old 20 bomber. They didn't pull the 27 like SR did, but they got the 20 bomb, and they got themselves the win in game number 6 with a final total of 63 points. GG finishing in 2nd place with 56, 53 for SR in 3rd. Wolves are getting 51 in 4th, XCG in 5th, YZG in 6th. 7th is going to go to RWs. They did manage to climb over DRG at the very end there with that 15-point game in game number 6. But they did not manage to get themselves anywhere close to the win. Because we're going to get a little bit of look of replay of the dominant game that TE did have with that 20 bomb in the realm of Yang. You get to see, look at this, holding on to the Decina ultimate until the very last second. And then we're holding scale rushes, we're making sure that nobody's coming through. He gets the freeze into the 1.0. He calls the fact that he's getting another player incredibly low. They've got the 1.0 into the jump LMB off on Yushan. It's going to do a lot of enough damage. And then this play right here. This was insane. When they're just able to back everybody off of this area, oh my goodness, they were doing such a good job.
I mean, they were just scaled out of their minds. I mean, double Moonshar, all gold armor. Zem was just incredible on the Decina too. Being able to apply the pressure, you see him still getting aggro. Even inside the Bane too. Didn't even matter. They had one mission, just to clean it up, take the win here for stage 1, and they beautifully did so. I mean, yeah, just fully scaled, full momentum. I was sleeping on them too. They only had one bad game, and it wasn't even that bad. It was a 6-point game. Every other game they had a 15+ game, and they were in 4th place coming into this. They were the last team in the threshold coming into this game 6.
Exactly. Yeah, they barely made it over. When it came to, like, they were tied with Wolves, but they managed to do so in such a good job. Our kill leaderboard is actually going to go in a little bit of a different fashion. Tied for 2nd and 3rd place is going to be ZK and Zem. who are 63,000 damage for ZK, so he is going to take that second place over Zem. But Xiao Hao, our #1 damage dealer, and he was our FMVP for Jacob and for trios in the EWC as well. So it's only fitting that he's going to get stage 1 solo finals FMVP as well. He's going to get himself a nice little bonus of bucks coming through there as his own little personal reward for winning that tournament, or for winning this section of the tournament. He gets himself that FMVP. 21 kills total. ZK and Zem with 20 apiece, and TE going to be your MVPs. Spring Split Stage 1 winners are going to go to TE, brought to you by Intel, Best TV, and Bank of Hangzhou, ladies and gentlemen. Because wow, what a final finish off in these games. It's just such a beautiful run that we get to see coming out there.
I wonder what their stars mean on their jerseys. I know it has a meaning.
Yeah, I saw the stars on some of the other jerseys as well. I'm not 100% sure, but I definitely think that it has something to do with tournaments won or something like that.
Yeah, probably by weekly wins maybe.
Yeah, potentially, but like one red star, one
yeah, that's
one
what
gray
I'm saying.
Star, right? Like who knows? It could be like the orgs wins specifically.
Probably.
Or like of major tournaments and stuff, because it could be TE's Wufong's red star for winning Jacob, and then it could be the gray star for a bi-weekly win or something like that. We'll have to see. Because I know there's stars on a lot of the other jerseys as well.
Yep.
We'll have to ask what the meaning is. Production, give us a hint here, as we are ready to final recap of the day. We have coming out, YZG came right out of the gates, won themselves the martial artists, and it seems to be bad luck, C8, as they ended up playing not the greatest throughout the day. They started picking up near the end, the same as RW, slow start, very quick, very good ending for their day, but they needed those extra 2 games if they wanted to get that Nbpl stage 1 trios win, but they just weren't able to get there, and TE managed to close it out before these players were able to catch up. And that's what they do. They're pro players. They're gonna find the way to get themselves to the top at all costs.
Yeah, I mean that was the common trend that I noticed. Martial arts don't even matter. Yeah, you get 8 points, you win, but from every single day that I cast the trios, it doesn't even matter. Like I think it's just because of how good everybody is. That's the thing. Like you go into the BR and any team can have a pop-up game, minimum 15 points for one game, and that's almost near double of what you get from the martial arts. Once again, yes, it's good to have the 8 points, but from what I've seen though, it doesn't really carry over throughout the remainder of the day. Like you actually have to perform very, very well off rip. You can't have a slow start, which most of the times the people who win the martial arts have a very slow start into the game too. But yeah, I still like seeing it though. I think it's a good addition. I think it's something refreshing to the trios. I think the pacing is amazing. I think the format is perfect for trios. Like you mentioned, for solos, if you do need some work after that second yang, solos is very different now.
Yeah.
But I've been yapping about solos ever since I first saw it. I mean, I'm not a fan of it, but we just gotta wait and see what happens with it. But for trios, I mean, I said it since the first time I saw trios. The format for trios, it looks good.
Yeah, no, it looks amazing. I haven't gotten to cast solos yet, so I don't know how it feels from the caster point perspective. I've had it. You know what I've been doing? I'm not gonna lie, this is fun. Every time I go out to a party or like I'm hanging out on the weekend with my friends, and we're like at somebody's house, it goes on the TV in the background while we're having our social gathering, and it's been ended up that we're all like hanging around the TV and stuff, and then something crazy will happen, and like there's all these people who've never played NARAKA a day in their life. They have no clue what's going on, but they're all getting rowdy and excited with me as the team plays through. But yeah, even they have been saying like, oh, the trios feels a lot cooler than solos. The friends who I do force to watch the game at nightly gatherings and stuff. But yeah, it's a fun time. Trios is definitely shaping up to be like the solid, like this is the game mode that we watch, right? Solos used to be like, it was like, oh, solos is so much more interesting. Like the storylines in solos were a lot more fun. The players, because you felt a little bit more familiarity to the individual player over the trios team, right? But the way that they're doing it here is just chef's kiss to whoever cooked up this new format for trios. It is amazing. They need to work on solos just a little bit. I think 16 players. Personally, I miss 16-player lobbies. 16-player pro lobbies would be absolutely insane. If we could get like a real pro league of like a global pro league where we could have like 16 CN players, and then we could get 16 NA and EU and SEA players and have a 32-player league with 2 groups, Group A and Group B, and do the same format, but with 32 players instead of 16. Oh my goodness, 16-player lobbies. The only thing is the ban system wouldn't work anymore, right? That's the only.
We kind of did though, right, Jacob?
Yeah, but that's 12-player lobbies still.
Yeah, but you know.
Yeah, but like if we could do that for Nbpl,
for the league,
that'd be so cool. That would be so cool if we could have all of the NA players, the boys who be grinding the game out in NA. Shout out like Numza, shout out Hypernova. We have like the boys in EU. Shout out Bajin. Shout out like Taki. Shout out like Zay and Lexin and all the boys over there. Like if they could somehow make themselves into the way into the league. But like, hey, we're gonna stop yapping about this. Group A and Group B for next week for our solos stage 2. This is gonna be the start. This is gonna be our group stages. So we've got Group A is gonna be on your top side. Spider, Chen, Ajao versus Huemo, Frost, T225, and Ruyu. Then Mike, Wang Liang, Shen Yuan, Arano, Paste, Wufeng, Ran, and Lipo down on the bottom side. These guys are going to be going up, and then here's going to be your groups as well for Group A and Group B for trios. So TE Wolves, XKG, DRG, SS1, 521, OUG, and Fun Plus Phoenix for Group A, and then Group B is going to be GG, SR, YZG, RW, WBG, IG, WFG, and Alliance. That's a tongue twister to say all at once. These guys need to get some more unique characters in their names, because I guess it's gaming at the end, right? So there's so many G ending ones. But here we go. Here's our upcoming schedule as well. This is going to be, so we see Spider winning yesterday, TE winning today. Then next week, we're starting stage 2. And then after these like 3 weeks, so from the 9th of April all the way to the 26th of April is going to be our last group stage and finals for stage 2. And then moving on, May 1st, 2nd, and 3rd is going to be our last chance qualifier. Then the 16th and 17th of May are going to be your Nbpl Spring Split Grand Finals. It is right around the corner. We are about a month and just a little bit away from Grand Finals. It is going to fly by so quickly. Yeah, you coming with me to China for Grand Finals?
That's
what you think, bro?
That's wait, for Grand Finals? No.
Oh, no.
No,
I'm making the trip out there. That's
you did last year too, right?
Yeah, well,
or you did summer.
Yeah, I did Spring Split because Spring Split always comes around my birthday, which is May 24th, and I can always just like, justify the expense as a birthday trip.
Yeah.
And go do that for my birthday, because, well, I am privileged enough to have like, I have the privilege of my parents live there, so I'm not paying for hotels.
Yeah, it's
right.
Different.
It's a little bit different for me, but yeah, if anyone from NA or EU wants to come watch Grand Finals with me, you can come crash at my parents' place with me.
Oh man, hey, exciting day. We're back on Thursday for solos. Just saw the groups. Yeah, it was a good day for showcasing. I think solos just needs they need to add something. They need to like, I don't know. I don't know what it can be. I don't know if you remove Yang depletion. I don't know what specifically it can be, but I feel like it just needs to be a patch specifically for solo and Mortal War. But we'll see what happens later on in the future. Stage 2 starts on Thursday for solos. We have our groups that we just saw for solos and trios. That is gonna be enough for us. My name is Creators, and I was here with Seb. Just saw the winner of stage 1 being TE. We'll catch you guys on Thursday for solos.